it stops, no one knows. We're going down. We're going headed into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello. Happy Sunday, everybody. Long time no see. It's good to get to hang out with you guys again. So I was under the weather last week and spent a couple days in bed. I still have a bit of a sore throat, but I'm definitely on the mend, and that's how it goes. Every month there's got to be something. So, but thank you guys for being here. We're going to be reviewing opening statements and the testimony from the Karen Reed case this last week. So we had 4 days of testimony, kind of, because Tuesday and Thursday are shorter days, but technically 4 days of testimony. So we're going to go through that. Sleuthy Goosey's going to be joining me with her lovely spreadsheets and facts and all the things. So that'll be great and very helpful. But let me say hi to you guys, and then I'll bring Sleuthy up, and then we'll go through everything that we've got, and then we'll discuss what you guys thought. I was just looking at the Prezi. Great job on the timeline. Oh, thank you. We'll discuss what you guys thought of the first week of Karen Reed's trial. So, hi, and what's up, Laura? I'm definitely feeling better, but I'm still, just not 100%. But I don't even know at this point, like, if I ever will be. And I feel like I get sick constantly all the time now. What's up, Shiraz? Hi, Nancy. Mustang Driver. Susie Q. Hi, Shiraz. Susan's kidding. That's what I mean. He's just killing time. Hi, Grendel. Hi, Bonnie. Steph B. Sarah. Idina. Susan. Teresa. And Sleuthy. I didn't like the Lexus with its entire light assembly removed. Well, I mean, they removed it, so they can't put it back. They can't put it back, but I don't know why they had it at the scene. But that's a whole other thing. Hi, the Royal We. Hi, ATS. Hi, Iowa Backyard Cam. Shayaz, and the fact, the weather, and the lies. Lots of talk about weather this week. Weather. Hi, Chris. Hey, CO Mama. I'm so happy he's doing this. It's been hard to work and keep up with everything. Well, hopefully we captured at least the most important moments, because we're not going to go through video of the testimony, but I will point you in a direction of somebody who has clipped it down to where you don't have to sit through or try to fast forward through everything. If you did want to catch up on the actual testimony, we're just going to go through highlights and notes. Let me just make sure I said hi to everybody. Let me go down here. Then we'll bring up Sleuthy. Hey, Journey Takes a Trip. What's up, Kyra? Momo Shark, good afternoon. Thank you for reviewing the beginning, especially opening statements. You're very welcome. Hi, Moxie Metamom. Hello. Hi, Elizabeth. Hi, wee gobshite. Shite. This is shite. Unindicted. All right, let me pull up my lovely Sleuthy Goosey. Don't worry, it's a bird. It's a plane. Nah, it's just Sleuthy looking some shit up. What's up, Sleuthy?
That's like exactly what I was doing.
You were looking some shit up, weren't you?
I was. I'm glad you're feeling better. Did I tell you that I was sick from like December, and then my ears started hurting, and it be like within 24 hours I was at the doctor, and I was like, you got to give me something. I can't with this. And so they put me on all kinds of steroids and antibiotics. Oh, like the real deal steroids, not the package.
Oh.
Yeah. So I've been waiting for sound, sweating and shit all day long. Yeah, basically. My mom,
I don't. I
because she's
feel
here
like
to
at
visit,
least
come in.
once
I'm like,
a month, I get
she's
something.
like, I'm
Like I get some
freezing.
type of bug. I'm so over it. I'm like, I
Yeah.
don't know. But this time the kids weren't sick. So normally it's like one of the damn kids brings it home, and then I always end up sick. And my husband has a much better immune system than I do. But when he does get sick, I mean, you guys all know. Like, I'm sorry, guys in chat, but you know it's true. They're just giant fucking babies. So I mean, it's
Yeah.
better that he doesn't get sick. But then sometimes when he's just like, "You're sick again," I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't
Yeah,
know.
like,
I take vitamins every day, but I don't know. But this time, none of the kids were sick, so I have no idea. And it came on like I was watching TV, and I was like, man, my neck kind of hurts, and then my fingers started to hurt, and then my knees were hurting, and I was like, okay, I must just be really overtired or something. And then I went to bed, and I could tell I had a fever because you know when you have a fever, you have like those weird, you have like weird dreams almost, like you're not like you're like in a weird state of mind. And so I woke
Yeah.
up in the morning like I have a fever. I know it. I know how I slept, and it just like came on like nothing. Then my throat's like swollen. I'm like, where the hell did this?
mhm.
I was just sick.
I have no idea, but what I do know is, so like, I don't have a spleen. So the fact that I've been sick since December is not like real odd. Like, I've gotten used to being pretty sick for like a while after my son feels better, because he brings home all the nasty shit too. Well, the day last week, I guess it was, I was feeling like okay. And I took my kid to school. I got back home. I got out of the car, and the little kid that lives down the hill, like, started running up the hill with her arms out, and she's in her fucking pajamas. I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm going to the doctor. I'm like, because I was like, why aren't you at school? And she said, I'm going to the doctor. I said, stay down there. Stay down there. Don't come up here. And she keeps walking up my driveway, right? And it's like a steep ass driveway. And she's like really pushing it up this hill, right? And she's got her arms spread wide out. She's like, I missed you. Give me a hug. I was like, no. Just stay back there.
No. Turn your little butt around. You're cute and I'll come back when you feel better.
She came within like a foot of me. And when I tell you, I like stiff armed her, and I was like, I'm serious. You can't touch me. I was backing away from this little child, like backing away. I was like, please don't touch me. I was like, don't touch me. I said, I don't even touch my bubby when he's sick. I can't get sick. It could kill me. And she's like,
I can see you like putting your arm out, and then she's like running towards you, and it's like full stop. And she's like,
I did.
Forward.
I was not fucking around. If I was like if I was within like reach of like a broomstick or something, I would have held it out and stopped her from further away. But I was like, no. And I'm backing my way into the house. Yeah. Swatting at her. Yeah. I wasn't fucking around. And then I went inside. Right. Well, then it was like the next day, my ear started hurting. I was like, that little bitch.
That fucking kid, man.
I'm going to put a shocking fence around my house. Yep. She got me sick. Yep. The stiff arm, and I must not have sprayed it with enough spray when I come inside.
Oh, that is fucking funny. That is, but I just do. I see you out there. You're like, like your hand on her forehead.
I was. Yeah, and she like kept like coming at me, and I just kept backing up. Like I was just going to slam the door in her face if she followed me all the way to the porch.
You're like, damn it, child. Now now I got to go to the doctor and get steroids and work out every day. Jesus.
Literally, my mom's here, and like I got the air down to like 60. She comes in, she's like, I need another sweatshirt. I'm freezing. I'm like, I got sweat pouring off of me with these steroids, and yeah, she's shivering. I'm like, just when I stop sweating, I got to take another dose. Just leave me alone. Just leave me go outside if you want to be in the heat.
Go outside.
Yep. Yeah, dude, it's miserable,
Put your
man.
mom in the backyard. You're outside. Get out.
Getting some air. Yeah, if you want the heat, go outside.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, I got her like several. What is it?
Mommy.
Yes.
I just took a nap while I was eating.
Oh, you lie like a rug. You didn't take no nap.
I want to take a nap.
Yeah. If I lay down, I'm taking a nap. So like the steroids don't make me, because they're like opposite, right? So like they don't make me, I guess it's my ADD, but it doesn't wire me up like that, but it wires up my body. Like again, like I'll sweat and like my heart feels like it's pounding. And last night I fell asleep and I woke up and I was like, Oh my God, what day is it? Like, I don't even remember. I don't even think I took anything, but I took more anyway. And I took more of my
I just
nighttime
took more. I was like, I don't even know. I don't know the last time. I thought the
Yeah, so I
LFT
went back.
just clotheslined the little girl. She just goes running up.
I did.
Just
I did. I did. And I still got sick anyway. And she's like, okay, I'm going to go to the doctor and then like get to feeling better. And then I'll come back up and give you a hug. She's like, just air hug then. I was like, yeah, just air hug. And I'm thinking, where's your family? Where are your
Why are
parents?
they letting you out of the house? You should be in quarantine.
Yeah, why are you walking around up here at 8 o'clock in the morning, touching people and stuff? This is why COVID happened. You started COVID. It wasn't no bats. It was you.
It's you little
Go
tiny
home.
person. Get out of here. Oh, shit, that's funny. Oh, I needed that. So then then I felt like I was totally out of the loop on everything. And I was like trying to like listen to like YouTube videos. And like things weren't making sense. And I was like, this doesn't even make any sense. And like before I like started to like type into chats, I'm like, I should probably just wait and re-listen to this at another time.
Yeah.
Because I don't have a fucking idea what these people are talking about. It's like they're speaking a different language. I was like, shouldn't even be doing this right now. And then I was like, I'm just going back to bed. Forget it.
Well, and then they all said the same thing over and over. And most of them looked the same too. So it was like, I don't know. It felt like you were in like the Matrix and just kept rewatching the same testimony over and over and over and over.
Well, so then I was like, I'll go to Delphi and just like listen to Delphi stuff. And then that shit didn't make any sense either. And I was like, I really can't. I don't know if either I'm like burnt out on just everything right now or if it's just my head or what. I don't know. I was like, I can't do this.
You had that long-term COVID brain.
It was dumb.
I've been there.
So,
I've left work before. I don't usually leave work, but I was like, it was just like that, where like, I'm like, I hear you all talking, but I just don't know what, I was just like staring at them. Like, I don't know what's going on. I felt really dumb.
I swear I know this case. Why does this sound like they're talking just rubbish? I don't even know. It's like just ramblings of a mad person. I couldn't even watch them when I just kept wondering where you guys were. I guess I should have checked the sick beds. Yeah, probably. Well, hi everybody that popped in while we were just rambling about sickness and clotheslining children. Somebody will clip that and be like,
oh, they will.
There's child abuse happening over there. Whatever. So you've been working on updating your spreadsheet, and anybody who isn't aware, because Sleuthy has a spreadsheet of everything Karen Reed. And when she had come on, when we were doing just the preliminary before the trial started, just putting out like the information, the timeline and whatnot, she had said that she was going to do, the timeline on her spreadsheet is tough because it has people's statements and then it also has times from documents. And so anybody who doesn't really understand that, it gets kind of confusing because there's a couple things that end up getting repeated because somebody says, oh no, I did this at 1:30, and then the actual report says it happened at 1:45. So she has both in there, and then she puts in like the 1:30 is from a statement, 1:45 is from a document. So she was going to do a separate tab in her spreadsheet for the timeline that ends up coming out at trial, and then what happens like at the with the testimonies and things like that. She's also, because she's sleuthy, is transcribing all the testimony, and so far she has transcribed opening statements, the prosecution and the defense's opening statements. So I see this is when I wish I was one of the channels with sound effects, because then I'd give you a round of applause.
Yeah, and like trial is when whatever the facts are going to be, like after they've been disputed, like whatever the fact is going to be. For instance, when everybody showed up at the scene, the fucking dispatch logs weren't even right, but it took seeing the dash cam footage to go off of that. And so this one is like the one that the jury's going to go back with,
Yeah, she's transcribing. Yeah, like legit. And then Lolly's report says at 12:41, Karen was home calling JK on a phone on voicemail, but hit him at the house at 12:45.
She
That kind
did
of thing.
both of those things. Yeah, she was both places at the same
Mhm.
time. Or that,
Travis-
or she like pre-planned it and like set her phone at home next to like a
So like an
recorded device,
automated
and it was,
message. She's
yeah, and
like,
it was just
pre-record
leaving
this
her fake message.
and send it to John at 12:41. Click,
Yep.
click, 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 click.
Yep. Mm-mm-mm.
Travis says he's using your spreadsheet on Read, and he gets a migraine because it's such a, your spreadsheet's a mess, but just the case is such a disaster. 1.5 hours to read the spreadsheet and documents it references. I quit reading the documents because she is dead on balls accurate on what documents say.
That's what I try. That's for real. That's what I try to do. And it does, it's not for everybody, right? Some people do like, you know, short and sweet, rephrase it and put it in, you know, and I don't like, I'm writing exactly what it says in the document. So it can be redundant, but this here, so like now you can go to the trial timeline tab, you know,
And I'm going to pull it up.
there's
real
not
quick
much on it, right? Yeah. There's not much on it right now, but once we start getting the real people in to testify and stop wasting our time with the same people over and over again, we'll start getting more stuff. But like even the people that have testified so far, which is just, this is just so ridiculous. I don't know why he kept putting these people on the stand, because they all were contradicting themselves. One of them said it was a fucking blizzard. The next one said that when he was on his way to work and got there, 5:45 in the morning, it was like just starting to snow. And so like, I just think that where this should have been the opportunity to get some clarity, so far it hasn't been.
No. Mm-mm. Susan said, T, when you show the picture they showed about where J.O. was after he went into the ambulance, keep it there. In my opinion, there's an answer to whether Karen Reed did it. Hold on, let me make sure I understand this. When I show the picture, where John was after he went into the ambulance, keep it there.
Does she mean Jennifer McKay? Did she mean to write JM?
No, I think that's what show after. Susan, you're going to have to probably break that down for me like I'm 5. Remember, my brain's not working as well as it normally does, which isn't normally even well. But I mean, still, it's not there. It's not even to the normal not well. Yeah, the jury is allowed to take notes. They were not allowed to take notes for opening statements because opening statements and closing arguments are not considered evidence. So she didn't give them the notebooks until after opening statements were made. I just want to make sure we covered it in here. No, there's a picture where he is laying, where he is found, but he was already in the ambulance. Can you send it to me? Which one you're talking about, Susan? Because I don't know if I have that. Hi, Schmid. Hi, Andrew. Can you send it to me, Susan, on my email? You have my email, right? criminality187@gmail. Painting today. Painting. JC Creations, they never treated it as a crime scene with yellow tape or markers for the photographs. Nope, nothing.
Yeah, and one of the testimonies, he did say that the whole like 2 hours that he was there, he never saw anybody put up any crime scene tape. What's interesting so far, unless I missed it, is that no one has mentioned these red Solo cups where they were picking up blood.
Nope.
So
nobody's talked about that yet. Well, we don't have the other officers that end up there. Nobody's testified yet. Like Laney, Goody. Who's the other one?
We have Meany. We have Meany and Saraf or Saraf.
Hold on. Maybe I'm talking about the wrong ones. The ones that show up after Meany then. Hold on. I have it in here.
There was Good, Lank.
I'm skipping ahead already. Look, I'm already out of order.
Yeah, we need Lank and Gallagher.
I wrote it down.
Gallagher's the one who used the
other one.
Yep, the leaf blower.
He's the one with the leaf blower. Yep. Okay. That's why I was like, I know there's another one. Okay. Let me go back. I don't want to skip too far ahead.
But no one says that they saw any neighbors. So I question where the Solo cups came from. And I'm assuming that the leaf blower got pulled out of Gallagher's trunk or something. But I don't know. I could think of a reason why I wouldn't want to bring up the 6 solo cups. Want to know my thought? If
Why?
it doesn't, if they don't bring it up at all, in my head, a reason I would not want to bring that up, apart from obvious, like that was a horrendous way to collect samples of blood, but is if somebody else's blood was in it with his.
Oh.
Like if you took the blood and to see if he was in a fight with someone and maybe somebody else's blood was in it and maybe somebody else's blood wasn't in it, you know?
Or that
That
just,
would be a
it
reason.
wasn't usable. So it's just it's garbage evidence, and it's probably, I wonder if it's even going to make its way in at all.
Yeah. Can you imagine? What if it did have somebody else's blood in it?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows how they collected it in red solo cups? So there was the comments that were made about how it came from like the neighbor's house, but then you remember there was also the rumors that it was just ones that were there. But I don't know, because like I said, the other ones haven't testified yet. So maybe because none of these people are the red solo cup people, that they're not in yet.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if that actually happened. Defense would be crazy not to bring it up. I think they've lost the case based on chain of custody and contamination alone. I will say, before we get started, I will say I absolutely, whether you think Karen Reed she hit him and that's how it went down, or you think nope, that it was the dog and he got in the fight, there's no way around the fact that Karen's attorneys are incredible attorneys. If you're watching the trial, I said this the last time I was live about Karen Reed, it's literally like watching legal surgery as they dissect and pull things apart. And I mean, just pay such close attention to the words that the witnesses are testifying to. It's so methodical.
Mm-hmm.
I'm there's no way to not be impressed, even with some of just by the end of the week, it was like I don't even know why we have these witnesses on the stand. It was so redundant. But it's just incredible to watch these two just dissect everything.
And you have to remember they were both prosecutors, right? So something that is always interesting to me is when I see people saying about how terrible they are and they lie and they're unethical and they are caught up in all kinds of weird things. And I'm thinking, do you really think that? Because like people don't change. So if you really think that, then shouldn't you be concerned about all the people they prosecuted? Or was it okay then?
Right.
Like, are they only garbage now because they're defense attorneys? But they are, someone said it's poetry in motion. That's really exactly what it is. So for instance, like when Jackson was basically reenacting what it looks like to do chest compressions, I literally said, wonder where he's going with that. And then later it came out that like they're always 10, 15, 20 steps ahead.
Yeah, they are.
Because that was brought up then when they were reviewing like body cam footage. And he was like, do you see somebody making that movement that I was showing you? You know what I mean?
And that it's the same person as it was the time before.
Yeah.
that person doesn't change.
And you don't even know, like they're setting you up for questions. They're setting you up, for your answers 10 questions from now.
$1 million question. Will Bev let them get the evidence in? We saw how Miss Catholic Girl acted. Don't recall. And the evidence didn't get in.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll get to her. Okay. Oh, you know what? I wanted to show you guys a video. I'm going to stop my screen because I don't know if I turned on sound, but I wanted to show you guys a video. And you guys may have seen it, but I hadn't. And so I was, it's on Facebook. So nobody messaged me on Facebook. Okay. Thanks, guys. So I can show you guys this video without all my private messages popping up. So this is from Kaylee, who is his sister's daughter that he was raising. And it's a video of John pretending to be Kaylee. Have you seen this?
I have, yeah.
I had not seen this.
TikTok or something. Yeah.
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 I loved it. I had not seen it before. So I wanted to play it real quick.
You're going to do anything today?
Maybe a little later. I only have 45 14 more episodes of Vampire Diaries left.
Kaylee, what are you going to do later?
So I have to tell you, just another reason I put that this probably, maybe I had seen it and don't even remember it, but it hit me now. If you guys, most of you guys know, my daughter's name is Kaylee, and we are currently binge watching Vampire Diaries. Just FYI. So.
You're going to do anything today?
Maybe a little later. I only have 14 more episodes of Vampire Diaries left.
Kaylee, what are you going to do later? Kaylee.
What? Can Bella come over?
Kaylee, are you hungry?
No.
What are you doing?
Kickball.
Kaylee, are you still in school? Kaylee, do you have any homework? Kaylee. Kaylee, what are your plans for today? Kaylee, can you hear me? Kaylee.
What's that?
Kaylee, you're going to do anything today?
Maybe a little later.
I just thought that was so cute. I was like, it just shows a little bit about his personality and just, getting to hear him interacting with the kids. So, I don't know. I liked it, and I wanted to share it with you guys in case you hadn't seen it.
It is cute. It's really sad, man.
It really is. It really is. Like, he just seemed like he was such a good guy. You don't hear anybody saying anything bad about this dude.
And like the kids, like I just this entire time, like I don't even know how many times I've said it. And as the days go by, I get more irritated because I'm like, I can't believe they're going to call these kids for no reason. They weren't there. They weren't at the bar. They weren't at the house. I just don't think it's necessary. And this is their third loss of like a parent, actually a fourth too, because if they were close with Karen, that's over now too. It's really sad to me. All of this is sad, and dragging them into this is worse.
Making them testify about a fight
Yep.
in Aruba that didn't have to do with them. But I mean, I get that it was in front of them. As much as I don't ever want to fight with my husband in front of my kids, sometimes he pisses me off in front of my kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's tough.
Yeah, but the difference is they're children. So you've heard from two grown-ups so far that know about this Aruba, whatever, and the fact that they got into fights before and that they were all normal couple fights. I mean, those are John's family members saying they're just normal, couple fights, and they both drank and they would get in these normal they never said that it was like, Karen was constantly bagging on him or whatever. Like, it was not like that. But kids are different. So kids don't know what normal married couple fights are or
Right.
long-term relationships. They don't know what that is. So every fight is bad. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Right. I mean, yeah, kids don't want to see anybody fight anyway. But, we also have the sister-in-law who, like I said, we're kind of jumping around right this second, but we'll get back in order. And the sister-in-law testifies the same thing, that it's just, normal couple fights, and that, Karen had texted her about, whatever she thought had happened, but they didn't seem to have any concern.
they didn't seem angry.
No, neither one of them seemed concerned that like there was like physical violence in this relationship, or that the kids were, subjected to any type of trauma with the fighting. You know what I mean? Neither one suggested that it had gotten like that their fights were that bad.
Right.
And as dumb as this sounds, and I don't mean for it to come across this way, these people are from Boston. And anybody who's from Boston, I've got some friends
Knows what
from
that
Boston,
means.
knows what that means. And that's why
You
I'm like,
freaks know what that means. It's a
But-
certain type of person. I've known people from Boston before too, and they have a certain type of. Well, it's just like me. I have a certain type of, whatever about me and the way that I talk and the way that I sound when I say things or type things.
Right.
You either like get it or you don't. If I'm yelling, it doesn't mean I'm angry.
Right.
So, and if I'm
Damn
arguing with you, it
Italians.
doesn't mean I'm going to kill you.
Right. And just because I cussed, like, doesn't mean that the world is ending. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, that's just how it goes. So, I also can kind of see some of that in the relationship, and that's why the other couples are like, yeah, no, it's just kind of normal because that's how we talk to each other.
Yeah. it's like, okay, so we're gonna say that their relationship was so toxic. Well, now we're gonna put two people on the stand who are married to each other that don't see anything wrong with it, and they didn't say that their relationship was toxic. So, like, is their relationship toxic too? You know what I mean? The two married people. It just seems bizarre. And so, like, now we're gonna put this kid who's lost her uncle and lost her, motherly figure, because there's certain things that Karen could have provided for her that John couldn't have, as a motherly figure, as a female figure.
Right.
And now you're going to put her on there so she could tell the entire world about how right before her dad died, they got into a fight over the fact that she got Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, it's like they fought all the time. Well, what'd they fight about? That she bought him Dunkin' Donuts for breakfast. Like,
they were spoiled. She spoiled them. Like,
nice to them.
Yeah.
I get quieter the angrier I get. So my kids know if mom is quiet, we're in deep shit. See, and it's weird because I actually cry when I get really mad.
Oh, me too, girl.
Like, it's like a weird thing. Like, I don't know why. I don't know how that happens. I'm so mad I cry, but not like bawling crying, but like tears. And I'm just like, I don't know.
If the cry laugh comes, like if I'm crying and I'm like laughing at the same time, you better fucking run.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. So Susan asked if you happen to remember the photo she's talking about, because she's like, I'm no sleuthy goosey. But I don't know.
I do not. I remember there was a photo that accidentally got put up and then it caused like a bunch of sidebars and whatnot, but I didn't really see it. I wasn't looking that close. I was more listening.
I don't know. We can go through. I mean, his testimony is not that long, and so it would be pretty easy to be able to hopefully find that photo. We can take a look at it when we get to him. It's Nuttal. Okay.
Yeah, we need to.
Let's start with opening statements so we can get back. We can get on track and go through it day one, and here we are. So since you did, you already transcribed the opening statements. Do you want to go through the highlights of that, or?
Well, you go. Yours is good, and then I'll just add certain things.
All right, sounds good. So the prosecution, which is Lolly, talks about John O'Keefe's family tree, just, how many siblings there are, and talks about that his sister had passed away. A lot of things that we knew. I don't want to be redundant also with going through all of it, because we've already talked about a lot of this, that John cared for his niece and nephew. He worked for the Boston Police Department. He requested to have a change in his job so that he would have more consistent hours to be able to take care of the kids. He talks about John and Karen's history, how they had dated prior, and then they reconnected in 2020 when John messaged her over Facebook. Talks about the night of the 28th, going into the 29th, and how there was a snowstorm that was coming. Talks about the 911 call, and the officers were dispatched to the scene. Talks about there was grass underneath John's body. This becomes important, even though it sounds kind of silly. But as we go through testimony, there's a couple key factors that almost every witness is asked about. And so I tried to highlight those as we go through everybody's testimony, because there's a reason that this gets brought up. If there's grass underneath his body, it's because the snowstorm hadn't hit yet, which means that he was put out there, or he was left out there when, if Karen hit him with the car, or whether he was taken out there, that there was no snow on the ground and he was laying on the grass. So he constantly brings that up. Talks about that John's phone was under his body. Talks about the Alberts being at the Waterfall Bar. Chris Albert is actually the one who texts John to join them, which was interesting because we've always heard it was Julie, Chris's wife.
I think she was too. I think they both probably did.
Yeah, I'm assuming so too. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't know why we were always told it was Julie if it was actually Chris. But, I mean, either way, it's that couple.
Julie said, in her interview, she said that she did. But, we know from Chris's interview and stuff that day, John came in the pizza shop with the nephew and they exchanged phone numbers. So I find it interesting, I guess, that they exchanged phone numbers. He wanted him to come out. He comes out. He's at a different bar. Julie texts him, come down to this other bar. They come to this other bar. They leave. John dies. You know?
Yeah.
But I want you to keep in mind, though, and he did bring up the grass underneath the body, yada, yada, yada. But like Teresa said, the opening statements aren't evidence. And so far, Lally hasn't put on anybody that said there was grass underneath John. And in fact, every photo that he's shown so far, and I have a theory about why this is so, but every photo that he's shown so far to everyone and said, you know, is this a fair and accurate representation of where you found John that morning, was all snow. It's not the ones that we saw. And I think I know why. But
you want to share why you think that?
Well, it hasn't popped up yet. Like, you know, the ones that we've seen all along that had like, it looked like the blood was like everywhere, like splattered everywhere. And there was that one large black spot, and we just assumed that was grass that he was laying on. I think that was probably after 2 hours of using that leaf blower.
Interesting.
I think it sprayed that blood around. I think it exposed the grass.
Interesting. So
Yeah,
somebody had sent me that picture saying, like, do you really think that's grass? Because they thought there was possibly blood.
If you look at that photo, there's like three, maybe four, but I think three, like straight lines that come out from it. You know what I mean? It looks like someone took the leaf blower and was like running it in lines to clear the snow away.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if they found him and if the area that they found him looked like that picture with that, you know, big grass spot, then you showing the first responders a photo of that area, and there's footprints everywhere, bloody footprints, and nothing but like packed down snow, then that wouldn't be a fair and accurate representation of where they found him. They wouldn't even recognize it. They would say that doesn't look anything like,
it doesn't look like where we found him, because that's not where we found him. It doesn't. Yeah.
Correct.
Let me answer real quick. So Patty, Jen is the sister-in-law of the homeowner and / sister. So sister-in-law to Brian Albert, and her sister is his wife. So she was at the party and came back to the house with Karen and Carrie. Carrie is actually John's old neighbor from where he used to live. And she had called Carrie that morning. All three women arrived together in the same vehicle that morning. So just a heads up there.
And I found out from Lally's opening, and then you can keep going, but I happened to be at that spot. Something I don't believe that I knew was that it says they eventually cajole. This is the transcript of his opening. So they eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. Well, that's Carrie's husband.
So
this whole time I didn't. Yeah. So this whole time I didn't know Carrie's husband was also there. So that's interesting. And it also makes more sense why she would be called in the morning.
I didn't know he wasn't at the party. He was just at the bar.
Yeah, I don't think he went to the party. All based on the opening statement, it just says they eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people there that are located within the bar, including a Mr. James Sullivan, who we'll hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well.
Who's the one? Okay, so who's the one that arrived at the bar at C.F. McCarthy's with John? Who took him there?
That was Camerano.
That's
Michael
right.
Camerano. His daughter's friends with John's niece.
Okay.
And they were apparently at John's house that night, like celebrating them getting into the school.
Okay. Yeah, because they went out to celebrate, and I couldn't remember who that one was. So I was like, wait, that's not him, right?
No.
Marshall, was there a photo of him as found on arrival before moved? I'm assuming there is a photo, and I only assume that because, well, they show a photo. If you remember, they show a photo. They don't show us, but they show one of the witnesses a photo, and it was like about what John was wearing. And I'm thinking, well, if they cut off all his clothes, then it had to be before he was moved.
Interesting. They may have zoomed in on like a well, I don't know. I don't know. We haven't seen it. If we haven't seen it, neither has the jury.
Yeah,
which is
no.
Odd.
They just showed it to the one paramedic talking about what he was wearing.
Nuttal.
Yeah.
His lion ash dress for the weather.
Yeah, to show that he was wrong. But I'm thinking it had to be before he was moved then, because they cut his clothes off in the car. So he wouldn't have had clothes on at the hospital then. That was my only thought. I don't know. I'm wondering if an officer did take the photo, but like I said, it's not technically in evidence because the jury hasn't seen it and they didn't show us. I don't even know if they would show us, because it would be, I don't know. I don't even know if they would show us. All right, so back over here. So Ryan, he talks about Ryan Nagel being in the truck and seeing Karen Reed. Talks about the McCabe's and Albert saw the SUV out in front of the house and assumed that they left. He said everyone was looking for John. Experts will show the Google search history, which is another big thing that's going to end up coming out about this, is whether that 227 Google search of how's long to die in the snow. The Aruba fight, and John kissed somebody else, so he's using that more like a motive. Talks about Brian Higgins, who's the ATF agent, and the text between Karen and Higgins. Talks about Karen's phone records. These two are kind of interesting to me, these next two. So Karen's phone records show that she went to Fairview before she went to Jen McCabe's. So in my timeline, you guys remember, she leaves the house, she leaves John's house, bumps into John's car, which is when the defense says her taillight broke. And then she goes and drives around, and she goes to the Waterfall Bar, that whole area, and then she leaves there and drives to Jen McCabe's house, where then they go back to John's. Well, he's stating that Karen's phone records actually indicate that she did go back by Fairview before she went to Jennifer McCabe's house. That would be crazy to me. And then he's essentially saying, so everything that you're going to see like on the dash cams or about her being hysterical, like she would have already known because she already went by the house.
Yeah, that's what he's getting at. I don't believe him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll believe it when I see it.
And so the other thing he says is that the Lexus data is going to show that it reversed 60 feet going 24.2 miles per hour into John. And that like I said, it's not evidence, so he can kind of just say what he wants to say. But until we see this Lexus data, that she goes 60 feet at 24.2 miles an hour. Talks about that the CERT team and the searchers found taillight pieces, that there was hair, and there was broken glass. And then he talks about that the medical examiner is going to testify to John O'Keefe's injuries. I'm going to grab a drink really quick.
Okay. Did you finish? I think you finished.
I finished on the prosecution side, yeah. I needed a drink.
Okay, so one of the things with the prosecution side that I noticed and messaged you about is finally knowing the prosecution's theory of the case. So the very last thing that he says is, what I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with the car, knocking him back onto the ground and striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain and swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body, until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. So his theory, which doesn't take into account the injuries on John's arm, and in fact, one thing that I find interesting is everyone, including him so far, has called them lacerations. So I think you're going to confuse the jury when you then put somebody on there that says they're abrasions. His theory is that she somehow hit him in the front of his face with just the taillight and flung him backwards. And when his head hit the ground caused that injury on the back of his head and caused the skull fractures. And then he laid there and eventually died of hypothermia.
Okay, so the original hypothesis, well, first the hypothesis was it was domestic violence, but that's different. When it comes to the car, the first hypothesis was that she had done a 3-point turn. So maybe it might be better if I pull up a picture of the street.
And it was, and Matt McCabe had said that he, in one of his initial interviews, that eventually evolved in the filings by the Commonwealth, but in one of his initial ones, he said that he noticed V-shaped tire tracks out in the yard as if someone had done a 3-point turn. And he could tell that it was there because the tracks weren't there when they arrived. And then when he looked out the window, they were there after he saw the car out there. And I think when it got brought up that, if you saw V-shaped tracks, the end of that V would be a man's body, a large body. So how did you see the V and you didn't see the body? And then it kind of backed away from that. And then she backed up straight, for 60 some odd feet.
Right. Well, the other thing was, if she had done this 3-point turn, K turn, or V turn, a 2-point turn, because some have said that the road is so wide you wouldn't do 3 points, you would have done 2 points. But in jest, the whole point of the way that she would have turned, and if she would have backed up into him, then she would have had to have backed up into him, busting out her rear left tail light, not the rear right, because the way that the car would have had to, that's why I said maybe it would be better with a visual, but it would be, she would be turning and then going back the direction she had just come from. So she would have actually hit him with the back left of her car, not the back right of her car. So that caused an issue. And so then it became where she backed up. And this could be maybe they had gotten the car data at the time and they didn't have it before. I don't know. I'm very interested to hear, those are the witnesses I'm waiting for, is the more technical ones, and then the more dramatic ones, I guess you will, if you will. You know what I mean? The Jen McCabe's, the Brian Alberts, the Brian Higgins, and then also the Google experts and the Lexus experts. And then I'm still curious to see about this whole taillight stuff. the accident reconstruction people. I just can't see that. They're saying she's so intoxicated she doesn't even know what the hell happened or where she was, but she drove 60 miles an hour straight back with snow, even though there wasn't a ton of snow yet. It was still snowing. It had already started snowing. So she drives straight backwards and hits him, but yet he flies off to the right.
Yeah.
Instead of flies backwards. I just cannot imagine. Did I say 60 miles an hour? I maybe I didn't mean that.
Driving straight. Some people can't even drive straight forward. Yeah.
When you're drunk?
Yeah.
I don't know why I said that, you guys. I know what I was talking about, and you all knew what I was talking about. I just said the wrong thing. 60 feet, 24.2 miles an hour. But how is she still going straight? Is my whole point to that. I have it written down right now.
And I want to comment on her going by the house, in this whole narrative that I believe they're trying to develop about her basically acting distraught, is when you read the transcript of what he says, I anticipate So it says, if you recall, Miss McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Miss McCabe's. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence will show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records. So testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully of the State Police from these Volti records and RTT accounts that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Miss Roberts. Now, that's a whole lot of skirting around it, because if you've got the Volti and the RTT records and it shows that she's driving towards Fairview Road, if she went past Fairview Road, why the fuck wouldn't you just say that to the jury?
Right. Or yeah, she goes towards it, but then she turns and heads over to Jen McCabe's because she's on the phone with her and is like, hey, we're going to go out together. The snow is bad. You know, we can go out together and look for him. It would be easier. Probably because while she's driving, she's trying to focus on the road and not getting in an accident herself. And trying to look for him if he's out there somewhere.
Yeah. And she could have just been driving, like, without thinking. Do you know what I mean? You ever been like that, or you just kind of
yeah.
So I just feel like if it was concrete and they had evidence, he had evidence, and he anticipated showing evidence that she drove by the house before she went with other people and then discovered him, I think it would have been, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't have said that in your opening instead of listing these 3,000 people that no one's going to remember.
Stephen, good.
Yeah, they say opined. He says it in his opening too.
Yeah. I should put that on here. I should add that. I will. I'll add that in here because that is what he says. It should be opined, and it will be opined or something like that. He does. That's exactly what he says. Like that, the interpretation of this data is going to show this.
Did you also catch that he says that they put together the taillight?
No, I did not catch that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's trying to say that they... So he says... Christina Hanley, I guess works for the state police, says you'll hear her testimony in regard to the pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify, with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. Oh, I lied. You'll hear from an Ashley Valier, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of the broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing unit, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You did not sit there and glue this taillight back together. You did not have all the pieces to do that.
Well, you know, maybe they were missing one, and then they were like, somebody needs to go find this other piece. It's in Proctor's car.
And that's how they kept discovering more? Interesting.
Yeah, that's how they kept discovering more, because they're like, we need to reconstruct this. Oh, the Glare did? Oh, that's nice of them. Thanks for being here, Brian. How would one even get the car to 30 miles per hour in reverse in that small distance?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I sent you a clip of two people saying they found no pieces of taillight. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we have that too. Call the taillight fairy. We need the rest of the taillight. Call the taillight fairy. Okay, I'll add those two things to the opening statements for the prosecution because I think they're important. Okay, so we'll go to the defense now.
Mm-hmm.
So Yannetti gets up there and he's just like, Karen was framed. I mean, over and over again, Karen was framed. Karen was framed, and this is how they framed her. There's no accident.
I'll tell you.
Happened.
Yeah, I'll tell you the exact things he started with was Karen Reed was framed. A car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death, and that means that somebody else did. That's how he started his opening, which was compelling to me. I would have sat up a little bit straighter at that point.
The broken baker sent me and others here? Oh. That's nice.
Well, thanks.
Well, thanks. Spanksman.
Spanks.
So
I did
no
this
accident, no car hit John. The Alberts are connected. The Commonwealth's investigation is questionable and very biased. Brian Albert is a first responder and never came out of his home. Investigators never went into Albert's home, i.e., they're connected. Trooper Proctor has ties to the Albert family. Trooper Proctor only focused on Karen Reed. And Trooper Proctor's mom calls the Alberts a second family. Trooper Proctor's friend said the homeowner is surely going to catch a lot of grief. Trooper Proctor's response was, nope. Trooper Proctor went through Karen's phone without a search warrant. Trooper Proctor texted his friends that he hoped Karen would kill herself. Trooper Proctor searched Karen's phone for nudes and told his friends about it. Trooper Proctor lies about the time the SUV was towed. Trooper Proctor never goes inside the Alberts' residence. Original law enforcement search yields no evidence of a taillight, i.e. a taillight and other things. The taillight pieces found after Trooper Proctor towed the car that he lied about the time. Karen backed out of a garage and hit John's car. Jennifer McCabe searched Haslong to die in cold at 2:27 a.m. No partygoers saw John's body when they left. And we have to talk about this now. And because there's a funny story that goes along with this whole John, that they didn't see John's body when they left. Trooper Proctor said no one plowed the street. No one plowed Fairview. Yet, the defense found Lucky the snowplow driver. Lucky saw no body, but saw a Ford Edge. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins' texts are butt dials in the middle of the night after he would have been out. Injuries on John's arm match dog bites, i.e. Chloe, and not damage from an SUV. Talks about the Aruba fight and talks about that Karen and John weren't splitting up. They were actually planning future trips together. A two-way butt dial. Yeah, two-way butt dial. They butt dial each other and answer the phone.
Fucking outrageous. It should, the audacity of such a thing and expect you to believe that. Like, I can't imagine trying to gaslight somebody that bad to say, yeah, those calls exist. Like, did she also butt search Haslong to die in cold? Is that what the excuse is going to be? There's a couple things.
She also probably butt deleted all of her messages.
Yeah, for sure. And there's like several things in here. So a couple things extra as I'm going through here is, they point out two particular things that happened in the investigation that was like really bad, like the major problems. One is the one that you just said about Trooper Proctor, and obviously his relationship with them. The other was, he said, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding, but Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. So then he goes on to talk about Reed or Proctor and the things that he said, which is just, I can't wait to see how he spins that, or tries to anyway. Do you have the thing on there about him being a Boston cop?
About from the opening?
Yeah, he says, the homeowner in the, you will learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too.
Nope. Nope, not going
There
to
was
happen.
also,
He's not going to get any grief.
yeah, I also find it interesting how much more firm they are with the things that they say. So like they're not opining or any of that shit. They're like using words like will and it's a fact and things like that. And they obviously bring up the toe, him lying about the toe. But there was something about that. I know I sent it to you. There was something about that Google search, which I found interesting that he said. Oh, it says, Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th, 2022, and typed in the Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search, how long to die in cold. And then he says, where the fuck is that? Oh, McCabe, Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, and another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold.
But I did notice one thing he didn't bring up, which is these two screenshots, and the deleted screenshots and the deleted messages calls right around that same time. He doesn't talk about those. And those always bothered me because I'm like, is that screenshot? Does she Google that and then is screenshotting it to give it the information to others?
I think so. The fact that I think that because 2 text messages were sent and 2 things were deleted right at that time. And you have to remember though, and I think it'll make more sense when we can see this. You have to remember that 2:27 a.m. timestamp is when she closed the tab. So in theory, what this would look like would be I'm Googling it prior to 2:27. So let's say 2:25. And I find the answer. I take 2 screenshots of the page. I send those in 2 text messages. I delete those 2 text messages. I delete the 2 screenshots. And then I close out that tab. And now it's 2:27.
Right.
So I think there's more. I think there's going to be a lot. I think there's going to be more we do not know.
Travis wants to know if the opening statement summaries are in the updated spreadsheet.
I did not summarize it yet, but I did put the transcripts.
She can have any of this and add whatever she wants to her spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's under the trial testimony spreadsheet. There's 2 new, is the trial testimonies tab and the trial timeline tab.
If anybody wants access to Sleuthy's Google Doc, I just dropped the link in chat for you guys too. Somebody let me know that link works. My sound is low? That's weird. I'm normally really loud. Scotty Skulls, what if any? What if any? Yeah, that's his favorite. What if any?
The best one was who if any was driving the ambulance?
Who if anybody was driving?
Yeah, no, it was just one of those self-driving ambulances. We don't have any body cams because we can't afford it, but we do have self-driving ambulances.
They don't have body cams. I thought that this was like nationwide by now, that everybody had to have body cams. I thought that was like the thing. But maybe these smaller departments don't.
I listened to the chief talk about this, and apparently like buying the body cams is not that big a deal. It's whatever DVRs they have to hold it. But they got dash cam.
They do have the dash cam, but I mean, I don't know why they don't have body cams. The state police have body cams, so that should be interesting because Proctor should have a body cam.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Mm.
Okay, so anything that you think I need to add to the defense's summary then? I think I've got most of the things in there for that one. It's so much easier to listen to the defense, honestly, and I know that's not good, but it makes me think, because you need to listen to both sides to have, to be able to opine on what what you think. So but Lolly was so monotone, and so I'm sure that that's probably works for some of the jurors. Like some of the jurors are probably like, oh, defense attorneys, maybe they have the same old thing like we do out on the streets, like, ooh, defense attorneys, they're always just lying for their clients. But I'm wondering, like, because entertaining, I don't mean to say entertain, but so much more engaging. The defense team is so much more engaging and so much more. I mean, they're entertaining. I don't know how else I don't know another word to use. Somebody will give me a better word.
Succinct. So, like, I don't think you need to add this, but I appreciated what they did for the jury when he summarized. He said, "You will learn about the following in chronological order." And I have been begging for somebody to do this because, like, when I'm looking at it this is exactly what he says here is the reason why I put stuff in a spreadsheet, because I want to see what all else was happening at the same time these other things were happening. So telling me that she Googled, at 2:27 is suspicious, obviously. But when you add everything else around that, it becomes even more suspicious. So he says for the jury, in chronological order, at 2:12, Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22, Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds, which would put them basically at 2:23, right?
Right.
2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google, how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., 3 minutes later, plow driver Brian Loughran confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Loughran confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. And they said the Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts. Which, again, it's very confident. So far, I haven't seen them say anything that they didn't provide receipts for. Like, one of the things when everybody was saying, like, oh, the DNA like came back from the dog place, and Yannetti said that he wasn't waiting for it anymore, so they must have dropped the dog thing. Well, no, they didn't, because they brought it up in their opening statement. So the dog thing is still dropped.
Yeah, it's definitely not dropped.
It's very
interesting. It's a good idea to join Kasluthis here. Fucking glare. Dick.
He was probably referring to my anecdotes about childbirth and being sick.
Yeah, he likes those conversations apparently.
Okay, what was the thing that had you crying? What was I talking? Oh, how they whip it out of their boxer briefs to go to the bathroom.
Oh my God. Yes. Over there, that's what you guys are talking about on the glares. You guys are talking about the boxer briefs. And I was like, how did we even get here? How did we even get?
We were trying to figure out why there's a hole, and I'm like, I've seen the hole used, but never to go to the bathroom. And then when Deet said she did too, I was like, "Oh, Deet, I know now. I know what kind of person you are."
Like, I know. I messaged you. I'm like, I'm watching you on replay right now over on Glares talking about boxer briefs. That's funny. Okay, the Glare Rock's very cool guy, very much so. I was just calling him a dick because he said to come over because of Sleuthy and not because of me. But I was just being, no. Glaire's good. Glaire's good people. He's been around for a while. Okay, so let's get into the witness testimony. So first witness that's up on the stand is John's brother, Paul O'Keefe, and Lolly's questioning him and asks him about the family tree, talks about the death of his sister and his brother-in-law and his brother. talks about that he actually met Karen in 2020. Karen took care of the kids during COVID schooling. John didn't like Karen spoiling the kids. Talks about a Cape Cod trip from 2021 where both John and Karen were drinking and they got into an argument, and Paul was the one who had to like split them up. He considered their arguments normal couple stuff. They were all in Aruba at the same time, but they were not actually in Aruba together. They were on separate sides for separate events. He had plans with John the night of the 29th, which they ended up canceling because of the snowstorm coming in. His mom called him at 6:40 in the morning to let him know that John had been found out in the snow. Carrie Roberts picked up his parents and took them to the hospital. The doctor told him and his parents that John had passed away. He saw Karen being restrained and crying on his way to John's room. He described John's injuries and said that he had like ping pong balls by his eyes. Like that's how his eyes look like ping pong balls. He saw Karen again on his way out, and he blew her a kiss as she was still being restrained and crying. I don't know why. I don't know how I felt about that statement, but we'll get back to it. He talked about that he liked Karen and thought she was really good for John and the kids. He saw Karen's dad at the hospital. He did not talk to him. He went to John's house with his parents and Carrie. They drove in two cars. Kaylee was dropped off first, and then Patrick was dropped off later. Karen called and wanted to come by. Karen came with her dad, her brother, and her brother's wife. He was outside shoveling snow when they arrived. They show a lot of this footage. I'm going to ask you guys, Sleuthy and chat, what you guys think the point of that was, but we'll get there just a second. Didn't interact much with Karen or her family while she was there. Karen was there when they told Patrick about John passing away. Karen went upstairs with her family, and the Commonwealth reviews footage of the camera in the driveway showing Paul shoveling, Karen arriving, and Patrick arriving. So, biggest things here, we talked about this earlier, is he witnessed some of their fights and literally says it was just normal couple fighting. So putting him on the stand doesn't actually help, in my opinion, the prosecution with this really bad, tumultuous, hateful relationship that John wanted to get out of. The other thing I noticed that he doesn't ask, because part of the prosecution theory is that John was trying to break up with Karen. So we know that John and Paul are having communications because they're planning on hanging out, but they never ask him, did John ever tell you that he was trying to break up with Karen and she wouldn't leave? Never asked him that.
That's a good point.
So I thought that was interesting. And the fact that he says they're just normal couple arguments also goes for the defense, because where's that tumultuous relationship that he's trying to get out of? So Sleuthy, what did you guys think when he said that he left the room and blew her a kiss?
I don't know. I was trying not to be like too critical. But so John's dead. Karen hasn't gotten to go in. I wonder a couple things. The kiss is weird. I really don't know. I wish he would have been asked, but at the same time, I thought it was appropriate that there was no cross. But I wish someone would have said, like, why did you do that? Maybe he was just saying, maybe he was just blowing her a kiss as like a comfort. But at the same time, I'm thinking, well, why couldn't he just go over to her and comfort her? Why did no one physically go over and comfort her? Like, she was being restrained, but she wasn't under arrest.
Right.
Someone could have approached her. They could have hugged her and gave her an actual kiss. You know what I mean?
That's what I thought. But
So
I'm like,
I don't
okay,
know.
you can see, like, is he blowing her a kiss like, we do care about you? Like, we're worried about you. Was the setup where he didn't feel like he could go over and approach her? Hey, Blair. I thought he didn't know what to do and was just trying to console her from afar. That's what I'm like. Yeah, that's what I'm like. Okay.
But why didn't the whole family like gather together. You know what I mean? Like, why not just, like, why didn't everybody go over to her and say, like, what happened? Or even just console each other. You know, I don't get it. I don't get that. Yeah, hug her and not say anything or do anything else. It seemed like, and to be honest, when you then go to talk about her behavior at the house, if there was distance already being created in between, you know, John's family and friends that were there and Karen, that could also have attributed to her quick departure from the house, you know? And I thought it was weird to bring up these two to talk about the Olympics when they didn't even see each other.
I'd have to go to your timeline because what time does she get to the house? What time does he get to the house? What time does she get to the house? Paul and because remember there's the conversation between that's way earlier though. I don't know because there's a conversation between Aaron and Karen's like, he's dead. And then Carrie takes the phone and Carrie's like, he's not dead. He's at the hospital. They're working on him. And they were still together at that time. So that had to be way earlier. And then I'm trying to think like, but then that's when Karen says like, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And Aaron's like, no, we're friends. Like we are going to see you. But then,
see, I thought that was before he died, where she said, "If we ever break up,
still in the car together at that time, so she's still got to be at the scene, and it's obviously before she's taken in and restrained." But I'm just thinking timing of this, and like I said, I need to go through it like the timeline wise. But then it's at 10 something in the morning that Buchnick is already telling. No, that's the next day. All right, never mind.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't go on any further because I want to bring up one other thing from the direct that I totally forgot about until you just said that about, and I don't know why, because I don't think he was the one that actually went there, but it was about a wellness check. Let me see exactly what it says, because it really confused me what he said.
Okay, hold on. No, it is that day. Buchnick goes and tells her that it's being investigated on that morning. I'm going to your timeline right now. At 10. 10:41, he's already telling the medical examiner that they're going to be looking at it as domestic violence. So this is they're already looking at it as domestic violence before she even arrives at the house. So how much of this conversation, or how many conversations are had between a Proctor, a Buchnick, and a Paul, an Aaron, or their parents before Karen arrives at the house? Because they've already determined that they're looking at it as suspicious and possible domestic violence. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And also, where did they get that from? And did they ask anyone else about it?
Right. Yeah, we haven't got to hear from Link yet. I don't know. I'll have to pay more attention to that timeline and just see, because I'm trying to think of like, was there already something that was in the minds of like a Paul that was making him think that they were looking at Karen? Did he already know something? They said good things about her. Aaron said she was friends with her. Right. It's key in this context what the parents had in mind from what authorities told them or from their own speculation. That's what I'm thinking.
All right, I found it.
He was hit by a snowplow, but a better victim fell into their lap.
I'm going to read this to you exactly how he said it, and I
right here.
Someone
Carrie Roberts already picked up the parents, so she was already telling them things. True, very true, Mandy. Great point.
I do believe that. So this is what Lally said. He said, "You'll also hear from a man named Charles Ray of the Canton Police Department. who was tasked with, at this point in time, again, police were unaware that the nephew was over a sleepover. They were unaware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant went to go look for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning, and they also have a cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser, and you'll see that video of when they pull into the driveway at approximately 8:22 in the morning. They'll pull in directly behind where you'll eventually hear Miss McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. So what is this saying other than the fact that, like, is he just saying that Charles Ray went to the house at 8:22 because he thought both of the children were there and they were going to go take both of the children? But at 8:22 in the morning, already Mr. Camerano had gone and gotten the girl. And
Right.
It says, and the nephew already wasn't there because he was at a sleepover. So, Susan, it was the Commonwealth that said it in their opening. So, I guess my question would be, why did it take them, if the reason that they went over there was because they wanted to get the children, why didn't they get the children at 6:30 or 7 or 7:30? Why was it not till after he was pronounced deceased?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It was a garbled. I have no idea what he was trying to say.
I don't either. And so back to the kiss thing, I don't know if it was snarky or not. Nobody ever followed up on it to see what it meant. So I think it could probably go either way depending on what he'd already been told. But he doesn't, neither him or Aaron talk bad about Karen at all. They actually both talk about how much they liked her.
Yeah.
So, and they're never asked anything about whether they think and what they think, because that would have just been objected to, about what they think of of what happened. So the other thing that I had, you guys think they were showing all the footage of everybody arriving to show that there was no taillights in the driveway?
Sorta. But what I found interesting
was the defense theory anyway.
Well, I don't know, but I thought it was interesting that
the theory is that they went and the taillights cracked from her hitting the car. They went and busted it to place the taillights. I think that's more the defense theory. There's no taillights at the house. But
it's not beyond Lally to try to explain something that nobody's saying either. So, but I think I think that. But what I found interesting in the footage was that nobody looked at her taillight. Nobody was staring at it. Nobody said, "Come look at this." Pointing at the taillight, it's broken. What do you think that's about? There was none of that. Don't you think people walked past it? People walked past her car repeatedly, and people were knocking the snow right off of their car right in front of it. It just didn't look like it drew anybody's attention. And if it was shattered, I think it would have, especially up against white snow and a black car.
Right. But nobody even looked.
Well, they also used the blower, right? So even if there was some taillight pieces in the drive, they blew it wherever they blew it to with the snowblower. I don't think it was covered in snow. We could see the other taillight. I could see the one that was parked closest to I could see her left taillight in the footage.
Someone wiped snow off the window. The footage shows snow. Then the next shot is no snow. Taillights are polycarbonate plastic, which is not easy to break.
Now, crack, my last car, I drove around with, like, I don't know how it happened. I'm thinking my kid's father hit it in my driveway and didn't tell me. Like tapped it or whatever, but I one day out of the blue noticed a crack in my taillight, one of my taillights in my other car, and it stayed like that till the day that I got rid of it and donated it. Like, it never fell apart. It was cracked right through the center of it. It didn't fall off. Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever like bumped anything with my tail light. Only in accidents, which I mean, then they're just smashed. So, okay, so the defense chooses to not cross-examine Paul O'Keefe, which I think was a very smart move. And then next on the stand is Paul's wife, being John's sister-in-law, Erin O'Keefe. And they talked to her about family tree again, talked to her about when the sister-in-law passed away and John took the kids, talked to her about how many girlfriends John had after having the kids, like how many serious girlfriends. And there was two. There was Amy and there was Karen. She met Karen in 2020. She liked Karen a lot. They were friends. Karen stayed at John's house most of the time. The rest of the time she'd go and stay at her place. Again, normal relationship fights in Aruba at the same time, but they were not there together over New Year's. And Karen texted her that she caught John kissing Laura's sister. The judge says this is not, tells the jury, this is not offered as proof or as truth. It's just offered as to Karen's state of mind. So whether John actually kissed Laura or not is not for a matter of fact.
Which is interesting because her state of mind a month prior, in the middle of an argument, isn't necessary, unless you're going to say that she held a grudge that entire month and planned, just wait till I get an opportunity to fucking back over him at 24 miles an hour.
Yeah, she's going to hold on to that. I feel like if she does go and kiss Brian Higgins, that's her revenge. Like, haha, you kiss somebody, I kiss somebody too. I agree, Sherry.
Right.
Here's the link to her spreadsheet. I just dropped it in chat for you guys. So if you guys want to pull that up and take a look at it, please do. Nobody talks about how Kaylee and Patrick's father passed away. I don't know what actually happened to him, but that was my first inclination when they kind of avoided talking about what happened to him. But I don't know that. So I don't say that. What?
I thought he had like a heart attack.
I have no idea. They don't talk about it.
I may have made that up. Maybe I made it up. I thought for sure.
No, they said heart attack. Simply Bell said heart attack.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't say it. Heart attack? A lot of people are saying heart attack. Heart attack in his sleep, I believe. That was a heart attack. He died of a broken heart. Holy shit.
Okay.
He didn't make it up. Yeah, no. I just had never heard. Okay, Kel says I heard he took his life. No, it was a heart attack. I don't know. I have no opinion because I have literally heard nothing except for the fact that he's passed away.
I know the sister had a glioblastoma, which can take you really fast.
Right.
I guess I just thought then with her sudden passing and everything with the kids, and John did move in to help, but he just had a heart attack. I've seen that happen before.
Yeah, people die of, that's what people say, they die of a broken heart.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I said, it was weird because I didn't know how he passed away, so I could see with them not addressing it, that I was like, why are they not? Like, it was almost avoided on purpose. So I did. I was like, I wonder what actually happened to him. They should have just addressed it and it would have been way easier. They addressed hers, but maybe because it was a brother-in-law and not like actual relative, they didn't feel comfortable putting that out there.
Dude, that's Lally's whole MO, man. Like, like things come up, and instead of just addressing it and just putting it out there, he acts like stuff doesn't exist or is preposterous, and then it makes things look, now here we are talking about did he unalive himself, and it's like, he probably did just have a heart attack. So why the fuck didn't Lally just say that or ask? You know what I mean?
Juggler said that they did say it was a heart attack, but I didn't hear that in anybody's testimony, so I just must have missed it.
Did they? I mean, obviously I'm going to go back and listen.
Yeah, so where was I at over here? So the judge offered it as not as truth, but as the state of mind of Karen. On January 28th, Karen texts her and asks if she was with Paul. She thought that was weird. She doesn't normally ask those kinds of things. So she asked Karen if everything was okay. Karen responded, just another day she wished she hadn't spoken to John after 2004. So this is the day of the 28th. Now, we can see them out on surveillance that night, and they look all cuddly and cozy, so I don't know. John and Karen fought over Karen spoiling the kids with Dunkin' Donuts. She talks about that she was watching Yellowstone on the 28th and woke up to Paul on the phone with his mom and telling her, like, John's going to be okay. Karen, she called Karen to find out what was going on. Karen said, John's dead. Carrie took the phone and said, no, he is at the hospital. They are trying to save him. Carrie was waiting for the ambulance to pick up Karen. Then she went to pick up John's parents. Erin communicated with Carrie for updates throughout the day. She called Karen at 1 p.m. Karen was on her way to her parents. Karen told her they were out, and she dropped John off at a party. She didn't want to go, so she went to John's house. Karen told her she tried to drive around looking, but the roads were bad. And then Karen said she had to remember the bad times. She also kind of states that she seemed like she was medicated at this time. It was a weird statement because she had to remember the bad times. Karen said she didn't think they would see each other again. And then once again, the defense does not cross and just says, like, nope, no need to ask these guys any questions at all.
Which I thought was appropriate.
I do too. I get that they wanted to put them on the stand. For people to know John or understand John and understand the dynamic of like who was who and why he had these other kids that weren't actually his kind of thing. But I did not think there was nothing that the defense could have asked them that would have done anything for them, in my opinion. I thought it was absolutely appropriate to say no cross.
Yeah.
Erin over the summer was taking part in calling various restaurants, leaving bad reviews on places that supported Karen. Was she really? Seems like she may have changed her view after her testimony was not bad. Really? That's interesting. They were arguing earlier that day about Karen getting a coffee drink for the niece. And who told John's mom that morning? Because she called the brother by 6:40. I don't know. Do we know who called? Probably Carrie, I would assume.
Well, if you pull up, do you have my? No, not that one. Let me see. It's the other one of Jen McCabe's phone calls.
I have it somewhere. I don't have it pulled up though.
She called mom.
She called John's mom?
She sure did. Let me see. She called Peggy O'Keefe. Oh, that was later. She called her at 1:34:58 p.m. They talked for 7 minutes and 18 seconds. So that was after. I would say it was Carrie if she was going to pick up.
That's what I think. She's like, I'll come and get you guys.
Yeah.
No, Paul says his mom called him and woke him up at 6:40. So I'm thinking that it was. I am thinking that it was Carrie who called since she was picking him up, but we don't know that yet. Hi, Deets. I didn't think they disclosed it was J.O. on the 911 call. I don't. Well, we've only heard the really bad audio of the voicemail. So we haven't heard the 911 call yet, but she doesn't say he's an officer, which is the weirdest thing to me when we were listening to that. Is she doesn't say he's a cop. He's a cop.
She doesn't
And
say anything.
anybody who has cops in their family, like, you would know, like, the reaction from other cops and first responders if you tell them that there's a cop there.
Also, don't you find it a little weird? So when she said there's a man passed out in the snow, don't you find it weird that the dispatcher wouldn't say, do you know who it is? Does it look like a homeless person? Is it someone you know? Are they breathing?
Well, so like I said, we haven't actually heard the 911 call, but it sounds like she says, I think he's dead.
There's a man passed out in the snow.
Yeah. And it's depending on when I've listened to it multiple times, but it's like under the snow and then in the snow, and it's hard to differentiate. And I'm wondering if, like, we'll actually get to hear the 911 call, because we don't. The 911 call to be played by the prosecutor should have already been played by the time, they're telling a story, right? So they told us about who John is, and then they're telling us they bring in all the first responders. If they were going to play it, it would have been a good opportunity to play it then, to be like, okay, and then they bring in normally like the 911 operator who answered the phone, and that they say, here, this is it. Or the dispatch officer who dispatches them and what they heard. So
seems they don't want anyone to say anything that Jen McCabe said at all by anyone until she testifies.
Right. Nah, maybe they'll bring it up when she's on the stand. Lacey says, I love that the defense introduced the arm before Lolly did. Yeah. Okay, so the first responder was Canton police officer Stephen Saraf, and on direct with Lolly, and I should have wrote down, shit, I didn't. I'll fix that too. Let me make a note of what I need to add to this. I'm going to add which defense attorney did what, like which one they crossed, whether it was Jackson or add which. Making notes to myself. Okay, so on direct with Lolly, he talks about that he worked from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. He was at a church nearby. He was the first on the scene. Had a spotlight to find the house. 3 people were there waving him down. He pulled up behind the civilian's vehicle. He could see John O'Keefe on the ground when he pulled up. I highlighted some of these things because, like I said, I tried to focus on what is the repetitive question that they're looking for specific answers to. So whether people could see John when they pulled up was a very big one, because Karen could see John when she pulled up. Her statement was that when they pulled up to the house, she could see John, but yet Carrie and Jen McCabe could not. So how did she see him? So the state is trying, or the Commonwealth is trying to say she saw him because she knew where she was because she'd already been there.
Yeah, and this guy came from the same direction as they did. So he came from Chapman, which is like if you turn on Chapman, you still got to drive a ways before you get to the house. Whereas if you come in from the Cedar Crest Drive or Cedar Crest Way, which the other officer did, it's just the second house. But this guy came from the same direction that Carrie and Jen and Karen drove. So if he could see.
But he had a spotlight. So
True.
Does that make it different? I don't know. But, we keep going through that. So
but
he asked.
Wait, something that I noticed today was if you look at the dash cam footage, do you know? Oh, wait. Do you know about snow at all?
Yeah, I lived in the snow for a long time.
So when it snows and
throwing out my Southern California-ness right there. Like, do you even know anything about snow there in that Southern California?
Who was it the other day? Like Nunya? She had like no idea. Like she was asking questions. I was, how you know if it's been plowed? And I was like taken aback. So now I feel like that's something I gotta ask everybody if they're familiar with snow. I wish I wasn't, but I am. And one of the things so when it snows, the sky is brighter. And in one of the dash cam footage,
yeah, with the reflection of the sun.
Yeah, one of the dash cam things, I might have got a screen grab, I'm not sure, but the sky is almost like orange, I want to say, when they pulled up from the dash cam footage. Like you can tell it's lighter. If you've ever been outside when there's a bunch of snow on the ground, you know that it's lighter out there than it would be any other time.
Yes.
And very quiet, usually. Very, very quiet, and it's brighter.
Yeah, JC,
so just want to point that out.
Better, it's not as dark. Agree.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, the moon, the ground is white, it's light out. It's true. It's not, there's that reflection off the snow. It's not dark as some described.
Well, and in the dash cam footage, like you can see ahead of them. Like it is not pitch black. Like, so for instance, if I make you a video tonight, if I go drive on the road here tonight with just even if I put my high beams on, like you are not seeing past my high beams. Like even the interstate, like we don't have what are those lights, like lights on the interstate, street lights and stuff. Like we don't even have that shit. Like, so
you don't have
it is
street lights?
No, none anywhere.
Do you have stoplights?
There's one. Like the interstate. But like the interstate had like, so I lived in Florida for a while. In Florida, the highways are all lit up with lights. But here, one time I was driving with my ex-husband and he had this junky Toyota truck with like a flatbed on it. And we were driving and the headlights went out. There was like a short somewhere. I thought we died. Like the light went out. You couldn't see anything. I don't know how he like slammed on the brakes, but I thought we died when the lights, because there is no light like whatsoever. It was black. You couldn't even see your hand in front of you.
Weird.
So
okay.
Where I live, if it's like that, and I can see when the snow is out, it brightens up quite a lot, even without street lights. And there was a street light right beside the house here at 34.
So Jimmy says humans cannot perceive color at that time of day. Scotopic vision, rod vision, so no color and not as clear. But that would be when it's.
I don't know what that means. I'm blind all the time.
I know. I'm so blind. I don't know. But Jimmy
like,
sounds,
I gotta put my glasses on to
sounds really intelligent. So I'm like, now I have to like pay attention. Like, okay, is that true? Or are you just like spitting out like nice big words that make people go, that sounds good? I don't know. But I do know that it is brighter when there's snow on the ground. So would that change what you're saying, Jimmy? Miss Smith has a great question here, and I don't actually know the answer to this. But if somebody in chat does. Also, can someone let me know if the tires rotating could cause issues with like the black box numbers? Like if the car is stuck in the snow, it like the car thinks it's traveling because the wheels are turning. Does that make sense to you? Like, because you've probably been stuck in the snow. You know about snow, right, Sleuthy?
Unfortunately.
I don't know because I have to ask everybody. Just kidding. But I'm thinking that could be possible. I have no idea. I mean, that'll be a great. Hopefully, somebody asks that when the car guy's on the stand. Like, would it think that it's traveling while the wheels are turning in the snow? Where's Scotty Scholes?
Yeah.
He might know the answer to that.
I know your pupils get bigger when it's dark to try to let more light in.
Jimmy says he's an eye doctor and has a PhD in visual perception. Is that even a thing?
Visual perception.
Yeah, do you get a PhD in visual perception? I mean, it sounds cool.
We'll find out. If he starts talking about cones and rods, then yeah, probably, maybe. If not, then the answer's no.
Okay. The other thing is, I don't even... There wasn't that much snow on the ground yet, so I'm going to go with I don't think it would matter for this particular situation because there's not a ton. It had just started snowing. The bigger part of the snowstorm comes later on the 29th, after all this is said and done.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dietz, I just said that. Great minds. Her SUV was a tank. I doubt it got stuck. Okay, so where were we at? Did I do all of these? No. Okay. So he asks about like drug use. He says that John was cold and had no pulse. He said that there was 6 inches of snow on the ground. I should highlight that. Light dusting on John's body. So 6 inches of snow, but only a light amount on the body. John was to the left of the property by the fire hydrant, the flagpole, and a bush. Someone was doing CPR. He didn't know any of the women, so he didn't know who was who, but he said that one of the women was doing CPR and she had blood on her face, which ends up being Karen. Officer Meany arrives, and then the fire department, then Sergeant Goody. Fire department took over CPR. Karen was hysterical and kept asking if he was dead. Put Karen in his car to help her warm up and calm down, but she wouldn't stay, and she just kept getting up and down multiple times. She'd go back to the car, and then she'd get back up. John was approximately 20 feet off of the road. He did see footprints around John, but he didn't see any others, like none leading to the house or anywhere else. Sergeant Goody
called them. He actually called them. He said that there were footprints and... Hold on, my screen just rotated. He said there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There were none coming from the residence. Footprints and track marks.
Track marks.
Yeah, that's what he called them.
Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He said that Sergeant Goody talked to the other women before they left. He was there for about an hour to an hour and a half. He spoke to Jen McCabe, but not to Carrie. The women arrived, so the women left, and then they came back a few minutes later. They were only gone just a couple minutes. So he's shown pics of the area, and they watched the dash cam. Now on cross, this is why I should have written down which one did which. No, I'll go back and do that.
There's more things that was on direct. That was the comments, because then they reference them in cross. So one of the things was he said that Karen Reed was visibly upset and kept saying, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." And she was hysterical. That was his testimony on direct. And that she kept asking, "He's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?" Said he was trying to get her out of the elements, put her in the back of a car, but he couldn't remember if it was his cruiser or another cruiser. So not Carrie's car, one of the cruisers, but he doesn't remember which one he put her in.
I thought it was his. I think it was his, but I might have written it down wrong then. That's why I said these are just general notes. If you want to listen to the actual testimony, you got to go listen to it because this is just my notes.
He also makes a comment about, he says, others from his department, where I put others from his department, show up to the scene where Detective Lank and Lieutenant Gallagher, and they showed up when it was light outside, about 7-ish, was what he said. He was lying on his back. His head was closest to the house. 20 feet from the road. By the way, if you didn't know, like after the first week of testimony, John was anywhere from 5 to 20 feet from the road.
Oh, yeah. We'll go through. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, everybody talks about where he's at. And it's like, okay, these guys don't have any perception of distance here because they all say something different.
Oh, and he said he didn't recall anything around the ground, anything about the ground, what the ground looked like beneath John O'Keefe.
Nothing about the ground. He couldn't recall the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meaning grass, phone, whatever.
I'll add those in. Okay, so on cross, he says, or he's asked, anything you want to change or amend about your testimony? Because he testifies on day 1, but has to come back on day 2 for cross. So anything you want to change or amend about your testimony yesterday? He says no. They bring out the dispatch log, and he's asked if that dispatch log was accurate. The answer is no. It's not accurate. The dispatch log was wrong. So the time of arrival of law enforcement and the order of their arrival was incorrect, as well as the address to where they arrived at.
This dummy, he literally, he was like, okay, look at this. Besides the order of arrival and the people that arrived, is everything else accurate? And this dummy said yes. He was looking right at it.
Yeah. It was not accurate. Not accurate.
And he says, what about the address?
This is the first time we're hearing a cross-examination. Because remember, the first 2, they declined to cross. So this is when they start to get into it. Like, you can start to see, okay, they're paying attention to every word that is used on that stand. And they're going to impeach every one of these witnesses. It was almost like, okay, like when on direct, you're like listening to what the person's saying, and anticipating what cross-examination is going to use to impeach them with. Because it happened almost every time. So he testified at the grand jury that the address was 35 Fairview. But Sergeant Goody's report is actually written that it's 32 Fairview. And so the address is just all over the place. And so the attorney asked him, was there actually like an effort between you guys to mask the actual address so that nobody knew it was the Alberts residence? And he says, no. All of these are mistakes. Jen McCabe never mentioned it was her sister's house. The report states that Karen only said, is he dead, over and over again. Trooper Proctor interview, same thing. He told Trooper Proctor the same thing. Is he dead? That's what Karen said. Is he dead? Not I hit him. He had grand jury testimony in April 2022. He told the grand jury, Karen said, it's my fault. He is going to die. He just explains it was just an oversight that he didn't write down the other things in his reports, that his story has changed. It's just an oversight. So they play the dash cam over and over again, where this was Jackson. I remember it now. Where Jackson's trying to get Saraf to hear Karen say, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home. They played it repeatedly. Nobody could make it out. And when Jackson goes to play it again, the judge is like, no, we're done. No, you couldn't hear it. He couldn't hear it. He'd already said he couldn't hear it, but he tried. So 6:34, Jen is seen entering the residence on the body cam, which is after John O'Keefe is transported to the hospital. The biggest thing about this was Jackson's asking him, like, do you not find it important to keep witnesses separated? Did you know that she was going into the house? He's like, I didn't know she was going into the house. You could see her I said body cam, but it's not body cam, the dash cam. On the dash cam, you could see her entering the home. And he's like, well, wouldn't you have wanted to keep them separate? And he's like, I didn't really know at the time, what was happening. So essentially, he's first officer on the scene, and everybody's just kind of going around all willy-nilly, and there's nothing strategic happening here. There's no protocols happening of keeping people away from each other so they don't try to, quote unquote, get their story straight. So he did not hear Karen say, I hit him. And during his preliminary search, while he was there, he saw no taillight pieces and did not find a shoe at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want to add to that or commentate on?
Well, just to review what they brought up. Oh, you might have said this, but he said that Jen Oh, yeah. Never mentioned it was her sister's house. Yeah, you have that. He doesn't recall ever seeing Jen McCabe engage in any life-saving measures for John. And so and then again, they hit it again and said, never saw Jen McCabe physically do anything to help John O'Keefe. Between Jen McCabe and Karen Reed, Karen seemed more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment. And so just to summarize his different versions of what she said. So the incident report, the day this happened, so January 29th, 2022, he wrote, Karen Reed kept screaming, is he dead? Is he dead? She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. The next day, January 30th, he interviewed with Trooper Proctor, and Proctor's report said, quote, I could hear Karen Reed continually state, is he dead, as the paramedics treated the victim. So that's consistent. Then April 14th, 2022, he's testifying at the grand jury. And at this point, he says that he didn't meet with anybody from state police, didn't meet with Mr. Lally. But for whatever reason, on April 14th, 2022, when he testifies at the state grand jury, he says that she said, this is my fault. Well, this is the quote that I wrote down. This is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. So then when he testified here in this trial on April 29th, he said that Karen said, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical. So what Jackson was pointing out was that not only did he add this, I can't believe this happened. This is my fault. All of that got added to the grand jury. But the first time that he ever said that Karen said, I did this, was at the trial, this trial, Karen's trial. Right. So, and at the end, I think one of the things that he said, but it was objected to, and I believe she sustained, was he was like, so if we talk to you in another 2 weeks, will your statement evolve again? So I thought it was really, it was really effective. And I think that it was helpful to point out his, a level of attention to detail in the very beginning when they're showing him this dispatch log. And he's saying, other than those couple things, yeah, it is correct. And he's looking right at it. And he also can't see that the address is incorrect.
The whole thing is incorrect, essentially. I mean, it's got the right people.
And so
at some point, but not the right time and not the right order.
Right.
So somebody asked, I wonder how many oversights are going to be in Brian Walsh's case. Did you follow Anna Walsh's case? Brian and Anna Walsh?
I did not.
So, Bev is supposed to be the judge for that trial as well. Lord. Right. Uh-huh.
Does she just permanently glue her ass to a seat so that she can't not be the judge for a high profile case?
Just don't breathe into the fucking microphone like that.
It is horrendous. I'm told that the jury can hear it. I'm told that we can hear that, and I hope that that's true. But at the same time, it's not just her sighs; it's whatever face she's making when she makes these sighs, which I'm sure the jury can see.
Yeah, Proctor's also the lead investigator on Brian Walsh's case. You might want to take a look at it.
I've heard from a birdie, though, that those Google searches are correct, though.
Hi, BJ.
For Walsh.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, is Bev the judge for that? I hadn't heard that. Proctor was the investigator. Yeah, Bev's supposed to be the judge for that one, too. Proctor the evidence. The evidence has been proctored, as somebody said earlier. Okay, so then redirect happens, and they talk about how the dispatch logs are to track who is at the scene and what is happening. He says that he didn't know any of the women prior to being there, so he didn't know which one was which. Change in testimony is based on his memory now versus then. And that's going to be a huge push from the prosecutor or from the Commonwealth. I'm sorry, I keep messing that up because it's the Commonwealth there. The Commonwealth is going to make sure the jury hears that, memories change and time changes, but the reports are, go with what the reports are, so on and so forth, to try to make it so that the defense can't actually impeach their witnesses. And nobody in any house came out. So he says he never saw any of the neighbors and he never saw the Alberts. So it wasn't a big deal that they didn't come out because nobody came out. This starts to become a trend, and the defense gets kind of fed up with it, and we'll see that on some of the next witnesses, that nobody came out of the house. So then he's done for the day, and next up is the second officer to arrive on the scene, which is Canton Police Officer Stephen Meany. He talks about that he worked 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. and he arrived right after Saraf and about the same time as the fire department. He actually drove up and was the opposite. So the front of his car was facing the front of the civilian car, and Saraf was right behind the civilian car. So he's actually pulling up the opposite direction. He did not see John's body when he arrived. He saw people standing around the curb when he arrived. The fire department was performing CPR. He helped to get John on the stretcher. He says John's body was about 10 feet from the street and that there was about 6 inches of snow on the ground. There wasn't really any snow on John, but his face did have ice on it. He doesn't recall John's injuries. He doesn't recall grass or snow under John's body. He spoke to Jen McCabe for about 2 minutes. Karen was distraught and screaming, "Is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?" Karen was in the cruiser. Karen left and came back with the women. He was told about Karen's suicidal comments, and he sectioned 12'd her. He was at the scene for about 1.5 to 2 hours. Goody, Lank, and Gallagher showed up in that order. He observed nothing around John's body, and he was there when the ambulance took Karen away. Sleuthy, direct. Anything you want to add for Meany? All the spotlights, the flashing lights, Karen Reed screaming, and no one comes out of the house. I know, right? Not to mention that Jen had called her sister twice, and her sister answered the phone, and she doesn't come out of the house either.
Nope, I don't think so.
Is that my boy? I know, I thought that was weird too, Julia, but that's what he said. So that's what he said, she said. Mr. Smith, she's better than Gull. Every judge is. What is Meany? Was it Meany who sectioned her? According to him, that's what he said. He was told about the comments that the suicidal comments that she was making to the other women. So essentially, the 3 women leave the scene, and apparently something is said at that point. They return back to the scene. They tell the officers that she's suicidal, and he section 12'd her.
Oh, and he didn't recall any blankets being at the scene. He didn't recall there ever being any crime scene tape put up. He noted that Jen McCabe was calm. She had no blood on her face or in her hair. He didn't recall any officers searching the area where John's body was found.
Oh, just Carrie and Karen leave. I apologize.
Well,
I
no. I
thought all 3 left.
Yeah, so he does, even Saraf, whatever his name is.
All 3 left, right?
Yeah, he does say after the 3 females spoke to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. He doesn't know where they went. Asked the 3 females what happened. Okay, so and then Meany. Within 5 minutes of the 3 females leaving, Dispatch informed them Karen was making suicidal statements, so Carrie Roberts was called and asked to return Karen. I thought it was just Carrie too, but so far these two said that it was all three of them that left, which is interesting because Jen McCabe wasn't supposed to have left, right?
But they say all three left.
Yeah, they do.
But maybe he thinks all three left because she went in the house.
Right. That's true.
Okay, so that's something we need to try to get clarification for, because, or like pay attention when they're doing other witness. And so somebody's talking about the section 12. They're all together, so I don't know who actually calls in the section 12. He's just, in his testimony, he just says he's told about it, and so they section 12 her. I don't know who actually called it in.
We're still on direct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that's it. But yeah, they do say three, but you're right. It's probably that she went inside.
I'm wondering, because he said he didn't know she went inside. 3 women left. Did they all leave together in the car? We'll have to figure that out. Based on the FF testimony, JM leaves the scene long before the other two.
We're not there yet.
That's because she went in the house.
We only have Mulaney.
Goody said he was going to section her on his dashboard camera. Yeah, but I don't know who actually called it in. So like I said, they're all there together. They're probably making that decision. They called McCabe to call Carrie.
It gets interesting once, like I said, once that guy comes on and he's talking about how, that he didn't think that it met. So the comments that she made, and we'll get there, he said they didn't really meet the threshold for, they just seemed like normal grief. And it would seem that then somebody offered additional statements that then made them think that it was appropriate to section her. And I'm just curious if these were manufactured at some point because it wasn't enough to get her to the hospital. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, if we're just at direct, then I'm done. I basically have everything you have.
Okay. So those two things I think are still kind of up in the air. Did they all three leave in the car, or were all three gone because Jen McCabe went in the house and he just didn't see all three and he didn't know that she had gone in the house? I have a tiny human, so if you want to take over for just a second, I'll be right back.
I was just checking.
Give me 1 second, you guys. I think Sleuthy left us for a hot minute, too. I just got to take care of him real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we'll need to figure that out. So and which post ambulance leaving? Because now we have 2 ambulances that have come and gone. Where does McCabe and OJK phone tracking stop? Did she go into the house? John O'Keefe's phone. The new guy called Jen to call Carrie and Karen back for the section 12. Okay. All right, so now we're on cross. He said that when he arrived, he saw a woman doing CPR, that Karen was distraught and hysterical. He only spoke to Jen, not Carrie. He did not hear Karen say, "I hit him." Lieutenant Gallagher arrived at the scene about 45 minutes after he did, and Lieutenant Gallagher is the one who brought the leaf blower. In his original search of the scene, he did not see any taillight pieces. He never saw Jen go and get blankets. He actually says he never saw any blankets at all. And he did not know who lived in the house. He never saw, this is important, he never saw Karen and Jen together in a car. And he never heard Karen ask Jen to Google anything. Because that's the big thing, is that Karen supposedly asked Jen when they were sitting in a car together to Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And that's why the Google searches show up. Well, he's there and he says he never actually saw them in a car together at all. And he never heard her ask that. Never heard Karen say, I hit him. So those were his big takeaways. Sleuthy, you had something you wanted to add to Cross?
I don't really think. Do you have never saw Jen to go get blankets, didn't know lived in the house? If you want to know what was objected to, so he said the question was, when you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point did you learn whether she had actually gone into the house at all? And that objection was sustained. He wasn't aware of any first responders in the house. And then he says at one point he saw Karen Reed be escorted into either Carrie Roberts' vehicle or a cruiser. And the reason I wrote that down is because I was like, does Carrie's vehicle look like a cruiser? Like, I could understand the first guy being like, well, I couldn't tell if it was my cruiser or somebody else's. But if you couldn't tell if it was a cruiser or Carrie Roberts' vehicle, I wonder if it looked like a cruiser.
It's a white SUV. We see it on the I keep wanting to call it a damn body cam, on the dash cam.
So I wonder.
We can see it when on Goodies for sure, and Saraf's when he pulls up straight behind it.
Oh, and then the other thing is he said he never once heard Karen say, I did it. Never heard her say, it's my fault. Never heard her say, I hit him. If he had, he would have put any of those in his notes and he would have had it in his report. So he didn't hear anything that supposedly Saraf said. McCabe wasn't outside.
What do you mean?
Oh, I'm looking at yours. Okay, so one of the things that he said too that was kind of interesting was he said, so if there was something large or small in that area that wasn't appropriate for a front lawn, he'd have noticed it. At no point in time before or after the leaf blower was used did he see any pieces of red, black, or clear plastic.
He didn't see anything either.
Yeah. You know what I found interesting? I wonder if it was Saraf's that I put it in. Oh, yeah. One of the things from the previous witness, he said, didn't think to look inside the house for O'Keefe's shoe. Doesn't think it would have been appropriate for him or anyone else to do that. Never conducted a search of the house. And I was really thinking about that. And like, same thing with the 911 operator. Like when she said there's a man in the snow, you know, I feel like a reasonable follow-up question would have been, do you know the man? Is it a young man or an old man? Are you staying with the man? Do you know how he got there? You know, like things like that. So I feel like for Saraf to say that it wouldn't be appropriate seems a little odd, because if he had one shoe on and the shoe wasn't out, now the hat and the belt and all that, like he had no way to, or even a jacket.
Yeah.
He wouldn't necessarily know, but you know he wasn't walking around with one shoe.
You know he came there with two shoes.
Shoe was somewhere. I don't think it would have been inappropriate. And to be totally honest, let's pretend he had let's pretend he had a winter jacket on, and he also had both shoes on, and he had, mittens and a hat and earmuffs. Like, let's say whatever. I don't feel like it would be inappropriate in any way to find someone freezing to death on a lawn. I don't know why your mind wouldn't take the next step to say, I'm gonna knock on this door and see if anybody saw anything or heard anything, or if they know this person.
Right.
So the fact that that wasn't done on the scene, like when his body was taken away, I don't know how that could possibly be explained.
Do you know any channel that's happened to have clipped, or anybody in chat? Do you guys know any channel that happened to have clipped Goody's dash cam video? I have, maybe it's on here too. I'm gonna look real quick.
Not all of it, but I have the whole clip of when they watch Jennifer McCabe walk up through there.
Right, but this is Saraf, so I'm wondering, maybe they play it later.
Oh, and I went back to confirm because me and Dietz, both of us thought we remembered it one way, and then I don't know what happened. I don't know if I fell asleep or what. I was talking to her and Nunya, and then I wasn't. And
yeah,
and I almost feel like I could hear them in my sleep, but I don't know what happened. I might have got like shut off, and then like I tried to get back on, and then I fell asleep. It was late, I think. But just to be clear, obviously that's Karen right there. But the defense is saying that the one with the fur on the hood right there on the left is Carrie Roberts. And the one with no fur on the hood and the one standing right beside Karen right here in the black jacket, that's supposed to be Jen McCabe. Oh my Lord, what are we watching right now? Why is the turtle here?
He was on News Nation.
Oh, I thought we were literally watching the footage. Like, for some reason, my eye just like, was he up there the whole time?
No.
Oh, God, now it's being killed.
Yeah, it's banned. Yeah, it's
now you're going to show me with my arch nemesis.
I was just trying to go through, trying to find out, and I thought maybe they had the second dash cam, but I can't find it.
Don't you my arch nemesis up here if she pops up on the screen.
So
I kind of find it really, Teresa, didn't you find it kind of dumb that they were putting the dash cam footage like one beside the other or one on top of the other? Like, don't you think it was more difficult?
It was very hard to tell what the hell was going on. I was like, why don't we just have the one on here? But I'm wondering if they had that clipped and put together like that, and that's like the exhibit they're going to use for something else, and so they just had him pull that up so they could show him whatever was in that. You know what I mean? But they already had it put together that way. Because I was like, well, you don't even need both of these. You know what I mean? Like, but I'm thinking that's just their exhibit that they're going to enter at some point.
Well, you did need them to be able to see her walk in or whatever.
Right.
But if you weren't just trying to show someone's movements, like these officers, I'm just being serious. These officers didn't know what his injuries were. So what if it turned out that he had been stabbed 300 times? Like once they got the clothes off of him or something. What if they found out he had been stabbed a bunch of times? The level of carelessness that was taken with these other people, the fact that nobody saw Jennifer McCabe walk away and even go up towards the house. They didn't see anybody go towards the house, come back from the house. They don't even really know like which of these people are who. And that's really scary because like, what if look at her. She looks, I mean, she's covered. She's completely covered. She's got pajama pants on. What if she had just come out and stabbed him and now she just walked away? You have no clue who she is.
Yeah. You have no idea.
Or where she's going. It's just bizarre to me.
You think they would have contained these three?
For
not just
sure.
letting them run around all crazy like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody said that the other dash cam was to show the ambulance, which I mean makes sense because that was when they were, but that's a different witness. So I'm wondering, you know, they don't need that part until what is his name for Meany? What is his name? Gosh darn it, the F guy,
Fletti.
They don't actually need that until he's up there. So, but that's all they kept showing it like that. I can't believe there's no channels that have actually just clipped the body cam. God damn, not body cam. I need to like a disclaimer on here that every time I say body cam, I do not mean it.
It's like the only case in the world that doesn't have any body cam footage at all.
I want it to be body cam.
I know.
So, yeah,
I was just like watching Karen run around the scene like that. Like, again, I'm just thinking in my head, like, they had no idea. What if this man was stabbed a bunch of times and she had a knife on her and they're just letting her run around? Like they didn't even act like it was possible that somebody could have hurt. You know what I mean?
What?
It's not like anything I've ever seen.
How much of the scene was being destroyed and contaminated by letting these women just run around and go wherever the hell they wanted to? It's like, back away. We need to secure the scene. And this goes back to Saraf. They talk about there was nobody put up crime scene tape. Nobody did anything. And they just let these people just wander all around. And who knows what could have happened? Who knows what they could have destroyed? The EMT didn't even notice the gash on the back of his head. Right. Well, yeah, they didn't. He didn't even notice that yet. He just knew there was active bleeding. So, okay, so then on redirect, he says, not everybody reacts the same in these situations from his experience. This goes back to that Karen Reed was the only one that was upset and freaking out. But Carrie and Jen were calm and fine. So he said, not everybody reacts the same. He never saw Jen go into the house. Nobody came outside, not the neighbors, not the homeowners. That's why I told you on the last one, on Saraf's, this starts to become irritating to the defense. And so on recross, they essentially just ask, did any of the neighbors have a dead police officer in their yard? Like, that's why it's important that these homeowners came out. Not to mention, these homeowners are related to one of the women that are out there. And this person, this officer who's now laying in their yard, was supposed to be at their house the night before, and they don't come out. And he's a police officer, a first responder who could have come out and actually helped, while Karen's the only one out there doing CPR. So you can see he's just like, did any of the neighbors have a dead police officer in their yard? Oh, here's Nuttal. Nuttal. So he's a Canton firefighter. Timothy Nuttal is the next witness that takes the stand on day 2. So on direct, he reviews the fire department vehicles and locations. They spend a lot of time doing this. I did not write it down on everybody's. They talk about their work history, how long they've been firefighters, paramedics. They talk about and they talk about the vehicles and how many vehicles are at each location. And I didn't write all that down. I was like, not doing that. So they review what vehicles are which fire station and which location each fire station is at, or like the address. Came to work early to be there before the storm. Wanted to make sure he got to work before the storm came. Arrives at the scene and pulls behind Saraf's car. So now you have the civilian vehicle, you have Officer Saraf, and you have the ambulance right behind Saraf's car. He saw 3 people, which is interesting because he should have seen 4 because Mulaney's getting there at the same time.
Well, where was Saraf? Like, where were the
there was 1 of the men.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's somebody missing here.
Mm-hmm.
He heard screaming, so we know Karen's there. He saw what appeared to be a human form. No one was performing CPR, so he went straight to John. John had no pulse and not breathing. He says that John had on several layers of clothes. He was definitely dressed for the weather. He helped put John on the stretcher.
He's a lying ass bitch. He was not dressed for the weather. As soon as he said that, I told Teresa before we started, as soon as he said that, I was like, bitch, I don't believe a single word that comes out of your mouth after this.
Nope,
liar.
You're done. He says that he removed the winter clothing being a big puffy jacket and a sweatshirt. The clothing is taken, asked about the protocols for what they do with the clothing. He says the clothing was taken into the patient's room and placed on the floor once they're at the hospital. He was not aware of whatever became of the clothing in this case. He talks about that John had a hematoma on the right side of his face head. He had scratches on his arm. He says his digits were cold. He had blood, mucus, and bile in his airway. And when he asked what happened, Karen said, "I hit him." Katie was trying to get info about what happened, and Katie drove the ambulance to the hospital. I need to add that, but she was the one who drove to the hospital. Anything you want to add on direct?
I need to see if he told some more lies in direct or if it was cross. Hold on. So
Okay.
I'll tell you.
I'll go through cross and then you can tell me.
Well, wait, because I know you don't want to talk about like all the different. That was really boring. But what I will say is the ambulance itself, when it left like the fire station, the ambulance that he was in was him in the back, and then Fletti and Kelly in the front. He didn't know who was driving. So what I find interesting about that is somehow Katie then, like, well, I guess they needed somebody else to drive. It's just interesting because, like, if it were only the three of them and she never showed up, like, then only two of you could have been in the back.
Right. So the way I interpreted it later on, and I actually wrote it in the notes for a different paramedic, was that Katie arrived in the engine and she actually left in the ambulance. So
correct.
So she wasn't there. So Kelly was driving the ambulance, and Fletti was in the passenger seat of the ambulance, and he was in the back of the ambulance. So when they leave the scene, all three men are in the back of the ambulance. So Katie drives.
Yeah, and one of the things that might end up being important later when we're listening was when he's going through his whole routine in his direct about what he was doing. This was before he made the coat comment, and I was like, don't believe you. But he said that on their way there, he packed up the 3 bags. Like, he packed the 3 bags that they were going to need to treat whoever it was that was unconscious in the snow. And then when they showed up at the place, he got out of the back and he was carrying all 3 bags. And they went over there. He ended up at the head, and he put the mask over John O'Keefe and started doing the bag. But his other mention was about the other 2 people that went there with him, drove there with him. And what they were doing was bringing the scoop stretcher and the ambulance stretcher over. At some point in another testimony, someone is going to start talking about how he suddenly doesn't know where he is. Maybe he was getting bags. He must have been getting bags of supplies from the ambulance. Well, it wasn't till I heard that and then went back over this guy's thing where he said, I had all 3 bags and I took all 3 out of the ambulance, everything we would need so that we already had it. Like, that's what I did the entire way over there. Oh, Sherry must have caught that too. Yeah, see, I didn't catch that till today of him saying that he put together the 3 bags.
Say that again? He put together the 3 bags.
So this Nuttal.
Yeah.
Perfect. So he said that the call came through. He was in the back by himself. He packed all 3 bags that they were going to need to treat someone in the snow. The only thing that the other 2 went back to go get was the scoop stretcher and the ambulance stretcher. So the normal one on wheels and then the scoop stretcher to get him on the one on wheels. And he said that when he got out of the ambulance, when they arrived on scene, he himself put all 3 bags on his arms and got out and went over to John O'Keefe's with all of their bags, with all of their supplies they were going to need. Because you got to remember, they weren't like treating him there. Like that 3 bags worth of stuff was extra stuff, because really the only purpose was like stabilize him there and get him into the ambulance. But he says that he packed the whole way there everything that they were going to need, and the bags were ready, and he got out of the back of the ambulance with them. And why I think that might become important when you then go on to listen to Fletti is at one point he's confronted with, remember when they're showing, we're not there yet, so I'm trying not to jump ahead, but he makes a comment about when they showed him the entire dash cam, and they're like, you know, watch what you're doing. So once you get in the ambulance, you're in the ambulance and you don't come back out. So what point did she tell you this? Like, not at the body. And he says, he makes a comment about maybe he was going back to get bags, to get a bag of supplies that they needed from it. But that's not so, because the equipment was gathered before they showed up on the scene. And when they showed up on the scene, this man right here got out of the back of the ambulance with all of their supplies in 3 bags and carried them over to John's body.
So the going back to get bags wouldn't have happened.
Right. And that's supposedly when Karen said what she said to Fletti.
That's interesting. I didn't catch that.
I didn't the first like 2 times. I did today. Sherry caught it every time, but I did not.
Well, that
when I heard him say he packed the 3 bags, I was like, oh, you did what, sir? And he made it a point to say, like, you know, I packed all the, so that when we got there, nobody had to dig around back here to try to find stuff. And, you know, I knew what we would need to be able to get him into the ambulance. I keep wanting to call it a van. I don't know why.
I keep wanting to call it body cam.
Prepping. He even prepped everything. He prepped the bags they would need for the call on the way to the call. So everything was prepped and ready to go. So when you're talking about prep, you're not just talking about throwing in supplies. You're talking about, you know, if you can get ahead on something, for instance, the mask, let's just say, you know, basic, and it needs to be put together because you're not going to use a mask on Teresa that you used on Sleuthy. He put that together so that it was already together when they got there, so they didn't have to dig through the bag and put that together. Like, he said he brought the IO drill in the bag to his body for them to put in the IO drill. So in my head, I'm like counting all the things that maybe he would have need to go back and get that this man specifically said that he put in the bags.
So who said they had to go back and get it though? Fletti?
He said that he had to, that she said it when he went back to the ambulance to get supplies. And then when Jackson played the whole ass dash cam footage, he's like, can you show me where that, because he would have had to walk by there because the ambulance was behind Saraf.
On Goody.
Correct. So he said, you want to show me where?
But on Goody's dash cam.
Yep.
I don't know if the jury would have caught that though.
I don't know. I was working too, and like listening to Jay and Bob. Like, they have less distractions than me. You know what I mean? They're there for a purpose and they're writing stuff. Like, if I would have had the time to focus like I did today, where I actually wrote it down, then immediately when I heard Fletti say it, I would have said, wait a minute, no. And I would have went back to my notes and saw that this guy said that he had already packed all that shit.
Okay, so this is the photos and the witness that Susan was talking about earlier. Now, Susan, can you re-put your question in here so I know we can pay attention to what you're actually asking us? Because it was something about where John was on the ground and you could see.
Oh, I get it. I know. So if you put your mouse like right above where the captions are. Yeah. And like make a circle in the snow there. A little bigger. Yep. So that's like basically where everybody has pointed so far and said that O'Keefe's body was. And this kind of brings what I was saying to you earlier about how the photo that they're using has packed down snow. And they're asking these people if this is where they found John O'Keefe. And they are all saying yes. And then they're going to this wide version of the photo and they're saying, can you use the laser pointer and show, I don't know if she's talking, she may be talking about the one that I put in my tweet where I said, you know, like Lally said that there was, so you got that. The point is there's no grass, right? And one could say, well, that's because it was still snowing.
She says there's another picture too. So hold on.
That might be the one I tweeted, which is like an up close. You can see the bloody footprints.
Yeah, that's the next one. That's the next one they show.
So yeah, I had posted that and someone was saying, well, okay, well, it kept snowing. It's clearly light out, blah, 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 blah. First of all, those photos are such garbage. You don't know when they were taken. If somebody adjusted all the different things on, yeah, this photo. This is where they found John O'Keefe's body. There is clearly no grass from below his body, number one. Number two, you can't say that this was taken hours and hours and hours later and that a foot of snow dumped on top of it because you can still see all the footprints that the responding officer said were there. And on top of it, once those responding officers left, like the paramedics, for instance, a paramedic looked at this photo and said, yep, that's exactly where I found John O'Keefe. That is a fair and accurate representation of where he was laying. Okay. They then left. They never came back. So they would not recognize this if another foot of snow fell on it. You see what I'm saying? The fact that they recognize this is where John's body was means he was far further up on the snow than what we're told. And again, I think that other photo was post leaf blower.
Okay, I got you.
I'm convinced.
Okay,
I'm convinced that that's the leaf blower.
Let me see. I have that picture. Let me find it real quick. Okay, that makes more sense to me. That was very confusing to me for some reason.
I thought she was talking about John's body. I was confused too, not where he was found.
Yeah, I have that photo in there. Hey, Francis, does anyone just freaking die normally anymore? They do. We just don't talk about them. And I just saw Sherry. Thank you guys both for your super chats. Sherry D says, "Where is his belt? Where is the belt? It's lost." Okay, so here I'm getting. This is the after when we think everything's been blown around. And
in my opinion, for sure. Look at it.
Now, here's the spot that supposedly has.
Do you see how their lines? Like,
they're not showing this photo.
Yep.
Okay. I've got you now, Susan. Now I'm on the same page. I told you guys I hadn't been feeling well and I wasn't understanding certain things. Apparently, that's still lingering. I got it now. This makes sense. So this is from after the leaf blower. And now they've blown all the stuff away from where John's body would have been found.
Exactly.
And it's grass.
Exactly.
And if they showed this picture of the ground, this one, it should have had grass for them to say, yeah, that's where he was found. But apparently it has snow, so he's on top of the snow. Well, he's like in the snow. Almost, if that makes sense. He's kind of in the snow. There's snow around him, which another person will testify to, that there's snow like up to a certain point on his body. Got it.
The point is, when she dropped him off and supposedly killed him, it had only just started to snow. There's no way for snow after the fact to get underneath his body.
Right. And if this is, let's say this photo is taken 2 hours later, then they wouldn't recognize this as being the spot that John was found.
Right, because all the footprints would be gone. Like, it wouldn't be gone, but it would be under the snow.
It will be under the snow. So this is more the fair and accurate representation of where John was found than the photo I just showed you with the grass. That I can't seem to get back up now for whatever reason.
And if you remember correctly, and it hasn't got brought up yet, but there's a original report and there is a altered report. And the altered report has these photos where it looks like there was grass under John O'Keefe. So that's important too.
Okay, this makes sense. This does make so much more sense why Lolly keeps pushing for there to be grass. He keeps asking and hoping that people say grass. And I couldn't really, I'm like, why is he, like, for me, I guess here's what I'm thinking. If there's grass under him, okay, no matter, I guess I'm going to back up. If you go, no matter which theory you go with, no matter which theory you go with, if he walks into the house and gets beat up and a dog attacks him and they pull him out, it's still not heavy snow. So what I'm thinking now more is that they keep him inside and then they put him out after
3
Google searches that say how long to die in the snow. Let's just make it look like he died in the snow.
It's going to be really easy, I think, when they break down the photo. If they pull up that photo and this photo like we just did, and they bring in Lucky and he says there was no body out there at 2:30. And when I showed up at 3 or 3:30, whatever it was, I know I read it, but I forgot. There was a Ford Edge parked exactly where his body would be found, 30 to 60 minutes after Jen McCabe looks up how long it takes to die in the cold. And he was laying on top of packed snow and there was no grass below him or beneath him visible until look what they did. You can see the lines that go above, like to the left and the right of that grass spot that looks like someone slowly ran a leaf blower in a straight line. Yep. And then lined it out to try to get snow to go away. And I'm sorry, but all that spatter also looks like it's been sprayed with a leaf blower.
It's been blown.
So now they're gonna. This
is making a lot more sense to me now.
So imagine what it's going to sound like to the jury when the defense explains it like that to them and says, if she would have hit him at 12 whatever, which is not possible if she was home at 12:41. Maybe he would have been buried under the snow at that point. You know what I mean? There's too much to suggest, including all these first responders saying that that is the spot that they saw him and there's clearly snow under it.
Correct. And if the spot looked like this, they would say, no, the other picture is not where he was found because there's nothing distinct in that photo. Oh shit, I went the wrong way. Come on. There we go. There's nothing distinct in this photo to say, like, here's the flagpole, or you know what I mean? You can't tell what any of that is. So for them to say, hey, this is where he was found, they'd have to know that it looked like this. Does that make sense? What time is that?
I hope we weren't
We don't know
talking
the time of the photos. We don't know the times of the photos, unfortunately. Sherry's talking. Sleuthy and I talked about this on the last stream actually too, about why did Jen McCabe go back over to the waterfall when she was driving with them? She said she saw the SUV. So even if Karen was too drunk and didn't remember, yeah.
Why did she go back to 34 Fairview if she was adamant that he never was there and never came inside?
Right. Why there was no reason to go back to waterfall.
I would have been like, why would we go look? I just left there like 3 hours ago and he absolutely was not there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to listen to this real quick. I had it muted so that we could, but I want to listen to what he actually says here. Back it up a little bit.
I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, can you observe that area within this photograph as well? Yes. You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention
The
to where
what?
in this photograph you observed that.
They're right around in this general area. There. Yes. Found.
The number 14.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
What is
That
he talking
I
about?
believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, can you observe that area within this photograph as
Pooling
well?
of the what?
You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention there.
I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's
Pooling
head,
of the
can you
blood.
observe that area within this photograph as well?
Hold
On
on.
the screen as exhibit number 14.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
He says a pool of blood, but
Pooling of the blood. that you,
testimony says
around
one
Mr.
small pool of blood under him.
Okay, so he says head though. The pooling of the blood that you found around Mr. O'Keefe's head, and he says,
That's
"Yeah, we
not
moved it
what-
right here in this
Yeah,
area."
that's not what he testified. So he said, all he said on direct, Nuttal, was there was a quote small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him, but he didn't say it was his head. And in fact, he said that he didn't even see, like, if that puddle of blood was below John's head, then that man would have looked at the back of his head, which he clearly did not, because he did not see the laceration on the back of his head.
Right. So Lolly says head here, though. Listen.
What do you recognize?
Yeah.
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And
Yeah.
as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, can you observe that area within this photograph as well? Yes. You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed that.
They're right around in this general area. There.
Thank you.
Yeah, pooling of the blood around Mr. O'Keefe's head. Now, that's interesting. We don't have any. We have no timing of this photo. We have no directionality of this photo. We don't know where it's facing. There's nothing in here to tell us where this is.
I believe that at the top of the screen, right there, where it says shaming, I think that's the flagpole. That could be what he's using as a point of reference.
But if his head is here and his head is towards the house,
well,
then this isn't the body then. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know if his head was towards the house, because someone else said that he was parallel to the road. And I remember hearing it, and I was like, wait.
Saraf said his head was towards the house.
Yes, but in later testimony, another person says that John O'Keefe was parallel to the road, where I always thought perpendicular. Did your mind just explode? Did you think he was perpendicular too?
Yes, I thought his head was near the house.
Yeah,
and his feet were near the street.
I thought his head was like at the flagpole. Like, if we're just using as a direction, the head at the flagpole, the feet at the road. That's what I thought.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying if this is the flagpole or the bushes or anything in that direction, then his head's here. That means the body would be over here, and we're not actually even seeing where the body was found. Because otherwise, that's the head, then that's the body, and his head is towards the street.
Right, but the other people said, and they weren't asked specifically. Yeah. Yeah. And to be honest, if he was parallel with the road, his head still could have been closer to the house. You know what I mean?
True. Or he's at an angle. Let me back up.
Have the lights back up.
Like, maybe his head's over here, and then it's this way. And so people are like parallel to the road. They walk up, they see his side.
How can I use my mouse? Like, how can I?
You can't.
Or maybe you can pull it up. So maybe you pull it up where, or Meany, he asks Meany where he sees John. See, they're not using a red laser pointer. They're using green, which is stupid.
Stupid.
But so stupid. I didn't even know that even existed. Any laser pointer I've ever seen was red. But when he does his little circle, he does do it as though he was showing you something parallel to the road. So like make a diagonal.
Nuttal or Meany? He does it
Meany,
right
I
here.
believe it was.
He does it on
Oh,
this
then
one.
it was not, or not Meany. It was one of them. Wait, I know I have the picture.
Well, I know he
but
does
I
it right
couldn't
here.
see it.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttal, if I
Oh, it
could
was
ask
Saraf.
you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first, let me ask, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
This is direct.
And the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the lawn and the three females around, you see that area in this photograph?
I do.
If you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
Okay, so he makes a bigger sweeping motion. But
Yeah.
if you go to Saraf, if you go to Saraf, he makes a smaller. I actually mimicked it. If you look at my spreadsheet, it should be in there under Saraf's direct. There's a photo.
Under his
there's like
direct. I can go back
Yeah.
to day one. Hold on.
there's a map, and then green that I used my pen to show what he did with his, because it's really difficult to see. I mean,
You have it
whoever's
on-
idea
you
of the green one is
Did you
stupid
take
as
a picture
hell.
of it or something, or no?
I like put an overlay on top of it, and then I used my Apple Pencil to make it brighter green, but it is what he did. It's the
Okay, hold on.
circle that he made, which, and to be honest, when I did it, I
so
didn't know that
It's Saraf on direct, so it's day one.
January
Yes.
20.
Okay, hold on.
day one on direct, skip through till you see the screen of the house with the flagpole and everything else. You're close. All right, oh no, one more. Little further. Little bit further. Oh, that was the best. What are we looking at here, Teresa? Click on that. Show that picture. He says, Officer Saraf, what are we looking at in this photo here? This fool said a street. What?
All right, it's gonna be
But
right
it's
here.
like-
Hold on, I'll play it.
It's like, at least you didn't lie, because clearly that doesn't look like any particular street.
Sorry.
So what I placed before you as Exhibit 13, is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
yes,
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
that is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
Correct.
Good job.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one. Mr. Tillman.
Here we go.
And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Yes,
And you were
The volume's
testifying earlier
super
about
low.
sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Pause it. Susan said pause it. Susan, remember, I'm on a delay, so I don't know. You can see the shape of his body. I thought so too. Right here, right here. You see? I mean, but I didn't want to say anything because I don't know if, oh, I lost Sleuthy. She's back already, though. Keep digging. Late for mom lunch. Okay, go have fun. Thank you for coming. Left to right. I see like arms and legs, but that's me. But you know, I don't know if I was just imagining that. So.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked.
Did you get to the laser pointer yet? I don't think so.
No, it should be this next one coming up. Right here.
Oh yeah, you got to watch really careful.
If you could enlarge that just a little bit. Thank you so much. Now, from this photograph, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in Exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes,
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
And in regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the left side of the property or facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes,
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed.
It's so low.
I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're.
Oh,
directing,
sorry.
if you could just describe what you're.
so there's the flagpole right there, there's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
So where in relation.
Wrong.
No.
See it here.
Fire hydrant's far away.
It's right in this area right here.
Now.
Right in this
if I
area
could
right
turn
here.
Back just a moment. When you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are
Did you get what
driving
you
down
wanted there,
Fairview,
Fletti, with his
you could
laser
describe
pointer?
the beats them or first saw them. See the three females sort of waving.
I guess my point is the circle, the oval that he makes it look more like he was parallel to the road, which we didn't know until way later.
Enlarge that just a little bit. Thank you so much.
He's parallel to the road?
Now, from this photograph, first and foremost,
Yeah,
you
like-
recognize what's depicted up in Exhibit 18 on the screen here.
Yes,
There,
This is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
And in regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the left side of the property or facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes,
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry. officer,
see,
if
that's
you could
not a fire hydrant.
sorry.
Like,
No.
describe what you're
so
doing.
there's the flagpole right there, there's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
yeah, the fire hydrant's like, it's not even in this photo.
In relation to
No, it's
the
way over here.
photograph, if you can
Yeah.
see it, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first.
Okay, here,
Right in
he's
this
going to mark it
area right
again.
here.
See him doing it?
Now,
See how he's doing it like,
Kind of all over the place.
just a moment.
yeah, you might have to slow
Like
it
that-
down to see it.
You were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females.
Right there, there's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw it?
It's right in this area right here.
Now,
He kind of goes
if I
like
could
this,
turn back just a moment.
and then like
You
this.
indicated that you were coming up to the scene
Goes-
and you could see.
So basically, nobody fucking knows because nobody took pictures.
That is correct.
About how far
That's what I
away
said.
were
The
you
only
from
reason
them
I
when you
I
first
started to, because I didn't think
observed them
anybody
or
had taken photos, but then they show him that they show. I think it's Nuttal, or was it Fletti? No, I think it's Nuttal because it's about the coat. We'll have to look at that because I'm almost positive it's Nuttal when they're talking about the jacket, and he's like, "Here, like, do you see a jacket? Like, what's he wearing?" Maybe he's showing him. I don't know. I don't know what he showed him. They didn't show us, so I don't know. All right, let me get rid of this. Go back. Back over here. Are we still on this guy? Jeez. I feel like we've been on this guy forever. Did we already do, what
I
do
don't
we
even
do?
think
Direct?
we touched on the coat or anything yet. I think we
We
barely
haven't got
made
to-
it into
I don't
his.
think we've done cross yet. I think I know, we're just on, I think we finished direct. Well, it was a very interesting testimony.
Let me look
He
at my
kinda goes,
direct. Oh yeah.
he kind of just goes all over.
He said
So go ahead.
he said O'Keefe was in a location that he estimates as where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That's his best estimation. He would say about 6 to 8 feet from the curb. He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Oh, and something else he said was that all three of the females that were huddled around O'Keefe when he arrived seemed agitated. I felt like that was an odd adjective to use. He said it several times. Did you not think it was a little like agitated versus hysterical or
Agitated.
distraught? Like when I think agitated, I think like annoyed, bothered.
Okay,
But
here.
maybe my
So
English
Vernon.
is great.
Well, no, I mean, I thought the guy was just kind of weird anyway. So some of the things he said just kind of, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, I guess. So I was like, I mean, he's probably a nice guy. I don't mean anything mean about it. I'm just saying, like, I was like, some of his words, I was like, didn't Katie tell Nuttal that Karen said I did it? I did it.
Yeah. See, like in my opinion, I think in conversations, which is why they honestly suggest like they should have been told like not to talk to each other about that night like or that morning as best they can, because what ends up happening is everybody's story can get twisted to where they're saying that things happened that they think might have happened, but really they heard someone else say it several times. Now they can't remember if it's part of their story or yours.
That's how I feel
You know
about the Katie story. When Kate, and we haven't got there yet, and we're not, that's me jumping ahead. But yeah. I think that a couple of them who are now testifying saying they heard Karen say I hit him. They're not the ones who heard it. They were told about it, and now they think that that's part of the day.
I agree.
Which isn't uncommon, and it's not an intentional lie. It becomes what they know in their own story.
Yep.
Because they did hear it, because somebody did tell them that she said it.
Like, it's like why they're not allowed to do like a leading question. Like, so if an officer is talking to you, or that, like, that's why they're separating. So obviously one of the reasons they separate witnesses is because they don't want you to all be able to come up with the same story that meets each other. Right. But they also don't want you to sit there. So if I know I was standing next to Teresa the entire time that we witnessed something, and I'm standing here listening to Teresa tell the police officer that she heard someone screaming, "Help me, I hit him," I'm going to be like, well, I probably should have heard the exact same thing too, because I was standing right next to her this entire time. So yeah, I heard that also.
Right. Even though you didn't hear it.
Correct. But you're like, you're trusting that the other person actually did hear.
It could be right here with you, and you're going to see something or hear something that I didn't hear. You know what I mean?
Correct. Just like, you know, the one guy said that he never heard her say, "Is he dead?" But yet the only thing that's consistent across mostly everybody so far is that they did hear her say, "Is he dead?" And she was screaming it.
Yes.
So
she was screaming it. And is he dead? Is he dead?
Mm-hmm.
And you can almost hear that. That's like what you can kind of make out from the dash cam videos.
Yeah.
Is her losing her mind. Okay, so we'll go to cross, and then they did such a good job on cross. It was so, I mean, it was just so smooth.
It was so classy. It was a classy impeachment, for sure.
Yeah, they talk about the protocol is to remove the clothing. This Timothy guy, man,
detailed and amazing.
He is adamant that he removed this jacket, this big puffy jacket, and the sweatshirt. And so Jackson just keeps going back, and he's very kind about it. And he's just like, so you removed both of these articles of clothing. I mean, he has Timothy say it, I don't know, at least 3 to 4 times. And
what I think, Teresa, what I think is important as a juror is the stuff that they remember without writing it down, right? So this particular portion of the testimony, I could tell you exactly what he said in detail, not looking at any notes, because it was so detailed and he said it multiple times. So when he's talking about this jacket, which I already knew was bullshit, He was like, the big puffy winter jackets have like feathers and stuff, like they're messy. So he's like,
oh
we
yeah, I
don't
didn't
typically
want to cut it.
those.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut them.
Yep. So we had to
And so
pull
it's
his
talking
hands
about
out,
the
and that's when I
mobility
noticed.
of his arms.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
To get
Yep.
this jacket.
And the whole purpose of that. Yep. And the whole purpose of that was try to establish that he had been out there for a very long time, right? Because he was so stiff, right?
Yeah.
But none of that can be true because he didn't pull off a winter jacket. And notice that. You see what I'm saying? And so
Yep.
at the end, it was important that he said, you know, because it's like you had this whole 2 years to be picking up these random little things that he was stiff and that his arm, you know, and I do think that's what happened.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I mean, I didn't want all that stuff all over the ambulance, so you know, we had to try to maneuver to get it off of him. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
he's got some completely other memory that he's like now talking about. Like from
That could
probably
be
a
it
totally
too.
different call.
That could absolutely be it. I also wonder which shift he was in, because he said in the beginning that he does 24 hours on, 24 hours off, 24 hours on, and then like 5 24 hours off in a row. I wonder if this was his second 24 hours in 3 days.
Where is they do? Well, they didn't ask that. They just talk about that day. But I'm wondering. Let me go back over here. Let me go back to. We'll go back. I don't know if I want to go to Bob's. Because I want to go to where this photo thing is, and I want to see if I can find where they show him this photo.
15 minutes. Don't think they're going to finish this witness if they're really ending up.
Cause and manner of injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
I don't have a timestamp
Karen.
with me.
Say, I hit him.
Yes.
Okay. Consistent or inconsistent?
Patient care.
Just trying to find the jacket part.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
That's what's depicted in those photos.
Hold on. Here we go.
Is that right?
Correct.
Of the testimony.
Love you, Bob, but I'm not looking for your commentary right now.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it.
Oh, see.
Have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on.
Correct.
Okay. And you remember
So who
that as
told
well.
him that he removed the jacket?
Specifics of the
See what I
incident.
mean?
I don't know.
When responding to a scene, that I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you would indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone, in this case, exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked,
mm-hmm.
no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment, but every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay.
Appropriately dressed.
As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2
These are the
photographs as next in order. Not yet.
I don't know what these are.
I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order
All right, so a couple things real quick. Sleepy had texted me. She wanted me to ask you, Allie, isn't it possible that when Karen Reed found John O'Keefe unconscious, that she hit him trying to wake him up, like slapped his face? Wake up, John. Wake
All
up.
right. Sure. But approach like that, the question that
Recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you first of all whether you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe is wearing? You found?
Ooh.
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, we kind of get a little glimpse right there. Hold, please.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Can you tell what that is? This is the only reason I was thinking that there might have been some type of pictures taken, because what else is he saying? What else could they be using to show that John O'Keefe didn't have this big puffy jacket on? I can't tell what that is, though. Sleuthie, are you around?
Yeah, what?
I said I can't. This is the photos that they show him.
What are
My
they?
guess is there was a picture of him at the bar. I don't know. I can't tell. They don't tell us what they are. A photo of him at the bar, but that is, I mean, a bar, he might have taken his jacket off. He wouldn't have had his big puffy jacket on inside the bar necessarily. I don't know. I don't think it's the bar. It doesn't make sense to me. It's not going to have pics of the clothing that was removed, but then the jacket's just lost. I don't.
Do you recall this being part of?
Sleuthie, maybe you can get a good shot of that.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a.
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat.
Again? It's just on the table.
Not a winter jacket.
It's just his shirt. It's his shirt in evidence. That's what it is. It's the shirt in evidence. You can see it on that one. I'll back it up just a second, but you could clearly see it there. It's the one picture of the front, one picture of the back of the hoodie.
Not a heavy coat.
Right, you can see it. You can see it right there. It's just on the table. It's the shirt in evidence. Okay. Got it. Okay. Let me get rid of that. Yep, shirt on the table. Perfect. Is the judge supposed to be impartial? It's supposed to be. I never told the nurses. Don't think we went through. We didn't go through cross yet. We talked about the big heavy puffy jacket. This is when they shows them the photos. We just looked at that. And he says my memory might be faulty. He does talk about the scratches on John's arm. He calls them furrows. Alan Jackson doesn't know what he's saying, and he's talking about like burrows, and so it ends up being kind of like they kind of chuckle in an awkward place, like after somebody just kind of totally smashed you, and then now you're kind of trying to joke with them like your friends. It was really awkward. So he was in the ambulance at the time, so he couldn't hear Karen tell Katie, "I hit him." The door was closed. Original interview, he told Proctor that he had heard Karen tell another female, "I hit him," and the female said, "Be quiet." Again, says memory might be faulty. He never told the nurses or the doctors that Karen hit John with the car. And the fire department has had many conversations about this case. He says he tries to stay out of it.
So I think that's really important because and that's kind of like a theme that gets brought up here is like, if you all heard her say that she hit him, nobody clarified to see what that means because like when he showed up and they put him in a trauma bay, like knowing that he was that he was potentially hit by a car would be important to see if he had any like internal bleeding and stuff like that, which they don't necessarily have to like. I don't know if it's some people don't understand what happens when you come in as a trauma. Like a lot of stuff is brought to you, and I just think that would have been important. So the fact that nothing was said by anybody to the doctor. Now maybe the doctors at the hospital will testify that they were told that, but it's not written down, and I have a real problem with that because I literally write your charts like as my job, and
right.
It's imperative that I put everything, even stuff that doesn't seem significant. So
nobody writes down that they heard this. No, it's not written in anybody's reports until after. Well, it's not written in anybody's reports at all, and they don't start talking about it until after they talk to Proctor. And I think that's what the defense keeps going. Okay, so you had this conversation with Proctor, and now your testimony is this.
I also don't understand why the prosecution or the defense, there's something in this Play-Doh. Get it out. Why they don't say, like, for instance, when I write my charts, I know that legally, if something were to happen to whatever patient it is, and I, for whatever reason, have to go to court to testify in some way, I'm responsible for what I wrote in there. Oh my gosh, you're kidding.
Figures in there.
Look, there is Lego figure. I will pull it out.
Ducking felonies, that's right. If you didn't document it, it didn't happen.
Right.
And so
I'm responsible for that.
When you're
So
taking
basically,
somebody into a trauma, though, don't you want to tell them what you think or what you know happened at this point, like the information you've gathered? Why wouldn't any of these people who have now, so many have heard her say, "I did this, it's my fault, I hit him," and we're going to get to Fletti over here or whatever the hell his name is. And, where he talks about that he tried to get clarification on what she meant. Nobody goes in and tells the doctors, nurses, anybody that we think he was hit by a car because his girlfriend/wife says she hit him with her car.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, like, say you didn't say it, like, I'm not testifying to anything that I didn't write. Like, if it's not in my report, like, I'm just going to tell you I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not testifying to something that I didn't write in the moment.
When we get to the money and he's like, so show me where that's written in your report. He actually goes and looks at his report like he's going to find where he wrote that down. And he's like, it's not here. It's not here.
Are you talking about Fletti?
Yeah, I think we're going to get to him. Yeah.
So I found that interesting that he had the report up there the entire time. And like, I get wanting to be accurate, but at the same time, I'm thinking like on that particular moment that you're talking about, when they ask you about it, you've already reviewed this report. Like, it's not in there. If it's your report.
Yeah, why is he looking at it? He's looking for it. He's like, no, that's not here. It's not here.
So
and then he asks him another question and he goes to look for that and he's like, yeah, no, that's not here either.
Yeah, it was almost like it wasn't his report and he was reviewing it. You know what I mean?
It's so funny. Oh, Dreamer Thinker, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You two do a great job. We make a good team.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. So here's Mr. Anthony Fletti. This guy didn't come across like I thought that the other guy, what's his name, Nuttal, he actually seemed like he was likable. Like, I think a jury probably would like that guy. But he was just demolished by the defense with this puffy jacket, and then he had to back down and say, you know, my memory is faulty. My memory is faulty. Now, this guy, I don't think came across very likable. That's my opinion. You guys can totally think he was great. And he's probably a great guy. Don't know him. But he just, to me, like, if I was on a jury, he didn't come across very likable to me. So he talks about the same thing over and over again with, you know, the history of how long he's worked there, what shift he worked. He worked 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. He says there was 4 to 6 inches of snow. He arrived at the scene at 6:14. John was transported by 6:27, and they arrived at the hospital at 6:45. I just wrote those down because that was the first time we're getting a very clear timeline of what happened with John. So when he arrived at the scene, he saw a female giving CPR as well as 2 other women standing nearby. He said the wallet was in John's pocket, so he took out his ID to figure out who he was. He said John's body was 10 feet from the street. John was on his back. All limbs could be moved. They were all still movable. Top of body was clear of snow, but it went up to about his rib cage. 4 to 6 inches of snow on the ground. He apparently said that again because I thought it was important to write it down twice. I don't know why I put that in here twice, though. Asked Karen what happened, and Karen replied, "I hit him repeatedly." Now, we'll talk about this when I'm done reading it, because I know Sleuthy's got some stuff to say about this one. Tried to get clarification on what she hit him with. Like, did she punch him? Did she hit him with something? He said it was an unproductive conversation, and so he went back to focusing on John. Well, after he asked, like, what meds, so he goes over what meds were given, like, to John throughout working on him and when. So they kind of go through that timeline. Says there are signs of hypothermia, and he talks about what to look for if you're looking for hypothermia. He says the internal temp of 80 degrees suggests severe hypothermia. John was actively bleeding from parts of his body, but his arm wounds had clotted. So he asked Katie, because the conversation with Karen was unproductive, he asked Katie to try to go get information from Karen on what had happened. He is in the back of the ambulance and goes to Good Samaritan and stays there for about 10 to 15 minutes, just in case, you know, anybody needs him or has anything. So that's just on direct the first part. Sleuthy.
Yeah, what?
I was to say, do you want to talk about when Karen said I hit him and how, or do you want me to go through Cross first and then talk about how they pull out the ambulance stuff?
I'll wait till the Cross is done because I'd like to point out things that are inconsistent, and that kind of happens after that.
Okay, so that's pretty basic right there. And then on Cross, he says he was in the passenger seat of the ambulance on the way to the scene. He did see John's body on the side of the road when arriving. He had lacerations on his nose, a contusion on his right eye. So there was no bruising or contusions or trauma on the abdomen. He said the abdomen was distended. He heard Karen say, "I did it," when asking about what happened. He asked Katie to go get the information from Karen. Attorney Jackson points out that Tony Anthony is in the ambulance with the door closed when Katie is talking to Karen. So therefore, he could not have heard their conversation of, quote unquote, "I did it." They start going through the dash cam videos, and then they talk about how he, where he is in relation to Katie, and where he gets into the ambulance and the doors are closed and Katie is outside talking to Karen, so he couldn't have heard at that time what happened. He talks with Sergeant Buchnick and states that he heard Karen say it to Katie. So he's now saying at this testimony that he asked Karen and Karen told him. Karen said, "I hit him, and he was trying to get clarification. His initial interviews were to Buchnick saying that he heard Karen say it to Katie, Well, Attorney Jackson's saying, you couldn't have heard the conversation. You're in the ambulance and the doors are closed and nobody ever comes back out of the ambulance. So he says he relayed the information to nurses that Karen said she hit him, yet it's not in the reports, nor was it mentioned before the testimony that day. He never says it to the grand jury, and he never says it to Buchnick, that he told the nurses that Karen hit him. This is when I was saying, like, that Jackson's asking him to, like, look at your report and tell me where it's at. And he actually, like, looks at his report to, like, find it, knowing damn well it's not in there.
Yeah. And again, like, I don't know if this was, again, an example of listening to other people, getting mixed up between what they were saying, what you were saying, wanting to be helpful, but not, maybe you weren't as observant of something. It just seems weird to me that Katie's purpose there, like, granted, she did drive the ambulance she drove the ambulance to the hospital, but other than that, like, her whole purpose there, with, like, she had a conversation with Karen outside of the ambulance, and even that evolves, right? Like, it was always, and this is an example of mixing up somebody else's story with yours. It was always in all the reports that she asked Karen if she knew what happened to John's face, like to his eye and his nose, and that she turned to her friend and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. It almost seems like Anthony adopted that story as he asked, do you know what happened to him, how he got these injuries? And she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. You see what I mean?
Yep.
I just think that we're sitting here and we're watching him have to look through his fucking report for every question that he's asked. You're right. I'm sorry. Every single question that he's asked, he has to look at his report. So, like, I'm asking myself, well, now he's, like, mentioning things that are nowhere in any of these reports. He's heavily reliant upon this report here to tell me everything that happened. Is his memory now really reliable if he has nothing to refer to from that day? Or it can't be corroborated?
Well, yeah, because he didn't write it down.
Right.
He thinks he wrote stuff down that he didn't write down. And it's because he didn't actually hear it. It goes back to, and a couple people have mentioned this in chat, and we'll get it. I haven't really brought it up too much about Katie because we haven't got to Katie's testimony where we learn that she goes in and actually tells all three guys that are in the back. She tells them that Karen said I hit him. But
she
then
says that, but then you have other testimony from one of the guys in there that says they never heard that.
Right.
So,
but Katie's also changes because Katie says that she told it to another, she was saying it to another lady. And then it goes, well, like I said, we'll get to more of that when we get to Katie's, but I make his headphones. All I know is 1, I'm never going to Canton. And 2, I hope I don't have a medical emergency in Canton. Yeah, he had to look at his report that he had just got done reading. He's looking for information that's not there, though. That's the weirdest shit.
Yeah.
Like, it's not there.
And, like, Katie also says that there was another officer that was there, and that officer heard her say it. And he said, what did you say? Or you hit him with what?
Yeah.
And
wait, what?
But the other officers, like, they also didn't put that in the report or testify to it. You know what I mean?
Well, Hennessy over there and be like, what you say? What you say?
What?
What? So on redirect, Lolly comes back up and is saying abdomen distension could be caused from internal injuries. So going back to that comment from earlier, the defense is trying to show like there's no trauma to the midsection of John's body where he would have been hit. There's nothing around his hip areas, his leg areas, and his stomach to show that he was hit by a vehicle in that area of his body. So they had asked him, the no bruising, no contusions or trauma on his abdomen. And so, but the abdomen was distended. So on redirect, now Lolly's trying to bring it back and be like, no, but the abdomen distension could be caused from internal injuries, correct? And he wouldn't know that because he's not the doctor now that's working on him. It's just like, it could have been from that. He also says, I did it comment was on the way to John's body. So now he's saying that he was walking out to where John was, and this is when Karen said, I did it to him. Attorney Lolly suggests that the body was possibly visible due to all the lights from the other vehicles that were already there. So the only reason he could see it from the passenger seat of the ambulance was because the scene was already lit up. Once trying to prove that Karen Reed knew where John's body was, which is how she saw it and went straight to it. That he assumed that he had been hit by a car because of the proximity to the road. And then on recross, there is a video is 3 minutes long with only one person performing CPR. So they talk about that, because constantly they're saying that they have to change out, so on and so forth. That, people get tired, and so they switch it out until they put and Sleuth, you'll know more about what this is called, but like the electronic CPR device on. But it said the video is 3 minutes long with only one person performing CPR, and they talk about the proximity to the road of where, why he thinks he would have been hit by a car. So do you want to add to the redirect and the recross? I'm going to run to the restroom real quick if that's okay. You can handle it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I think that Lally is making this more convoluted than like it needs to be. And I think that, and I think I said this to you, Teresa, like before we even started this, like, if you would have put up one credible EMT, I feel like you would have been better off as opposed to putting up 5 different ones that are saying different things. And some are saying that they hear it and she's screaming certain things while they're doing some type of activity with the other person. But then when that other person testifies, they say they don't hear that at all. And I just think that it's not at all as strong as people try to make it out to be, or as it could be if she was literally screaming at the top of her lungs over and over again, oh my God, I hit him. I can't believe I hit him. And everybody at the scene heard it, if that makes any sense. I'm looking at comments. And I think that after him viewing that video where he can't even say where he's at, like he can't even point his own self out in the dash cam footage of where he is, like I think that the redirect gave him an opportunity to then be like, oh, well, the only part that it could have now been would have been as I was walking over to John's body.
I'm back, but I missed what you said, so I have no comment.
Yeah, that's okay. I already told you it, like that. I feel like him putting all these people on with conflicting things that they're saying and different versions of, and then like others adamant and flat out denying ever hearing her say anything like she hit him. And I think that it just confuses everything. Sorry. I switched over because the TV's louder than it ever is. I can't hear anything if I don't put the headphones in. I'm like, I can only hear all the noises around me. Sorry.
There's a chance he wants to go badly with minimized risk in order to reduce risk in federal investigation. So we haven't gotten through all these, but I'll tell you, I do think that Lolly put all these, this is my opinion, Lolly put all these paramedics and firefighters on the stand to bury Katie's testimony, because he knew that they were going to bring up that Katie was the one who said, I hit him. They were also going to try to bring up that Katie is friends with Caitlin Albert. And so I think that they wanted to bury her testimony in the redundancy of all of this stuff, because there's no reason to have every one of these guys on the stand. There just wasn't. They all heard something different. They all saw something different. They all say that he's a different distance from the road. They all say different amounts of snow. They don't have anything consistent. So it's not helping the state's case, but they had to put Katie on there.
Well, and it could have been thinking, well, if she gets impeached or she's not believable or the whole relationship thing ends up making her not credible, at least I have all these other people and they're getting their testimony in. But the problem was they weren't prepared for. I saw someone say that it didn't seem they were prepared for direct or cross, and I agree with that 100%.
I think they spent their time with Katie. I think they tried to prep her, and they didn't figure that any of these other ones were going to be nearly as big of a deal.
You're probably right.
So this is Matthew Kelly. He was a brand new firefighter paramedic, and it seemed that he wasn't up there very long, and he actually seemed very likable, and both sides seemed to trust his judgment. And the defense even said, "Hey, Jay." Did he remember his gym shorts on the way out? Frickin' Jay. He got his pass from school so that he could miss class and have it approved. So he, but the defense was even like, you've been consistent the entire time throughout every interview. But they really kind of focus on like that he was new. He was just learning the ropes. He didn't want to make mistakes because he didn't want to create bad habits. I think I put that in here too. So we'll go with what's on direct. So direct, he's fairly new in 2022. He drove the ambulance to the scene. John was on his back near the fire hydrant. John's body was 5 feet from the street. So we've had 5 feet, we've had 10 feet, we've had 20 feet. He did help with CPR. He couldn't see injuries until he was inside the ambulance. He said John did have blood around his mouth. He was cold to touch, frozen. They were using heating blankets. He had lacerations on his right arm. The clothing was removed with trauma shears. He said Karen was erratic and running around and screaming. Karen had blood around her mouth. Once again, he didn't know who anybody was, but later learns that it was Karen. He heard Karen say, "He's dead. He's fucking dead." And he stayed in the back during transport to the hospital while Katie drove. So on cross, they said he wouldn't want to make a mistake because he was new. He didn't want to create bad habits. He said John's clothing was removed in the ambulance. It confirmed that John was wearing what John was wearing and that he had one missing shoe, which is also weird because most of them don't know. They all know he's missing a shoe, but none of them really actually know which shoe it is. Only I think one person actually says which shoe it is. I don't even know if it's the right shoe. John's clothing was confirmed that John was wearing and is missing a shoe. Clothing was taken from the ambulance to the patient's room per protocol. Confirms that no one left the ambulance once the doors were closed. Karen was hysterical, screaming, "He's fucking dead." He believed Karen had done CPR, and he never heard Karen say, "I hit him." And then on redirect, he said, "You can't see the ambulance from the dash cam. And just because he didn't," this is Lolly, "just because he didn't hear it, just because you didn't hear it, doesn't mean that somebody else couldn't have heard it, right?" Correct.
Which is such
dumb.
garbled bullshit, because if
anyone was
Katie,
driving the ambulance? Sorry.
Katie was. And
I know, but that's fucking Lolly. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance?
Oh yeah, ridiculous. But like, if Katie had opened the ambulance doors, if you ever been inside an ambulance, it's not like an 18-wheeler. So if she opened the door and she said she hit him, and then she went in and helped do something and told them, like, there's just no way that he, in the closed quarters of the ambulance where they're talking to each other to work as a team and figure out what's going on and how the best treat him, just simply her opening the ambulance doors to tell them anything would have drawn his attention to her. You know what I mean? Like, he's my favorite, I think. And
I think he's my favorite too.
Yeah, he's new. So he's probably shitting himself. He's not trying to lie.
I don't want to testify. I don't want to do anything with this.
Yeah. I mean, look at him. He's like, God damn. I did this for like 2 days and they got me all wrapped up in this bullshit.
It's like, I was brand new. I was just trying to save the guy. I didn't hear anything. Big Wheel's ambulance is even smaller. Oh, Deets, don't do that. You'll be freaking wasted. You'll be day drunk. Deets is gonna start taking a shot every time while he says, if any.
My medical opinion is you don't do that.
Chelsea said he's regretting.
She won't just be drunk. She'll be alcoholically poisoned. This baby's regretting his career choice. Exactly. He's just telling the truth that he's like, I'm never going to be involved ever again. I don't want nothing to do with none of this.
Like, don't even talk to me.
Get the fuck out of here. Mm-hmm.
Don't even talk to me anymore. Oh, Julia's going to take shots. Oh, God, you guys are going to be wasted. If you're going to do that, you need to do it live. Let's get Bob and Jay to take shots while they're live. And Allie. I know.
Allie might.
Allie might. Let's have Allie and Jay do it. Matthew wishing he would have went to junior prom instead of that call. Oh,
You're
shit.
right.
He's a little cutie. He's the fresh one. It's fresh meat right there. You'll really love my review after that. I know they're both sleeping. They can't even finish the testimony for the day. It's 1 o'clock on a Tuesday, and they're like, God, thank God this is over. We're already wasted. All right. So next up was Canton firefighter paramedic Francis Walsh. He was pretty uneventful, in my opinion. Sleuth, I don't know if you agree. He was the last fire department vehicle to arrive at the scene. He says John's body was 10 feet from the street. Karen was moving around frantic. Karen said, "Is he alive?" Clothing removed with trauma shears, and he saw scratches and lacerations on John's right arm. On cross, said Karen was the most upset out of all three women, and he only heard Karen say, "Is he alive?" So do you have anything you want to add for Francis Walsh? I'll be right back.
Not that I can remember. I'm looking to see if anybody else remembered anything.
I felt he was pretty uneventful.
Yeah, he was. And again, he didn't hear her say she hit him or that she did it. I'm trying to think. I feel like this is the guy that was like, I'm really nervous.
Yeah, he just seemed kind of. I didn't take any notes that were like outstanding.
Yeah, it's another person that said they were scratches, lacerations. Like, how are you putting up all these people that say they're scratches and lacerations, and you're going to bring up the ME and try to tell people they're abrasions? Like, are you going to say all these other people are wrong?
Well, I just don't know if they're just using, we were talking about this yesterday. Like, are they just using it like interchangeably? Like, they're not even going to try to distinguish the difference? Like in anybody's testimony?
Well, Lally in a motion, in a filing, has definitely tried to clarify that they're absolutely not lacerations.
But then they keep referring to them as scratches and lacerations.
even his opening, what's his face, Nuttal, actually made a movement like he was scratching his arm when he described them.
Mm-hmm. The
I don't know.
furrows.
I can't wait to see
Furrows.
everybody's reaction when the ME comes on and says that she's not saying that he was hit by a car. She don't know.
Yeah, she
Could have
doesn't
been
know.
hit by a car or a golf ball or a, you know what I mean, a bat or a brick or. But if you look at the pictures of the view from yesterday or whatever day that was, you know,
Friday.
Karen's bumper, the bumper of that vehicle, the bumper and like the spoiler at the top pokes out really far. So I don't know how you're going to convince people that somehow just his head was sticking out of a bush or something to where that was the only thing that got hit and not his knees bent backwards from the bumper or the top of his head getting slapped by the thing at the top. You know what I mean? Which still at that point, it would have taken his knees out.
Did I grab that photo? I thought I grabbed that photo. From the scene, but maybe I didn't. I'm just looking to see if I grabbed the car from the jury view. That's okay. I have a video on it, so we'll look at that. But I thought I had grabbed the photo, and it does. It has two little markings though, where they're saying like there's dents in the car.
They were like, yeah, like little. I almost want to say they were maybe marked with like a piece of tape or paper.
Right.
But regardless, that doesn't explain why the bumper would not have taken his knees out. The fact that he has no injuries below like his neck, if he were to have his arms up in the air, is just like, if I was a juror, you'd have to reconcile that with me somehow. Like, you're going to have to explain to me how, you're going to have to show me a reenactment of how this happened where it didn't hurt any other part of his body. Like, I need to see that for me. You know what I mean?
That's honestly, that's one of my biggest things that I can't say whether I think that she hit him or I cannot fathom the injuries on his body matching the damage to that car. They're going to have to prove to me that he was hit by a car at all, because it doesn't make sense to me. You know, people ask me like my theory, like, do I think she's guilty or not? I don't know. I'm actually at the point where I don't know if either theory is correct. I think they might be missing something else that could have happened. And I would be curious. Well, we're never going to find out, I don't think. I don't think we're actually ever going to know, no matter what the outcome of this is. I don't think we're going to really know the truth. But if they can prove that there's something with that car, which we would have probably known that through all the pretrial hearings anyway, that there's something with that car that shows that he was hit, that he ended up underneath the car, anything.
Oh, what do you think? What do you think about him telling them to pay attention to the center console? I watched the video of them going around it, and I didn't see anything about the center console. Like, they showed inside the car, and I was like, I don't understand. What am I supposed to be looking at?
Don't know.
I don't know either.
Don't know. I guess maybe they've got something that they're going to be bringing out that talks about the center console. But for me, you got to show me how he got these injuries. You're going to, whatever reenactment they have is going to have to be convincing for me to believe that she hit him with a car, because I'm not there. I do know that people who get hit by cars do sometimes lose their shoes. So, I mean, they do have that kind of going for them on the hitting the, you know, that, but we don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to, I want to know what his internal injuries are. You know, the FBI says that car did not hit John O'Keefe, and John O'Keefe was not hit by that car. But we only hear that from the defense in a pretrial hearing, so I don't know what we're going to get out of it. People being carried lose their shoes too. You're right. Say he did slip. How did the head wound happen? Is there a huge jagged boulder? How did the arm marks happen? Exactly. Was there like stumbling around? Are the scratches from the bushes? Does he try to get somewhere else? What does he hit? You know, is this guy, this is going to sound, could be crazy, but these are the things like I'm waiting for evidence to kind of either prove me right or wrong. Like, does he go towards the house and pass out and like ends up in the bushes and is like hits his head on something over there and then is like not completely out of it, but tries to get away and is like keeps falling over. Hence he throws up and now he's got throw up on his clothes. Was there vomit out there? I don't know. I mean, not to tell you too much personal stuff, but like when I used to drink, I would drink a lot. And there was times I fell down. And there's times I really fucking hurt myself.
I drank a lot. And there was times I fell down.
I did. I fell down some stairs.
Mom, what happened that
Oh,
one
God.
time that I tried to be a responsible drunk person and I walked home from the bar? Yeah, what happened to me when I walked home from the bar that night?
In country?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, mom stories.
Oh, you broke your foot. You fell in the ditch or something.
The curb
thing.
Yeah. I fell off a curb. It was like one of those 14-foot curbs. And I tried to walk home like a responsible adult. And I fell off the curb while I was texting too. I was texting.
You can't drunk walk and text. It doesn't work.
I can't do it sober either, but I was walking and then I fell and I literally remember like my one knee was bent and like under my other leg. And a bunch of people come running up to me and they're like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." I'm sitting in the middle of the road. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." It's like one of those things where like, you know, you kind of twist your ankle, but like after a bit you can get up and walk it out kind of. It just hurts real bad right now, like when you stub your toe. And I'll never forget the guy's face. He like leaned in and like looked past me so he could see the leg that was under my other leg. And he was like, "Yeah, no, you're not gonna walk on that." And then he's like, "I'm gonna call 911." And then he did. And then it was this huge production because I destroyed my foot. And one of the people one of the EMTs or whatever they count was of course someone I went to high school with. And he was like, "What happened?" And I was like, "Man, I tried to, this is what I get. I should have just drove drunk like the couple blocks home instead of walking." It was one of those, like if I was a handicapped person, I'd have sued the town because there was no handicap dip. It was like a brand new curb and it was every bit of 10, 12 inches off the ground. And I went straight down. Yeah.
I was leaving a party and there was like 5 steps to leave the house. And I went to take the first step and I must have passed out. And so I fell off the stairs and hit my face on the sidewalk.
Oh my God.
And fractured my cheekbone.
Cool.
Got up, like it all was cool and I was totally fine. Like, you know, all's great and whatever. Went back home and apparently was a fucking disaster. And so my roommate ended up calling 911 and my mom came over. And the cops said that they thought I had gotten in a fight. And she was like, "No, if she'd gotten in a fight, you'd be at the other girl's house." And I was like, "Mom, you're so badass." I'm so proud of my mom. And they did. And I lived upstairs, like in an upstairs apartment. So they put me on a board and carried me down and I was freaking the hell out. I just remember freaking out. But I must have passed out at some other point there because I don't remember getting to the hospital or anything else. I was fucking hammered. Yeah, I don't drink anymore.
Say drunk people don't. Yeah, I haven't drank in a long time. But actually, like over a decade. And they say that drunk people like don't get hurt. which was something else I was thinking about with John O'Keefe, right? I'm like, maybe it's a myth, but like I always heard that like drunk people, like if you drive drunk, their bodies are like, because their reaction time is so slow that everything's not like like, you know how when you get like the flu shot and stuff, and they're like, don't tighten your muscles in your arm, otherwise it's going to be sore. You have to relax your muscles in your arm. Like I was always told that drunk people, their bone or their muscles are relaxed, and that's why they don't get hurt.
A lot of the
I've
times,
always
yeah.
got hurt. I've always got hurt. But I was thinking about like with John too, like I don't know. Just the entire thing doesn't really make. I can come up with a story that makes sense, but it's not that he was hit by a car. And I hope that they use their time with this reconstructionist that Lowley supposedly has wisely and can show me a video of how John got killed with a car. That's what I need to see.
That's what I need to see. Otherwise, I don't see it. And that's the whole thing for me, and why I can't just say, oh yeah, she totally did this. I just don't see that car matching those injuries. And I also don't see the directionality of his body. How in the world does she back straight up, hit him with her right rear end, and he flies off to the right versus flying straight backwards?
Well, and Jennifer McCabe said she saw her. Well, we'll see what her testimony is. We'll see if it's different. I'm sure something will be different. But she said that she saw her, or the car, pull away straight towards Chapman. So she saw her pull away, and John wasn't standing there. And it was earlier than she claims that it was, because Karen was already leaving a voicemail from the house at 12:41. So it was earlier than she claims it was. And if it was Karen, she pulled away, and Jennifer watched the car pull away and didn't see a broken taillight or John's, anywhere in the yard. Like, if he got hit, where could he have been? He was either on the ground, or he was standing there, or he was inside the house. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just not possible.
It doesn't. It's not possible. It doesn't make any sense to me. So there's a great video. The court TV. Glare plays this video all the time, and it cracks me up every time that he does it.
Stop it. If that appears in this trial, I swear to God.
There's no way. It's not even the right side of the car.
I will have a stroke.
Why the hell would his glass? Why would he sit his glass down where the car was? Why does the video is just stupid? I don't even know why they played it. It's just but every time Glare plays it, I laugh.
How didn't they laugh?
Yellow,
how wasn't Vinny like,
whatever.
What is this? I would have busted out laughing. There's no way I could have, with a straight face, been like, thanks, sir, for making that. You know what I mean? I would have been like, dude, what?
Like, you realize, like, well, I mean, he's like, he tries to be like nice about it, and he's just like, I tried my best to try to make sense of it, just like the rest of us are doing. And Vinny's like, yeah, yeah.
Well, here's the hint. If that's the best you could do, trying to make sense of how she got hit by a car, then I'm here to tell you, there's no way you believe she was hit by a car. If that was the best scenario you could come up with, you can't also then tell me you believe she was hit by a car.
Well,
that was implausible.
Bends down to pick up this glass that he sat in
Turns
the street
his head.
for whatever reason. No, there's nothing to even show that he sat a glass in the street. And then she backs up into him and hits his head. And once again, he goes flying off to the side.
But also,
he would not fly off to the side.
It was a car, not an SUV, not a large SUV. It was a car, and he had him like turn his head to look at the glass.
Should I play it?
Oh my God! If you do, you have to do. I don't know which one Will uses, where it has that like the
I don't know
dance or whatever.
I need Will to play it.
Do it, because I'm sure there's people here that don't know what it is.
I don't know which one he uses. I have to maybe she is. I don't know.
It's got
which
that
one.
song. It's like
Yeah.
It's like
I'll have to find it on his stream next time. You've never heard about this?
You should play it, and then you just you sing us the song, the tune.
It's got to be from his channel though, so I'll have to find it on his channel. Hold on, let me see if I.
He just played it recently when he was.
I know he plays it all the time because that makes me laugh. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, the crowd wants to see it. Oh my God, I've never heard about this. Oh my God, people here haven't seen it. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I should play it because.
Yeah, do it.
I gotta find it on Will's.
And I'll preface by saying that Kevin, who created the video, swears that she was hit by a car. Oh, good.
It was better gravy.
I'm sure it'll be good. Kevin, swears that Karen Reed is guilty and that she did hit John and leave him in the yard to die. And this is a representation of his best, I guess as to how this occurred. So you got to watch this now and understand that he believes that she hit him with her car, and this was the best example he could come up with of how that happened.
Okay, they said he played it today, so let me go see if I can find it in his stream.
I swear, if this shows up at this trial, I'll have a stroke.
No way.
Like if I go blind in one eye, that's what happens.
Our reconstructionist, this is what he put together for us. Oh my God. It's so bad. Hold on. I'm hoping that he played it today so I can find it.
Like, would you not shit yourself if you found out that was actually leaked? A leaked exhibit from the reconstructionist. Wait till people see this. I can't believe there's people who haven't seen this.
Oh shit! I want to find it on his though. Does anybody know where, what time frame he played it? He does play the other thing I want to talk about though, so maybe I'll just do that now since I'm on his stream and he already has it up. Oh, here it is. Yeah, found it. Okay, hold on, found it. Hold on. I want to talk about.
I think you should tell people to put a 1 if they think this is possible. No judgment here, just of Kevin, Plevin, but not you guys. But I'm just curious if anyone actually thinks this is possible.
Deed says don't play it. I'm totally gonna play it because people haven't seen it and they need to see it. So I'm playing it from Glitter's channel because this is what makes me laugh every time he plays it. And then we'll talk about the other topic. But hold on.
Thank you so much. And congrats to all of you with new memberships. Right on. Thank you so much, Peggy. That was so nice. Now we have to go over this, folks, because
he says we have to go over this.
Now, of course, we don't have a choice. We need our favorite music for this.
Here you go. So dumb.
One more time. Okay.
It doesn't even make any sense. And he's got with a martini. And then he picks up the martini and looks at it ooh, what did I find? And then turns his head. He's like, oh. And then the car hits him. And then he's also got it as a car and not the SUV, like you pointed out. But I know I feel terrible for laughing. And I told myself this when I was laughing at it when I watched on Will's. But I'm like, come on.
I don't.
Come on.
This man literally had the audacity to say to me that I'm not a serious person.
Well, that's fucking funny.
Yeah.
He's obviously never heard your birthing stories.
Clearly. I'm a very serious person.
Very serious. And that's not a cocktail glass. The reconstruction is funny, and obviously what the end of it is why he's doing it is not funny. The case, it's not funny. John's death is not funny, and I just want to make sure that's very clear that I don't think that's funny. I think that video is funny, and I find it even more funny when Will puts the music to it, which is why I wanted to show it on his, because. And then, come on, Vinnie Politan. I adore Vinnie. What are you doing putting that on Court TV? Don't put that on Court TV. It's so inaccurate. Hold on. Okay, so I know that I just saw it on here that he plays. So we're not done with the testimony yet. We'll go right back to it, but I have to play this. I have to play this because I wanted to talk about it earlier. When the testimony was about, could you see John's body from the door? So, and he happens to play. I saw it when I was looking for that part. So he happens to play it. So instead of me pulling up a separate thing, I'll just play it from here.
This is just.
If anybody doesn't know what this is and hasn't seen this yet, this is Jennifer Coffindaffer, former FBI agent, who was caught trespassing last week on 34 Fairview. She was caught on Ring camera from the current owners of the home, going up there and taking photos. So.
Fantastic. Hold on.
Oh my God. Are we going there right now?
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh my God, lady. What are you doing?
Did you see her run away? Yeah, no, she's not just in their driveway. She comes up into this is the front porch right here.
She's like in their
this is the
flower
she's
bed.
Like in her flower bed.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe she did this because she is one of the very first people to go around tweeting about how people insert themselves and how they do things just to try to make a buck on YouTube and how they, all this crap that they do.
Yeah.
And then here she is sneaking up onto this property, not just walking up and saying, "Hey, I'm Jennifer Coffindaffer.
Yeah.
I'd like to, take a photo. Would that be okay with you?"
That's the weirdest part to me is like, why didn't she just knock and say, I'm, God bless you. I'm, former FBI. I'm here for, this case. I would like to just take a quick picture. Why not just say that?
Scrappy says, TB's done much worse. I don't think it matters who's done worse. It matters that she's a former FBI agent who publicly condemns anybody doing anything like this while she's doing this.
Well, and also he makes his presence known. She ran away when she realized she was on camera. Like she was trying to purposely be sneaky, and there's no reason to be sneaky. She wasn't trying to interview nobody.
She could have just walked up to the door and said, "Hey, is it okay if I take a picture really quick?"
Yeah. Like she just had to get a photo from that spot.
And then she runs away.
Yeah, she had to get a photo from that spot.
I don't know if they have the whole thing on here or not.
Oh my God, lady.
Some regular person walking.
What are you doing?
Like I'm just out for a stroll. Yeah, I don't. You can not like Turtle Boy all you want. You can not like anybody all you want to. That doesn't make what she did okay. Absolutely, bro, no way.
She had to take a picture to see if you could see where John's body was when you walked out that door. And I'm here to tell you, you can.
You can.
especially if he was parallel to the road, you absolutely can. And someone, I have to look, I know I was tagged in it long ago. I had to have retweeted it. Someone, I was like having an argument with Kevin or Plevin, and I said, Matt McCabe was said by them to have backed out of the driveway. Oh, something else that I thought was interesting watching that dash cam footage is that there were two vehicles in like a line, and then you have like Higgins, you have the McCabes, you have, so like I'm just wondering when she told
We're gonna roll
John, what the hell? When she told John to pull behind her, like where was she parked at? Because we're assuming the driveway, because they said when they left, they backed out of the driveway, you know, turned their wheels to the right so that they could start heading towards Chapman. And anyway, somebody went for, and they literally at night with their beams on, did that exact movement. They pulled into the driveway and then backed out. And like their headlights would have been shining directly on John's body.
Going that direction. Yeah.
When they stopped to put the car from reverse to drive, and then as they were pulling forward to head down Chapman, the lights would have absolutely shined directly on John's body.
Yeah, hold on real quick. Let me pull this. ATS sent me Johnny.
We're gonna roll that right now. And just describe what it's.
It sent me Vinny's reaction to the video. She sent me video. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. She sent me Vinny's reaction to when they play this video on Court TV. So hold on.
Based upon how you came to.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. I struggled all summer trying to make sense, like all of us here, of the injuries combined, what we know about the injuries, combined with the damage to the vehicle, right? So John is found 6 to 12 feet on the lawn. Next to him in with the grass where there's no snow is accumulated, there are cocktail pieces. And we're told that the only injuries below his neck were possibly traumatic injury to the pancreas. We do he was knocked out of a shoe.
What?
Do you know it's echoing?
No,
it's
I did not.
Bad. For me, it is.
And yet there was also damage to the car. There was DNA and a hair found in the car, and the taillight is cracked. So I really struggled to try to understand how a vehicle could make that head wound and not damage
the point, Plevin. That's the whole point.
Yeah, this was an attempt at that.
Right.
This was just an attempt.
He left the drink in the street, which I get it. All right. I want to thank Rusty.
He left the drink in the street. Yeah, I get it.
I get it.
I get what you're doing there. Oh,
so
okay.
Plevin,
I apologize, you guys.
Plevin just made the whole point. I struggled to understand how her car hit him to cause those injuries. That's like literally the whole point. So if you struggle to understand, then how are you saying that's what she did?
But this is the epitome of somebody who wants to be the opposition just to be the opposition. And that can go either side. Like it could be a pro-prosecution Commonwealth or a pro-defense thing. But this is the epitome of just like, I want the prosecution to be right, so I'm going to figure out a way to make them right instead of asking the question that he has. Because if he asks the question that he has, then he becomes all these people that he wants to talk shit about. So he can't do it. We see it in Delphi every day. So, all right, we'll get back on track. Why do you never find? Why does it never happen to me? How come I never find martinis just in the street?
You know what that reminds me of? This is funny. When my little brother was younger, he would smoke pot, and I'll never forget like the one time in particular that my mom confronted him about it. And he did admit that he was high. And when she was like, and where did you get pot? And you know what he said? He said he found it in the street.
You know, it could have been true.
Like several times. My mom was like, I'm, 40-something years old, and I've never once found pot in the road.
Did she start walking up and down the street to see if she could find some?
Literally. Like he thought that was reasonable.
She's going to go to Canton if there's martinis in the street.
Yeah. It's about the storm. So are we on? Is Kate? Oh, Katie's not the last one, is she? She's important to talk about, though. We've been
Yeah,
here
we got
for
to talk about
4
Katie.
hours. A little
We
over
have.
4
I
hours.
know. It's been over
I think
4
we're
hours.
doing good, though. It's a lot.
Well, this next week I'm going to try to do it more frequently, but because I was sick, I couldn't keep up. So I had to kind of do a lot of backtracking.
It's a lot that happened in a whole week.
The last few, what slide are we even on? The last few are kind of repetitive, so I mean, it shouldn't take very long to touch on them. And the last slide I haven't even finished. So, but she's, I think, probably the most important one to talk about before we kind of skim through the last of them. Did you get my last email about the pick? I want to make sure I've played with it a little and was going to send it to you. Susan, send it. So I don't know. I don't even have my email up right now. You're doing great. I've enjoyed it so much. You had your own life. I'm so sorry. Love hearing you two together. Well, this next week though, Deets, we have to do the Delphi for Dummies live on your channel. So I've been trying to put together for that because the 13th is cut really quick.
I'm really irritated about that. Like I was telling the girls yesterday, I was like, do you understand that trial is going to start in like 8 days and we're going to have literally no clue what's happening? Because I don't trust anybody. Like I just don't. So like I'm going to have no idea what's happening.
We're not going to know what's happening. We're going to have no idea what really transpires in there. We don't even know if anybody's going to be able to actually get in.
It's totally insane. I can't think of, and she hasn't really provided a single reasonable excuse to not at least allow audio.
I'd pay for the damn audio. If she'd release it like they did with, they did with Lori Vallow, I'd pay for it.
Mm-hmm. And I'm already dreading like all the tweets and the news and stuff because I know it's just going to be all inaccurate.
Oh, MK, look at MK coming in and dropping some memberships. Thank you. Welcome, new members. Oh, no, I got to get them on Delphi. Sorry, guys.
We do need to do that, though. We've only been
we need to do the Delphi one. I've been trying to put some stuff together for that, like instead of the big Prezi, because that's just so much to go through.
Yeah, but we're going to do it and then
not know anything that happens in the trial.
At all. Yeah. And then like be like, oh, he was guilty. We don't know why. Because like we weren't there. I don't know. It baffles me. I don't understand.
So I plan on going to Delphi the last week, but I don't know if I'll get in. So if I don't, I figure I'm just going to go around and ask people for interviews.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to like CVS and like see if anybody wants to talk to me.
I mean, I'd probably be more productive.
So, well, I mean, otherwise I don't know what else. I just have to like mentally accept like there's a good chance I'm not going to get in there. So what am I going to do while I'm there?
Well, we can come up with like a list of things, like places we need you to go and like videos to take and stuff like that.
That's true. We could do that.
Except like you can't go over the bridge or anything like that. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't go over that bridge anyway. When I was 13, 14,
either.
like the girls, I sure as hell would have. I would have been on that bridge all the time. Now in my 40s, my anxiety, I would be like, it ain't ever. I'm not going out there. I probably won't even go out the part that's redone and secure. I'll be like, no, I'm good.
I was thinking about that, and I really was like, apart from like the old man that takes care of the trails and whatnot. Like I oh my God, I think we're getting like a tornado.
Jeez, yeah, it's like windy there.
Like out of nowhere.
Go over that bridge. Well, D 13th is jury selection in Allen County. So 13, 14, 15 will be in Allen County. And then 16th, the jury sworn in. Opening statements are set on the 17th in Carroll County. So for anybody who is saying like, I don't know anything about Delphi, it's too hard to catch up. That's the whole thing. Like, so we're going to go on Dietz's channel and we're going to do like a Delphi for dummies. So we're just going to go over like the essential things you have to know before the trial starts. So even if you don't know anything, you'll get to know some things. You won't know all the 7 years of crazy, but you'll know the stuff you need to know to go to trial. That's the plan. So, but that's on Dietz's channel, so make sure you guys go subscribe to her. Dietz, drop your link. She's going to explain it to us like we're 5th graders. So they came over here and did the essential Karen Reed for dummies. So we're going to go pay our respects over there and do the Delphi for dummies over there. All right, so let's get back over here. So because we need to get through Katie's for sure. And like I said, this coming week, I should be fine. I don't like knock on wood, and hopefully I can do these more frequently throughout the week to make it, so we're not here for 500 hours. Plus, Sleuthie and I like to talk and tell stories, so sometimes we get sidetracked. So Katie McLaughlin is the paramedic firefighter that has been the most talked about of any of the paramedic firefighters that have been on the scene. There is photos of Katie taken with Caitlin Albert. So Caitlin Albert, if you guys remember from the Who's Who, that Caitlin Albert is the daughter of the homeowners. Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin went to high school together, and there is photos of them out drinking, partying, celebrating, group photos, and whatnot. So she's been the talk. She was the one that the public really knew was the one that heard Karen say, I did it, I did it, I did it. Like, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So it's always kind of gone around her. She's the one that in my opinion, I think they put all these other firefighter paramedics on is to try to like bury her testimony. Even more pics have come out since testimony. Yes.
Yeah.
Some of them are dated like 2018, 2019. So don't let her fool you in this. I don't know who she is. Kind of
Well,
stuff.
and it's like, again, one of those situations where it's like, if it's not suspicious, like you've made it now even more suspicious because of the way you reacted to it. Right. I know Caitlin Albert. Okay, well, you know what Caitlin Albert we're asking you about. Is it the same one?
Well, she's playing dumb, and this is why I think that the prosecution spent most of the time trying to prep her for testimony and for cross. This gets a little confusing, though, because people have to realize that there's part of what happens with her testimony that is actually outside of the jury's presence. So some things that are heard, the jury has never heard and will never hear. So it's called, like they're like the defense is asking her questions to try to elicit a certain response before the judge will allow the specific evidence in.
I think it's also important to note her behavior in her responses when she's responding outside the presence of the jury.
So I've heard she had her own apartment, B Legend, that she had her own apartment, but she also stayed there. So I don't know. Somebody can confirm or deny or tell me the truth on that matter, because I don't know. B Legend asked, did Caitlin still live with her parents at 34 Fairview at the time of the incident? She was there that night and left, the early hours of that morning.
Well, there's two things going around, and I think that, and we'll of course have to wait for her actual testimony, but it was said before that she also left like before John got there, or before, this car pulled up out front. But then there was talk that she, like, I guess maybe she testified at the federal grand jury that she left at like 1:45. Like, she was the last family member to leave. And that was at like 1:45. And so we'll find out. But I think that the reason they didn't push too far on this was because they don't have this girl's like text messages and stuff. But I guarantee you they have Caitlin's. I think Caitlin will be asked about all of this.
And do you
Now, whether
think
she'll
that?
let it in, I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to ask you.
I mean, so the reason that she didn't, so she was talking about Rule 14, right? Was the reason that she didn't let them like show the pictures, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And I thought it was a good point that he said, like, if she would have just said, yeah, she knew her, then I wouldn't have to show any pictures at all. I don't know if she was trying to say that like Rule 14 applied because they were her pictures and other people's pictures from social media. It got really confusing there, but if it's public, I don't know why you would then exclude anything that's public. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know, because I know that they were trying to figure out what Rule 14 actually was, and it was like they couldn't really figure out how it fit into Rule 14.
I think it's funny
No.
that Lally pretended like he had never seen these before. Like this is the first time
Oh,
this was
give
ever
me a
brought up.
break. It's such a liar. He's like, oh yeah, no, I've never seen these. I've never seen these.
That's what's gonna. I guarantee. I feel like that's what's gonna happen with like Proctor and those pictures and stuff.
So Ariel said, yeah, Rule 14 seems to be like the pretrial discovery, and Lolly didn't get the photos from the defense. Which, I mean, it is what it is. but like Jackson said, he would not have had to even talk about the photos had she just said, yeah, I know Caitlin. But she was like, I went to high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert. If she had just said, no, I know Caitlin. She's an acquaintance of mine. She's been at some of the same places I've been at. Why even try to change it at all?
I also think it's kind of sketchy that you have to also remember that it was like days before trial started that he finally turned over his thing saying that he completed discovery. And the defense doesn't have to turn anything over until he hands that piece of paper over that says, I've given you everything we have that we're going to use at trial. And so
Right.
it's very likely that he does have those photos and he was given it in their discovery to him, but didn't have any time to review it. And I don't feel like that should be held against the defense. Like if the defense didn't happen to notice something and there was proof that the state sent it to them in discovery at a certain point, like actual proof, not just we have this piece of paper that says we gave it to them on this date, like actual proof.
Right.
They would still be allowed to bring it into trial. Otherwise, people all the time would be saying, well, yeah, maybe they turned it over, but I didn't get to review it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I haven't had enough time to review it, or they snuck it in with a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, so I don't think that's, if it would still come in then, I don't think that it's fair to then say, well, I haven't seen these photos because, I don't know. It shouldn't have taken you 2 years to give stuff over that could have been handed over, You have to remember with this case in particular, like it was like a year and a half before they even got the fucking taillight stuff,
I know. I hate it. I hate when it takes so long to do the simplest of shit. And that just makes you go, why is it taking so long? Why is that normal? Like it shouldn't be.
And it's
all right.
clothes. Like, why are they still asking a year and a half later for clothes? Like, turn the clothes over.
Katie is a domino effect. I agree with you. All we saw from the defense this week was them setting up certain things that they're going to be bringing later. They're just planting seeds.
Yeah. I think that was a way to get certain things in to where they're then able to bring it up when Caitlin testifies.
Okay, so let's go through it. So on direct with Lolly, she says she arrived at the scene in the engine, left in the ambulance. She said that Karen was very upset and moving around a lot. She was told to get info from Karen about the victim, and Karen moved around a lot, so she had to follow her until they finally came to a stop. I did grab this photo. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. So here you can see that she's talking. So here's Karen Reed. Here's Katie McLaughlin. Here's this officer that's standing nearby. And then here is Jen McCabe. And then I think that's supposed to be, is that supposed to be Carrie Roberts over there?
Yeah, with the fur on her hood.
I think that's what that is, but it's a still shot of a video. It's really hard to kind of tell. But the other thing is I thought was weird. I don't know. Maybe my brain's just playing tricks on me. Why did I think that Carrie Reed? Oh my God. Carrie Roberts was the one standing here in the circle to begin with. And not Jen McCabe. Because I think it was Carrie Roberts that was standing. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Let me keep reading. So they finally came to a stop, and then Karen said, I hit him. Another woman told Karen to calm down and that she was hysterical. Calm down. There was a police officer that was standing there, like I just showed you,
But that was
said, "You
Saraf.
what? You what?" And Karen repeated, I hit him. The police officer told someone to go get Goody down here because he was the sergeant. But Saraf doesn't put this in his report that he heard any of this. He doesn't start talking about it till later, which we know from Saraf's testimony that we already went through. What were you going to say, Sleuthy?
No, I was going back to my notes because I thought he's dead. I don't see where he even says that she said I hit him. Saraf. Oh, never heard Karen repeatedly state I hit him at any point while he was on scene. If he had heard that, he'd have written it down and told Proctor and testified to it at the grand jury. So that moment could not have been when she said it, and he couldn't have been the one that's. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
He testified specifically that he never.
You think that is Saraf? You don't think that's Meany?
No, that's a big guy.
That is a big guy. You're right.
Yeah.
That's Saraf.
And regardless, Meany didn't hear it either. So now she's got, she's now said that
this officer supposedly responds, you what? And then says to go get Sergeant Goody down here.
Yeah. See? Like it couldn't have been those two because they both testified they did not. And see, she wouldn't know that.
Right.
Well, that's if they're sequestering like they're supposed to. Who knows?
So she also testifies that John was wearing a light-colored zip-up jacket, jeans, and one shoe. Saraf testified I hit him after questioned about Proctor's report. Proctor put it in his report, and that's when Saraf said it was an oversight. Right. That's what I was thinking, too. That's why it wasn't in his report. He talks about, I think that's what I actually have on here. Did I put it on here?
No, Proctor didn't put it in his report.
No, Trooper Proctor, and what was the oversight then?
So he told Proctor on the 30th, I could hear Karen Reed continually state, is he dead, as the paramedics treated the victim.
Yeah, and then the grand jury, he says, she said, it's my fault, he's going to die.
She said in the grand jury, this is my fault. I can't believe this happened. She kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And then on direct at this trial, she said, he said that she said, he's dead, is he dead? This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. So he did.
Yeah, and
he was specifically
evolved
asked
and
if
changed to what his testimony was that day. Because it changed
but
from...
he did not ever hear her say she hit him.
Right. Sherry's grabbing notes. Okay, let me know, Sherry, what you come up with. I'm going to go back to Katie. Okay, so on cross, she talks about that she was the one wearing the bright yellow firefighter jacket. They go through the dash cam. I just showed you a picture from the dash cam. She told Proctor that she heard Karen say, I hit him, to another woman. This is what she told Proctor on January 30th. Karen turned to her friend and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She's not aware that the friend actually stated that Karen said, could I have hit him? And did I hit him? Well, this is going to be interesting because this is why I thought that was Carrie Roberts and not Jen McCabe standing there in that circle. Because Jen McCabe would have been the one to say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Okay, we'll have to pay attention to that for when they come up and testify, because I'm curious now who this friend was. And remember, one of the paramedics said, I heard her telling another woman that. Okay, Deets grabbed hers too. I grabbed mine, what Sleuthy said. At grand jury, he added, it's all my fault, I did this. Right. And then at testimony, it continued to evolve. Okay, so she said she was not aware of that the friend said this. She doesn't write, oh no, she returned to the ambulance, and that's when she told Fletti and Nuttal that Karen said, I hit him. And this goes into why I think they thought that they heard something like that, and why like Fletti was so adamant that he heard it, was because he was told it, he did hear it, he's just misremembering who he heard it from. And then it changes from Fletti saying that it was when he was working on John, Karen, he was asking Karen what happened. And then it changes to, no, it was when he was walking to John. But in his report, he actually had said that he heard Karen telling the female that when he was in the back of the van, or back of the ambulance. Now I want to call it a van, Sleuthy. Thanks a lot. And this is why they showed him that the doors were closed and there's no way he could have heard this conversation between Karen and Katie. So she said she doesn't write reports, so none of this would have been written in a report because she doesn't write any of the reports anyway. She talks about that the first time, she told law enforcement was actually the law enforcement agent who was standing there would be the first time. And they're like, no. When was the first time you actually repeated it? Attorney Jackson gets her to actually, there's a little bit of back and forth here, but Attorney Jackson actually gets her to admit that her story is changing and evolving. And as soon as they bring up Caitlin Albert is when we were just talking about this before we actually went into the slide. This is when the judge says, sidebar, they ask the jury to leave and they start talking about the photos and how long she's known Caitlin and so on. So outside of the jury presence, they argue about her relationship with Caitlin Albert. They talk about the Rule 14 photos are not coming in, but she is going to give them leeway about questioning Katie about her friendship with Caitlin. They bring the jury back in and they talk about that she went to high school with Caitlin. They did do day trips. They were not one-on-one friends. They were more acquaintances. And that she did not know that the scene where John's body was found was even Caitlin's house or Caitlin's parents' house, which is a big deal. And they go back and forth about whether she'd ever been to Caitlin's house. And she's like, not that I recall. She does a lot of this. Not that I recall. Not that I recall. Not that I recall. Has Caitlin ever been to your house? There's a big argument about like how much time they've spent together and how well they would actually know each other. And one of the very last things he brings up is that who set up the interview for her to talk to Proctor? And she says she doesn't recall. Well, he must know, because once again, attorneys aren't going to ask questions they don't already know the answer to. So he asked her if she knows who Kevin Albert is. Kevin Albert is the brother of the homeowner. And he's a Canton police officer. And he's the one who set up the interview for her to go and talk to Michael Proctor. She says she doesn't remember who set up the interview. She has no answer. She doesn't recall. So then redirect. Lolly asks her like how many friends she has on social media. And she says, I have like 500. And then he says something about like how many of those are good friends, and she's like 10, less than 10. She doesn't remember ever going to Caitlin's home. Says Caitlin is an acquaintance. She saw her more in high school because they were there every day. She learned more about who the Alberts were from media after John had passed away. So on Recross, they talk about the 500 friends. Out of those 500 friends, how many of them do you take day trips with? How many do you take photos with? How many times do you take photos like drinking and have your arms around each other? I believe that ends up objected to and sustained. And that was the end of Caitlin McLaughlin. Sleuthy, anything you'd like to add about Katie?
No,
Did I
just
say Caitlin? I might have said Caitlin. Sometimes I get my words mixed up.
that several things were switched up, and even just in the one testimony, I think it was good for them that he got her to admit that her testimony had evolved, which it had. I think in the grand scheme of things, hers is probably not that big a deal. I know people think it is, but I don't feel like it will be.
Her in general?
Yeah. Meaning
See,
a big deal as in like against Karen Reed. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal.
Oh, I don't think so at all. I think anything that has to do with her was all planting of seeds for later on from the defense. That's what I think.
They're
I don't
not
think
even at the ones that they want to do.
No. This is just a setup to show this little mini connection. Like, all they need to do is to show that this family's connected. So her showing she is connected to the family, and she's the one who was saying that she did it, or that she said, I hit him. She's the one who's passing that information on to Fletti and to Kelly. Nuttal. She's the one exchanging this. She's saying Saraf heard it. Saraf's saying he never heard it. And he's standing right there in the same circle. I think that she's just the beginning of a way bigger piece of a puzzle.
And honestly, I think her reaction to several things is going to help them when they go into the whole like cover up thing. I think her evasiveness and
Good job.
what are they saying?
All right, let's go. Good enough.
Yeah, for foundation. Yeah, I agree.
I agree. And that's why I think that they also didn't want this to be the process, or the Commonwealth didn't want this to be such a big deal. So that's why I think they put everybody up there to bury her. Because look at all these other people also heard I hit him. Well, no, they didn't. They heard it from her. She's the one who told these people I hit him. And now they think it's from Karen. Because the other people who she doesn't tell it to don't ever hear anything. They're the ones who are like, nope, didn't hear anything. Just the ones that she goes in the ambulance and says, hey, she hit him with the car. But they don't even tell the freaking doctors that. So now we have 3 in the afternoon of Friday that I did not finish the last one. So
this guy was a fool.
That guy was a tool. So let's go to him really quick. These were very redundant witnesses. I don't even really understand the point of why they were on there. The biggest thing they brought was that they were the ones that took Karen in for the Section 12.
Yeah, these were the people that came back to get her, to take her for the Section 12. So basically what I got out of these were that Lally was essentially, in my opinion, the way I took it was that he was trying to make it seem like Karen was acting, number one, in her reactions. And number two, for whatever reason, he wanted to get in all of this that Karen was talking bad about Carrie.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's going to backfire. And I also thought that it was interesting. Well, you can go ahead and read his stuff, and then I'll tell you.
So Verdinoga says a good point, though. Like, why would Kevin be contacting Caitlin the next day? Like, on the 30th?
Well, and he was already, like, conflict. Like, he shouldn't have been contacting anyone for an interview.
Right. He's conflicted out completely. Mm-hmm. And then Lacey said, this guy's smirk bothered me. It bothered me, too. He did smirk a lot. I don't know. Maybe it was just nerves or something. I don't know. But it was definitely awkward. I was like, why does he keep smiling, like smirking at them?
And the teeth sucking was out of control.
Oh, that's the next guy. Okay, so direct
this is the older guy.
This is the firefighter Well, they're all paramedics and firefighters there, but this one he arrived on engines, so I kind of just left it with firefighter. But he worked 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. He said when he arrived, John was not breathing. He had no pulse. He had scratch marks on John's arm. So it's always scratches or lacerations. That's all we've heard so far. Karen said, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" He returned to the station when John was taken to the hospital, and he was called back to the scene for Karen's section 12. And Karen did not want to go to the hospital, so he essentially was convincing her, if you go willingly, you could get out sooner. They typically favor people who go on their own versus have to be like taken in, against their will. So she ends up saying she'll go willingly to the hospital. I have to play publicly buzzed teeth sucking video. Okay, I will.
Oh, it's so good.
Karen. So on Cross, he talks about that Karen was emotional. Talks about the scratch marks on John's arm, and he also says that the torso looked bruised. And I wrote down something about liver on my notes, but I don't know if I wrote liver. I was going to go back and listen, but like I said, this is kind of where I ended up kind of finishing off. I don't know exactly what he said. I don't know if he was talking about like liver more. I don't know what he was talking about. I just wrote down something about liver. That's my great note taking for you. Maybe you don't want me going to the Delphi trial.
Probably his liver. That his liver had things wrong with it to show that he had hypothermia.
I don't know if he was talking about lividity. I don't know. I don't know what my note said, so I was like, I'll go back and listen, and then I'll just go from there. So, but I don't know. I wrote down liver. Don't take that for anything, because like I said, I don't even know what the hell I wrote it for. If he was talking about liver mortis, was he talking about liver mortis on the arm? Sometimes lividity can resemble bruising, I think was the point. Okay, thank you guys. I hadn't got to go back and listen to them again. So that was really all I got out of his testimony. Did you get anything else on your notes? And I'll go pull up publicly buzzed video. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't think so. Just yet another one that said, "Is he dead?" Which,
right.
And you know what's even crazier is like the defense doesn't deny that at some point she did say, "I hit him," but I felt like they did, like the state didn't even get that out because it got muddied in Katie changing the way that she was told. Do you know what I mean?
Like when and how she was told?
Yeah, like this whole time, the whole thing has been that Katie asked Karen if she knew what happened to John's nose and eye, how he got those injuries on his nose and his eye.
Right.
And she supposedly turned to her friend and said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." And it was just those like three things. Like it wasn't repeated over and over again to all these different people. Nobody else chimed in. And then that evolved, into this whole thing. And then like she's the officer standing there, and then she's telling the people in the ambulance, and like something that could have went well for the Commonwealth kind of now means nothing because it got so convoluted to me. Like if I was the defense, I wouldn't even be worried about that at this point. Like I wouldn't even be worried about the fact that she did say that at some point. Do it, play it. It's so funny.
Okay, so this is. Let me talk about the next guy first. So Canton firefighter Daniel Whitley. So this is a clip of Bob and Jay's stream, because if you guys aren't watching over there, you're missing out. Bob and Jay are switching back and forth on their channel, but Publicly Buzz clipped it, and this is their reaction to this gentleman talking. Well, let me mute myself in case there ends up being an echo.
Telling you right now, if I'm on this jury, the second I notice the lip smacking, I am not hearing a fucking word this guy has to say the rest of the time, and that's all I'm thinking about.
We're coming down Chapman Street, getting ready to take the right onto Fairview. We nearly slid off the road making the turn onto Fairview. It was snowing that heavily, and I don't believe the roads had been really plowed or treated or anything like that for us to. So it was pretty slippery.
Now, in addition to ambulance number 2 that you and firefighter Becker were in, what if any other sort of vehicles or apparatus was dispatched to this call as well?
There was engine 3, which is the District 1 engine, and at least 2 police cruisers. And then another gray SUV kind of further down from where we parked.
Now, when you arrived in this area on Fairview Road, what if anything, you sort of
Jay's
observed
reactions.
there?
Is this guy a lip
They were on the
smacker?
engine, is that correct?
They were on the engine,
I
correct?
see. I
Now,
just said
beyond-
before you guys came on, if I was on the jury, the
He's
second
so
I
high
noticed
pitched
that,
now.
I would not
He's
be
so
able to hear a word this man says. We need someone who's doing a counter. We got to be at like in the teens right now of lip smacking. It's a lot, folks.
Do it again.
Oh, I'm gonna do it again. So
Jay's
before I play it
face
again,
looked
though, so my daughter, which I didn't even know this was a thing, it has where she can't handle this. Like it literally, like if you chew with your mouth open, when the dog like licks themselves, or
Yeah,
like
it's a disease. I have it too.
yeah, misophonia, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
My
And I
daughter
can't
is
be anywhere near you while you're chewing food. I will literally.
no, she will literally lose her fucking mind
Mom.
and like have a mental breakdown.
You have a special insight because my mother's here. What
Oh my
happened that
gosh.
time? What happened that time that Thomas was chewing and when we were sitting at the table and he was chewing and I said something about his.
Oh no, you're just a freak.
No.
Shit.
I like shoved him. We put like a hole in Mom's kitchen wall.
She's a freak.
Your mom, dude, that's hilarious. She's like, I don't know, you're just a freak. That's how I feel. I'm like,
it's a disease.
we tried to, like, when we're watching a show together, the dog will start like playing with its toy or it'll like start chewing on one of its bones, and she'll lose her ever loving mind. And she goes from like 0 to 100. Like she's so pissed off about this noise.
Yeah, I've literally put him through the wall in the kitchen. Like leaped across the table. He couldn't believe it.
That's so crazy to me.
I can't even explain it.
I would love. I should have her come out here and watch this video. Hold on, let me get her out here. Hold on. Let's see if she'll answer her phone. She normally always has it. Can you come out here real quick? Hurry up. Bye. Okay. She's going to be so mad. She's going to be so mad at me.
This is like child abuse.
Is it? Should I not do it?
I hope she hits you.
She might. Okay, hold on. I need you to watch a video with us. We're live. But I need you to watch this video with us. Can you? And then you can react.
Okay.
Telling you right now, if I'm on this jury, the second I notice the lip smacking, I am not hearing a fucking word this guy has to say the rest of the time, and that's all I'm thinking about.
We're coming down Chapman Street, getting ready to take a right onto Fairview. We nearly slid off the road making the turn onto Fairview. It was snowing that heavily, and I don't believe the roads had been really plowed or treated or anything like that for us to. So it was pretty slippery.
Now, in addition to ambulance number 2 that you and firefighter Becker were in, what if any other sort of vehicles or apparatus was dispatched to this call as well?
There was engine 3, which is the District 1 engine, and at least
Telling you right now, if I'm on this jury, the second I notice the lip smacking, I am not hearing a fucking word this guy has to say the rest of the time, and that's all I'm thinking about.
We're coming down Chapman Street, getting ready to take a right onto Fairview.
Aww. She's like, oh, why is he doing that? Those are
Like-
I didn't have the camera. She's like, oh, why is he doing that?
That's got to be some kind of tick or something.
The channel you recommended is a guy who's eating and slurping. She's so cute. I love her to pieces. She's my favorite daughter. I can't handle human sounds unless it's extreme, like the. Oh, you can handle them, then it's just annoying. Yeah, this was annoying to me.
My mom just said there's no favorites.
Well, I only have one daughter. So she's my favorite.
That was my favorite daughter.
Okay, yeah, my uncle used to, so he would say because I know I'm not my uncle's favorite niece, but he would say he would call me his favorite niece that used to live with him.
Or, yeah.
Or my favorite niece named Nicole. I'm like, I'm the only one that.
Yeah, my favorite. I do that to my nephews all the time. Or like, you're my favorite first nephew. You're my favorite baby nephew, and I do that to my boys too because I have 2 boys. So you're my favorite oldest child, and you're my favorite youngest child. He did 75 teeth sucks and lip smacks.
That's disgusting.
I love my daughter.
My mom didn't hear it. Play the beginning.
Did you hear it? Okay, let me go back to the beginning.
Testimony at a trial.
I don't want to hear any. No, I don't want to hear any trial.
He doesn't say anything.
And
the entire time. Yeah.
Telling you right now, if I'm on this jury, the second I notice the lip smacking, I am not hearing a fucking word this guy has to say the rest of the time.
I think Jay literally starts to lose his mind though throughout the testimony.
We're coming down Chapman Street, getting ready to take the right.
And then Bob did a
Fairview.
poll. Bob did a poll where he put in there, is he a what did he say? What was it? A teeth sucker?
Or smacker?
He's a teeth sucker. Yeah, teeth sucker or a lip smacker. He's a teeth sucker. I think because he's got an overbite, so he's like I can't even do it. But yeah, no, it was bad. I think we have over 300 what if any so far. What if any's? Yeah. Oh my gosh, don't count those.
How?
You're gonna be drunk.
Do people still talk to you? Like is nobody saying do you need special mouthwash? Like, is your mouth dry? Is there something that you?
This was what got me was the wedding ring.
Oh, absolutely not. Nope. Nope.
Mm-mm.
We'd have a big old house and you'd be sleeping on the other end. Please don't talk to me. If you have to talk on the phone, go outside. Can you imagine? Do you think he did it at his wedding? Okay, we're being mean.
Oh God, I can't do it.
I do.
I can't. Yeah. I'm not trying to be mean. He's probably a really nice guy, but it was.
Nah, he was a gossipy bastard. He sat here for no
gossipy.
reason whatsoever talking about what Karen said about Carrie. Nobody cares. The trial's not about Carrie. Carrie isn't dead. Carrie's not the victim. If anything, like I told you, to me, the only thing that all that ridiculousness did was give the defense a reason to say that he went back and ran his yap to Carrie about what Karen said while she was under his care, which is covered under HIPAA, and made her mad. And that's why she didn't give a damn about all the things she was saying that Karen supposedly said that morning.
I hope he never listens back to this. Not to us, but I mean to his own testimony. I mean, it was bad. But I do agree with Jay. Like, as a juror, I wouldn't have been able to listen to anything.
Yeah. It's
my
distracting.
dad was married to my mom was married to my dad for 35 years, and his slurping bothered her. I was
never bothered her. That means she really loved him.
Gosh, oh no way. Hi, allegedly innocent. Okay, so Canton firefighter David Whitley, the teeth sucker / lip smacker. Yeah, my daughter.
He needs to listen to it and go to teeth sucking rehab.
I think braces might help.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if he's just unaware? And
he just doesn't know he does that all the time?
Mm-hmm.
I wish that Bev would have been like, sir, how are they going to put that on the record? What's the court reporter going to do?
I don't know, but Bev also has no care for odd sounds, and she just doesn't care. I'm tired of hearing her breathing into the microphone. I'm told that only we can hear it and the jury can't, but still, it's like, take the fucking microphone out of your mouth. Why is no one doing sound checks for this? Why is court TV or long crime
She
not
does
saying,
it at
listen,
every
Beverly,
hearing, so there's no reason that she doesn't know. Like, there's no way she doesn't know this is what she. And you can tell, like, you can even tell when she's gonna do it. I'm like, ooh, that comment's gonna make her breathe, and all of a sudden you go, oh, God.
like Beverly, you can sit back in your chair. Like, those microphones are made for you to be able to be several feet away. We can hear, they can hear, everyone can hear. You don't have to breathe in it.
Looks like you could tell when she's frustrated. Yeah, Nettie will get up there and say something. She's all,
yeah.
All right. So on direct, he said that Karen didn't want to live anymore without her husband. He kept talking about her husband. Didn't think that
wait, is he the first one that brought that up? He isn't he? Is he the first one to speak?
Yeah. It's the first one I have a note for that says husband. So
yeah.
We kept referring, but I don't know. Like, so I don't know if I probably would have said husband myself, but like my husband and I were together and had 3 kids before we were actually married. So to other people, he was always my husband. So I don't know. But I mean, in a weird state of mind like this, that he would refer to a husband, or maybe he just assumed husband. And so now that's in his mind. I don't know.
Well, and also she was calling him boyfriend, like according to everyone else that was there when he was found, she was calling him boyfriend. So I'm wondering if once he got taken to the hospital, maybe she had like a level of awareness that, like, as a girlfriend, I don't have any reason for them to update me on his condition or let me in the room, or you know what I mean?
So maybe she portrayed herself as the wife, or maybe she just considered, I don't know. Because the other guy says, she's like, is that my friend? But it's like, you were just giving him mouth to mouth. You know, he's your boyfriend. So that comment doesn't make sense either.
It's just weird because it's like, what's the other option? Like, she was pretending to be his wife because she wanted to collect on a life insurance policy that, like, doesn't exist.
But I mean, that's not going to matter.
You know what I mean?
They weren't even common law, allegedly, and it said they didn't live together. She stayed with him a lot, but even so, they'd only been back together for 2 years, not even, about 2 years, and she had her own place. So I don't know. Maybe whether he made it up or whether she said it. I have no idea. But I did think it was interesting that he talks about that he didn't think the Section 12 was necessary. He thought the comments that she was making were pretty in line with the fact that she had just found her significant other in that condition, and thought that, you know, she just needed to calm down, but didn't think that a Section 12 was necessary. I thought that was an interesting comment from him, because he does end up kind of gossipy.
They still did it anyway. So
They didn't have a
want to
choice.
know. Well,
the paramedics don't have a
reason.
choice. The cops
True,
issue it. The cops issue it, and they just have to do it. They're just the transport, and to make sure that she doesn't harm herself on the way. So
yeah, but like, imagine getting like involuntarily held, because she was only held for like an hour or two. She was there long enough for them to take this like blood work that then said she was drunk the night before. You know what I mean?
Right. That's true too.
Because then she was at the house like right away. So imagine like somebody saying, oh my gosh, I was just on the phone with Teresa and she said, you know, A, B, and C. And the police should know, if they're the ones that are also signing off, like they should also know that. And see, like, I want to say it was Florida that I was in. They called it something else, like a Baker Act. But like you had to have like an officer and like somebody like a medical personnel. Like it was more than just one person that needed to sign off on this. And so, for instance, if this guy didn't think that that was enough and he didn't sign off on it, you need more than one signature to get someone involuntarily held. And so I'm going to have to look up Section 12, like what how it works and what the requirements are. Yeah. Because I almost wonder if somebody volunteered additional information just to get her voluntarily held or involuntarily held.
Right. Well, somebody in chat was like, well, what do you want to think? Maybe it was Albert, one of the Alberts that did it. But so Mulaney testified on the stand. I'm going to go back and listen so I can get the exact statement that because he either said, but I don't know what he exactly said. So that's why I'm going to go back and listen. He said something like, I section 12'd her, or we section 12'd her, or we had her section 12'd. I can't remember his exact words, but I don't think he's the one who called it in, or maybe he's the one who called it in, but not the one who ordered it. So I'll go back and listen to exactly what he said. So we can kind of put that to rest before the next, like when we get the other testimony from the rest of the officers who haven't, we still have 3 other officers who arrive at the scene, and we haven't heard from any of them yet. And they actually play a bigger role in the scene than these guys do. Gosh, imagine a week of this and how long it's going to take for the other ones. So he said that Karen was talking and was emotional and back and forth on like crying and just being emotional, and said she can't take care of the kids. They're not my kids. They're not even his kids. Just how she was going to take care of these kids and who was going to take care of the kids. He ends up telling her, well, it looks like you have a good support system. Your friends came to help you look for John. And so she asked if he knew Carrie Roberts. And when he said he did, she said, anyone that knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say those things. This is according to Whitley. He said that Karen's tone was snarky regarding Carrie. That's objected to and stricken from the record. But I still wrote that down because I was like, oh, that's interesting. And the only thing I could come up with why this would even matter, why is Lolly going down this line of questioning, was there some type of fight that they know about regarding Carrie? Some type of jealousy fight, some type of innuendo that Carrie was hitting on John, and Whitley knows Carrie, yes. Now, for the defense, this is going to be an interesting avenue, because if Whitley is listening to Karen say all these things about Carrie, does he tell Carrie?
I bet he did.
Right. And what does that do to Carrie and what she has to say? I think he went to homecoming with Carrie, if I remember right. Maybe it was prom. So he knew John, and that John was admired for raising his sister's kids. Carrie lived nearby both he and John prior to John moving, and that's how he knew all of them. And at the hospital, Karen asked if she could see John, so he went and asked the doctor, who was like, well, would she be okay to come in and see him? Like, is it going to make things worse? Because they were still working on trying to save him at this point. And he was like, yeah, I'm not sure, because she's kind of all over the place and she's a little bit too emotional. So doctor said no, not to have her come in, because it would just be a distraction to what they were trying to do. This is about as far as I got here. So on cross, I know they discussed Karen Reed's medical issues, and he kind of floundered around on what MS was. Sorry, I had a coughing fit.
Yeah, he did flounder around on the MS thing.
Yeah, and like not knowing exactly what it was, but they talked about did he get Karen Reed's medical history? And I think it was just a good opportunity for the defense to get on the record, what was wrong, what physical ailments Karen Reed has.
Well, and they made it a point to say about how it's progressive. And so I wonder if that's also going to come up at some point.
CH says, what sexual process in Massachusetts, Section 12 is a transportation order to a hospital. Once the patient arrives at the hospital, she must be evaluated by a physician and a psychiatrist.
Yeah, I was just looking that up, and I wanted you to see it once we were done.
Okay. And stress doesn't help with the condition. Then there was firefighter Jason Becker, and I don't have notes. I don't have my notes in here for him, but I can tell you what my notes are. They're just not on the actual thing yet, but I'll add them.
Oh, wait. Susan Skinner asked if the other guy, the previous guy, was the one that said about not seeing any actual tears.
Yes, I believe it was him. I believe
Yeah.
it was Becker Whitley who said he didn't see any actual tears.
Yeah.
Or was it? No. It was this guy.
Was it?
I'm almost positive it was Woodbury.
Hmm.
I'm
I'll have
almost
to go
positive it was Woodbury who said he didn't see any actual tears. But I have to go back and listen to these three again to make sure I have all the notes down. So we'll have an answer for that if it comes up again this week. And then after we're done with this guy, I want to talk about the jury view. So he worked 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is Jason Becker. Oh, shit, I went back and I just, like I said, I don't have him on here yet. And he worked 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. No, 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. 24 hours. Canton PD brief. It was the victim's wife. He also talks about the wife. She was distraught and crying, said she had just done CPR on the husband. Thought she was distraught, wasn't necessarily sure she meant what she was saying. Maybe he's the one who says wife, and I have him mixed up with my notes. Said she'd gone through a traumatic event and didn't believe that she actually meant the suicide comments, that she would have periods of being calm and then she'd become very agitated. She did not want to go to the hospital on her own. She kept talking about John O'Keefe's kids and didn't know if she would be able to take care of them, and she was worried about that. Didn't think she could do it on her own. That she was sad because the last time she talked to John O'Keefe, they had an argument, didn't say about what. I thought that was an important part about this too, because I started.
Well, and also part of that whole the kids doing it by herself, that she also had no legal rights of the kids.
No, but she thought to herself that she was going to take care of them, which I thought was interesting.
Did she, or like was she like, because she could have also been panicking, like, I have these kids and I take care of them and I've been taking care of them with John, and now how am I supposed to keep them? Like, meaning
maybe it's
do I even have right to go to court to try to keep them, kind of thing.
I don't know. I kind of thought like she felt like she was going to be responsible for them because she is the one who takes care of them with John in this familial unit. And so she thought she was going to be the one to take care of them. That's kind of how I took it from both of these guys.
Yeah,
Now, I don't know what Karen really thought or didn't think. I have no idea. But just from these two men's testimony, it just seemed like she thought she was going to take care of them. And how the hell was she going to do it by herself? Because the other guys, like, you have a great support system. You know, you have friends, you have family. They're going to be there to help you.
Oh, yeah. That was how he segued into about Carrie. And also just showing up with him to like go look for him, knowing, and he would know that Carrie was also John's friend. So it's odd for him to have even said that, because a support system of a friend, when you don't know the circumstances, like Carrie and Jennifer and Karen could have all been out with him that night and all been gone to go look for him because they all lost him after they left the bar or whatever.
Right.
That doesn't mean she'd be a support system for Karen. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. I don't believe these people. It's a lot of like random comments that even if they are true, they're made to be more like malicious than
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Lolly actually asks Jason too about what did Karen say about Carrie. So he's purposely trying to get that on the record of what was said about Carrie. There's an objection and it ends up being sustained, so he doesn't get to ask. He said that Karen kept repeating, could he be dead? Could I have hit him? Could he be dead? Could I have hit him? So on cross, says he talked to Karen about drugs and alcohol. He meant specifically within like the last hour. So there's some back and forth on what he actually meant about how much time there was, because they try to say, well, she had drank the night before, and then trying to get like what he actually meant when he asked the question, because Karen responds with, I haven't had anything to drink and I haven't done any drugs. So he said, he ends up being where he says, I just meant like within a couple hours of that time. In the statement to Proctor, he ends up saying that Karen had drank before, but wasn't on drugs. And And he doesn't know if the argument that Karen was referring to with her and John the last time they spoke was via text, via phone, or together in the car. He doesn't have any time. He has no time frame of that. So that's what I didn't get to add on here. So let me pull up the jury view video real quick. And then you have an article you want me to look at, Sleuthy? Hold on.
It's not really an article. It's just the section 12 and kind of what it is. Like, so it says that it mainly is a bunch of medical people. And then it says, in an emergency situation, if a physician, qualified psychologist, qualified advanced practice registered nurse, licensed independent social worker, blah, 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 a police officer who believes that failure to hospitalize a person would create a likelihood of serious harm by reason of mental illness may restrain such person and apply for the hospitalization of such a person for a 3-day period at a facility for such purpose by the department. So, but what it sounds like is they went and then she was evaluated by a physician and then they decided that she didn't need to be there.
Yeah, which is what both of those guys actually said, was they didn't think that it was necessary for her to be there. All right, so here is
a dramatic end of the week for the Karen Reed murder trial.
After a full...
Let me pause that real quick. Bring that back over in case you guys wanted to see what Sleuthy was looking at. You guys want that in the chat? I can give it to you guys so you guys can read it too. Hopefully that link's not too long for characters. So you guys can read. That's what Sleuthy was reading from. And then let me play this, and it just talks about like the, let me get to the right spot though. I think this is the right video.
A first-hand look at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, the crime scene where John O'Keefe's body was found.
There was also going to be a vehicle there as well. And I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things with respect to that vehicle.
They believe you're a threat to yourself or others.
The week's proceedings ended Friday with more first responders. The jury was shown a picture of big scratches on John O'Keefe's arm. Plus, they learned how Reed was eventually taken to the hospital.
Because she made threats against her life, saying, I don't want to live anymore. If my husband dies, I don't want to be alive anymore.
Now the jury has gone home for the day. It will be back on Monday for the second week of testimony. Well, live in Dedham, John Maroney, NBC 10 Boston.
John, thank you. And as you just touched upon there, up until now, all
might not
eyes
be
have
the
been
right
on the
video.
Dedham courthouse, but today jurors
Maybe
left
it
the
is.
jury
It's
box
further
to see
down.
some
Here
of
it
the
is.
evidence firsthand. They spent
Got in the car, not as quickly as my friend, and drove from Brookline.
Also outside the home on Friday,
Mhm.
a black Lexus SUV.
So there was a lot of questions about whether this was her car or not. This is Karen Reed's car. It is the same license plate. The car's not been registered since 2022 because it's been in police custody. This is her vehicle. Hopefully this is the one that they walk around it. That's what I was hoping for.
With prosecutors alleging Reed was driving a black SUV when she hit O'Keefe and left him for dead. And while it isn't clear if this is the same SUV, as you can see, this one is also missing a back passenger taillight. Jurors spending about an hour on Fairview Road on Friday.
Saw the jurors kind of meandering around. They had some sticks. I don't know what that was all about.
For the jury to go
This
to
isn't the
the
right
actual
video that I
scene,
wanted.
to be able to look at everything, it's always preferable to do it that way.
Attorney Catherine Loftus has been tracking the retrial on TikTok. Says site visits like what we saw on Friday really help jurors put into context what they're hearing and seeing in court.
As much information as the jury can have and as much context can be given, it allows them to be able to make a decision at the end of the day where they have, they've seen everything and heard everything.
And while this,
I wanted the one that they walk around the damn car and you could see inside of it, but I pulled up the wrong video and I don't know which one it is now. But let me show you guys. So this is the car after the taillight has been completely removed. And if you guys remember, if you guys were here for our 8.5 hour live that we did on this, which we're working on right now apparently, This is the one that law enforcement had removed all of the pieces of the taillight, and then when the reconstructionist for the defense came, she was like, hey, I'm not going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to do anything with this because all the pieces are gone. Then we have, let me see if I can pull that one up too. The photo of, I shall find it. The photo with, this is the broken taillight. So, but remember, it was supposedly scratched. Or cracked, not scratched. It was supposedly cracked. And then the defense theory is that essentially they took out all the rest of the pieces and put them at the scene. Here's the two marks that they talk about. And there's supposedly a dent. Would I have the one? I wish I had the one from the jury view, because you could actually see. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick. I didn't want to keep you guys in longer than I needed to. Oh, here it is, right here. So it has the mark here and a mark here. But they're saying that there's little dents. And then there's like some scratches around the taillight. Yes, the car had been in the same condition when found. Like, this is utterly prejudicial. I don't know how they allowed it to be out here when it is not that in that condition, unless there was a stipulation that was given to the jury that I'm not aware of, that this was not how it was. Are you going to show the video of her hitting John's car? I can show it if you want me to. Because, I mean, the scratches and the crack in the taillight are pretty consistent with that.
Yeah, and Lally, like, just saying, well, they didn't find any pieces of taillight in the driveway near John's car is not good enough when they're just saying that it cracked there. You know what I mean?
Right. Maybe it's this one. I'm just going to see if I can find it really quick. If I can, I'll just let it go. As I lose stuff and then I get pissed that I don't know where it is. You know who I think actually has the good one? Nope, I didn't save it. Here, it's... Let me see. It's Vinny. When he's doing the recaps.
I'm pretty sure Nerdy reposted it. Let me. Are you talking about the video?
Yeah, the one where he's like walking around the car. The guy's walking around the car and you can see inside the car. I swear I had the dang video.
Oh, here. He does have it. I'll send it in Messenger.
Okay.
All right. It's 43 seconds.
Coming through, Nerdy. Yeah, I think it's this one.
Maybe it is.
Oh, hold on, let me pause it right there. So they're saying like here, and then it was originally marked up here and over here were supposedly where the damage was. So here and here this is supposed to be the damage caused by hitting John.
You can zoom in on the bottom one. I don't know about the top.
I can't zoom in.
Zoom in on the bottom one and see like two little scratches, but like, who's gonna like? How do you prove that that wasn't from like a year ago?
Yeah, I don't
There,
know.
if you can see
Well,
two
they
little
they
scratches.
found the hair. They found the hair here, so that's like the big thing. And that how they're showing that she hit him because they found the hair.
That still doesn't
And
make any sense.
that's why Plevin does the whole head thing, is to get the wound to the back of his head and to show how there's a hair there.
Well, that still doesn't make any sense to how it then broke the taillight.
Right. The hair that's not a hair,
Is that
that's
the
a hair.
actual vehicle or
And we
is
don't
that a
even
mock-up?
know if it's even coming in now.
What's that? Is that the actual vehicle or a mock-up?
They don't even like. They're like, is that an actual vehicle or a mock-up? No, it's the actual vehicle. This is the car that they're saying hit him. Same license plate. Same last registration. Okay, here we go. So all of this is taken out. They took all this out because this is where all the data is going to be. The infotainment system, all the data is removed because it had to be downloaded and looked at. So why you're seeing all of these weird things, it's because all of that's gone. Anything that was in here is gone. But they said pay attention to the center console. I don't know why.
I don't either. It's not like you like they would have zoomed. I mean, I'm zoomed in, but they would have like zoomed in their camera if there was something like does she have hand sanitizer in the bottom of the door compartment on the driver's side?
Yeah, looks like it.
I don't get it. They can't say that that's big and John was hiding behind it and that's why Ryan Nagel didn't see him.
But the defense
Oh my God,
said pay attention to the center console. I just don't
that
know.
was Lally.
Lolly wanted him to pay attention to the center. It was
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, it was Lally.
I guess I'll have to write down notes on what they said in each one because I don't know why I thought it was the defense that wanted him to pay attention to that. Well, why would he even want him to pay it? Why did anybody want him to pay attention to it?
I don't know.
It looks like a stick shift. I mean, they don't need to pay attention to that, do they? Is the stick shift going to matter? The thing that has the square on top is like a mouse control pad for the screen.
Yeah. The little pad thing. But I don't think that.
The backup camera?
No, the backup camera comes on the screen that's in front of you on the dashboard. And the 360 view also.
I don't know. I guess right here? I don't know. I have no idea why they said that. What kind of cards? It's a Lexus.
I don't know.
The screen at the top of the dash. Yeah, right here. Look up specs of the car. Because of the holder, he brought the glass with him. But what is that? I don't. What is looking at the console gonna do? I mean, there's cup holders in the car. I don't know what that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even if on mine you can open or close it, but like 90% of the time mine's open anyway, even when I don't have nothing in it.
Mine you can't open and close. It's just open.
The screen is not in the center console, so like him telling them to pay attention to the center console. What does the cup holders have to do with anything?
To show that he brought a drink with, but I don't.
Well, how does that show it? Surely
I don't
there's not
know.
glass in there. Like, you know what I mean? Like they wouldn't leave glass.
I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, I guess we're going to find out at some point, hopefully. We're going to be like, oh, that's why. You could very well be right. We have no idea what the hell lolly means about anything. The gear selector goes into reverse, camera activated, just showing the steps. I don't know how that's going to show that either.
Car? Yeah, that's not special. But it's hard to tell with Lally. You know what I mean? Like maybe
Yeah,
he, like
they're over here like paying special attention. They're like, you wanted us to look at the center console. What's important? They're like, shit, what are we supposed to see?
yeah, just like us.
No idea. I have no idea. All right, I'll keep playing it. Hold on. Does it not look like the hood is open? It looked like the hood was open to me. Nice car.
Maybe it is.
Like that damage to that car is caused from hitting him. I can't see it.
Maybe it is.
There's no sidewalk on this side of the street, FYI. Somebody earlier was talking about being a sidewalk. There's no sidewalk.
Yeah, it was Nuttal. He said he was like right by the sidewalk, and I thought, you dummy, there is no sidewalk. So I wonder if he was taking that into account with his 10 feet or 6 to 8 feet, whatever he said, because he thought there was a sidewalk.
Maybe. So here's your flagpole. The bushes are gone. So, I mean, he would have been right here. I'm almost thinking that he's like at this angle. Like this. So, I mean, the house is over here. I don't know why. I always thought, I pictured him head over here and body here. That's how I pictured it.
I always thought he was perpendicular to the road. Always.
Is there any particular reason why we think that?
I don't remember. I mean, I don't feel like I pulled that out of my ass. I had to have read it somewhere.
I thought that. How many people in here thought that he was perpendicular? He was going this way. How many people thought he was going this way? And how many people thought he was going this way? Parallel. Some say that a Lexus 570 won't go 24 miles per hour in reverse. I don't know. Let me see if I can find. Can describe again how he was laying.
According to them, he was laying parallel to the road. So
a couple people testified he's laying this way, and it's anywhere from 5 to 20 feet from the street.
But I always thought, I just always thought he was perpendicular.
Let me see if I can quickly find Vinny's reenactment. I think it's on his day 3. I think it's this one.
On a cold Friday night in January of 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe met some friends at a local tavern in Canton, Massachusetts called C.F. McCarthy's. He got there.
Is this not the right one? No, nope. Maybe it's right here at the beginning. You guys wanted to see the video of her backing out. They play it right here anyway.
His cell phone and called Jennifer McCabe at 4:53. At 5:07, Karen Reed gets into her SUV and backs out of the garage. And you can see on that video, does she or does she not hit John O'Keefe's car? Well, the defense says yes. From there, she goes to Jennifer McCabe's house. When she gets to Jennifer's, Kerry Roberts joins the group. Kerry, Jennifer, and Karen all get in the car. Kerry's driving, Karen's in the back seat, and they head over to the Alberts home. They get here at 6 o'clock in the morning. They park on this side of the street. Karen's in the back seat. She sees John O'Keefe's body right there on the yard.
Even at that angle where Vinny's standing, it just doesn't look nearly as big.
Street, Karen's in the back seat. She sees John O'Keefe's body right there on the yard.
I mean, it's right there. But he does. I don't know where it is though. Maybe I pulled up the wrong video, which would not surprise me. I'm just gonna see if I can find it really quick.
You know, I was just thinking too. Like, what was the reason for them driving Karen? If Carrie met them at Jen's, why did they have to bring Karen's car back to John's? If they didn't then, it's not like they were like, oh my God, you left, the niece there, and then she jumped into Karen's car and they sped back. I'm not understanding what the point was of Jennifer McCabe driving Karen's car back to, did you not trust that she looked thoroughly for John at the house? Why not just leave Karen's car at your house?
Oh, I have no idea. That's a great question. I don't know why they took it back. I don't know. Who knows what the fuck they were thinking? I'm curious if anybody knows how drunk Jen McCabe was that morning. Okay,
After party was, and you can see where it is, but where I want to take you is to where John O'Keefe was found that morning. Now, this is the area where I am. Right in here is where they say John O'Keefe was found on the ground, 6 inches of snow on top of him. Now, in the photo,
6 inches of, who testified that there was 6 inches of snow on top of him?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Well, Jennifer McCabe did, I think, at one point say that, but nobody testified to that, and he should be going off of what's being said at the trial.
photos that we've seen in court, they've referenced certain pieces of the landscape here, including this flagpole that you can see. Now, behind me is where the bushes would have been. It looks like it's changed since then. The other thing they talk about is the fire hydrant, and the fire hydrant is right here. So it is within this area, just off the roadway, where John O'Keefe was found. Now, the one question that I've been wondering about, because prosecutors are talking about Karen Reed's car going 24 miles an hour in reverse over the course of 62 feet. Now, 62 feet, she wouldn't be coming this way because this road is not 62 feet wide. She would have to be down this way, 62 feet. And I stepped it off before, and it's pretty close to where this tree is on the neighbor's yard. So she would have had to have gone that distance in reverse and somehow struck John O'Keefe, sending him into this area. And the question is, does that make sense? Under what circumstances would she drive off and then come back and hit him? That's the prosecution theory, as far as I can tell from what they've said inside the courtroom. So as I'm here at the home, that's the one thing that really strikes me, is what exactly happened? Where was she going, and did she come back to strike John O'Keefe and kill him on purpose? Welcome back. We are live in downtown Dedham, Massachusetts.
Okay. Hold on. There's still the one where he does it with the car. I wonder when he shows that. Here it is, right here.
All right, I'm going to back up. I'm going to go between 3 and 4 miles an hour.
He's gonna go 3 to 4 miles an hour because he doesn't want to accidentally take out his cameraman who's standing behind him sometimes. and then
You're
they
fucking
just
terrified. Do you know? How,
They
do people understand how fast 24 miles per hour is going backwards?
Well, apparently they won't even go 4 miles per hour because they're worried about hitting somebody. So he's gonna go 3 to 4, and then they just they speed it up like 6 times.
Like I hope the jurors go home and like go to an empty parking lot and try to reverse 24 miles per hour and not hit that curb or go up on the lawn.
So that was about 60 feet. Now we sped it up so it would be closer to 24
The other one
miles
has
an
the
hour.
actual guy standing
You can
behind
take a
him.
look at that.
So he must have done it more than once.
Still with me are Nick Rocco and Kevin
So he speeds
Lenahan.
it up.
You know, when I look at this, how could it have been done, Kevin? Which way is her vehicle facing? Where is she going? Is she driving away, stopping, and then saying, "I'm going to murder him," and cranking it in reverse?
Well, we know they were arguing, right? But we don't know exactly what happened there.
Yeah.
But there's witness testimony that I think some people might be a little bit confused on. I'm just speculating a little bit here. But the
What direction did the contusion on the back of his head go? Vertical or horizontal? Diagonal? Well, I'll give you a trigger warning. I'll put it up. It's horizontal, but I'll put it on screen. Just know that I'm putting it on screen, and you can see it's horizontal.
But if you look, can you zoom in to that picture?
I don't know if I can on that one. I had to save it on a different one to make it zoom. Whatever. I'll do it over here.
The reason why I say that is because see the red above it?
Yeah.
So I would even think that that was part of whatever hit him.
This right here?
Yeah.
That it's part of whatever the impact was?
Yeah, like an imprint of sorts. But Lally's saying that was the ground, so I don't know.
Right. The Plevin says it's the car.
That's hilarious, because Lally's not saying it was.
He says that he was hit, and then he falls to the ground and hits the ground.
Correct. He basically just says that she hit him. He doesn't even specify where, just that she hit him, and he fell back and hit his head on the ground, which caused a fracture in his skull.
Right. But then where does the vomit on his clothes come from?
Yeah, that I don't know, because if he got hit, fell, hit the back of his head, and was immediately unconscious, he never would have been upright to even, unless it happened earlier in the night. But I mean, who knows? Why would he then choose to go out to an after party if he had vomited on himself?
No. He's like, I don't care if I throw up all over me. I'm still going into the party.
Yeah.
I'm going in. This is my biggest thing is I do not understand how that vehicle made these injuries. And I get, like they say, because of the bleeding in the brain, that's why his eyes end up coming out like that. So I'm not even thinking okay, he's beat up. But they do say, I think it was Nuttal that says that there's a hematoma on his head right here. I don't know. I can't figure it out. And then what? So what did he hit? What does he hit his head on? What's on the ground that he hits his head on?
Well, it couldn't be the curb. I mean, it could, but it couldn't really be the curb unless he then crawled up into the yard, because he wasn't found at the curb. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's the only thing I was thinking was, did he move on his own? Was he trying to move on his own and get somewhere?
Well, you have to take into account then still that those people didn't see him. None of the people leaving saw him.
Mm-hmm.
The plow guy didn't see him. So
nobody saw him.
I put him in the yard if nobody saw him. You know what I mean? And I think they started to figure that out, which was why they then ended up interviewing Julie Nagel in October, some 9 months after it all happened. And all of a sudden, she says that she saw something in the yard, but didn't know what it was.
Do we know what the autopsy says about the stomach area? What was damaged? His pancreas, if I remember correctly? Is that what they said?
Yeah, I think. But how do they know? Like,
we don't have the autopsy itself. We just have what they've kind of told us in hearings that we know.
But I wish you would have asked, like, how did you know, having never seen this guy before, that it was distended versus bloated, or he drinks too much beer, or you know what I mean?
The pancreas because of the hypothermia, correct? Yeah, thank you. But that was the only thing I think was mentioned about anything on the inside that we know of so far before we hear testimony.
Since we're talking about like internal organs and stuff, one thing that I am curious to find out about, you know, everybody talks about these like 9 drinks or whatever that she had in a certain period of time, but any of the filings from the Commonwealth this entire time all says that, you know, she's handed, and they even break it down to the minutes that she was seen like on camera being handed a shot. But in all of them, he says that she takes the shot and then pours it in her big glass. But like,
right,
doesn't say that she's constantly drinking it or that she actually took a shot. And also, so like, if you bring to me receipts, that's not like, if you're bringing me receipts that says she bought 9 shots, but on camera, I don't see her drink any, that doesn't mean that she's drunk. And I wonder with not even just like the MS, but like she's had a colectomy.
Yeah.
So like,
Shiraz was asking, how does that affect her BAC? How does it? I have no idea.
Well, that I don't know, but I do know that it would fuck her stomach up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Heels in the Air said the shoe was found by the fire hydrant, and so it appears he flew back. He didn't just fall. He flew back. He didn't just fall back. I didn't know it was found by the fire hydrant. I didn't.
Yeah.
Did any doc? It was?
No, I hadn't heard that.
I just
In
knew
fact,
it was found. I don't know. I didn't know it was found. Like the location of it was known, but I mean, I miss a lot of shit. So
I had only heard, and I don't remember where I heard it, and so I didn't really attribute anything to it because it was hard to tell where it came from. But I had heard that it was like up closer to the house. But we so far haven't heard testimony from anybody that found the shoe.
yeah, as of right now, nobody's found the shoe.
Well, as of right now, nobody's found anything. Like, we haven't talked to anybody yet who said that they found any of the glass or any of the or the shoe or the. They haven't even talked about which document. There's, oh my God, she knows there's like 3,000 documents.
Yeah, what do you happen to know which one? I just remember reading that they found the shoe. I just don't remember a location. Am I the only one that thinks they are going to try and use the fire hydrant as what he hit his head on?
That was so far forward, though. Like, it is so, it's like at the property line. It's way far up.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
I wondered if they were going to use that electrical box. Because if you remember, in Nicole Albert's interview, he writes that he asked her like about the damage to the electrical box, and she said that it had always been that way. He was found closest to the flagpole. Like, he was found way closer to the flagpole than I thought.
Okay, so you're talking about anything that has been brought up in the trial. My bad. Oh, no, you're fine. We are talking about it. I'm just like trying to get solid answers on certain things, on what the jury's going to hear. But no, we're still talking about the documents and stuff. You're totally fine. I'm glad you're here. Honestly, I thought John's body was closer to the house until the pics were shown. But the yard isn't really that big. I think that there's some photos that make it look a lot bigger than it really is. It's not that big of a front yard.
I wish he was here earlier when we were I wish Heels was in here earlier when we were talking about that area like that he was found. And the picture they keep showing all these people. And
I
they
have
say
that picture. I can just pull it up. I think I have that picture anyway. Hold on, let me pull this one up first. Because this kind of just shows, like, it looks like it's so much bigger than it is. But it's, I mean, it's just, I think the photos make it look bigger. Okay, let me see.
I mean, he was only like 80 feet from the house. So the yard really can't be
that one.
There's these, and then there's the one that they show.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out if I find it where I have it. I don't think that's it. I don't know why that one doesn't want to open, but okay. I don't think that's it anyway. Well, I have it, but it doesn't want to open, so I can't. I don't know how I save. Oh shoot!
It's
Hold
in
on.
the Google sheet.
In yours?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Trial testimony. I think I might have just made that up. Scroll down. You might have to scroll to the right a little bit. I could swear.
I haven't gone in here yet.
If not, I know I just tweeted it, so I can send it to you.
That one?
I'm not looking because I'm going for it on my.
Okay. I don't see it in here.
I'll send it to Messenger.
Okay, yeah, I'll just grab it.
I did
real
lie.
quick.
Sorry. Thought I put it. I think I put the other one where it's the wider view, not the one that they're showing them to say, is this a fair and accurate representation of where you found John's body? I have to run to the charger. If I lose you, it's because I didn't run fast enough.
Okay. Well, run, because you wanted me to bring these up, and I don't know what we were going to talk about with them. We're talking about the one earlier. Yes, that one, Susan. Yep. I initially wondered if John fell backwards and cracked his head on a weight bench. See my previous comment. Okay, go on Google Earth. Google Earth really shows how small it is. I do have my map. I can do that too. We'll do that while Sleuthy's plugging in.
I made it.
Oh, okay.
So basically what we were talking about was all the witnesses so far have been shown this photo and asked like what it is and if it was a fair and accurate representation of where John's body was located. And this was where they found him. And what we were basically saying was, if this had been taken, an hour, 2 hours later, after more and more snow fell, they wouldn't recognize this as the place that they found him.
Right. If he was actually found on the grass, they would go, I have no idea where this is in relation to anything. But yet they seem to know that this is what it looked like when he was found.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the flagpole up there at the top, and if
can't tell.
Yeah, but for some reason they know that that's where he was. I do.
Okay, so quickly I'll bring this over, and then we can go back to that. I just wanted to show them the size of the yard. So here's the front yard. I mean, it's really just not that big. I mean, closer to the house, I'm thinking he's pretty damn close to the house. There's a pallet there. That's interesting.
Yeah, people always made it seem like he was up there, like where all the mulch and stuff is, and it doesn't seem like that's where he was.
No, he was here. I just thought he was this way. I thought he was right here.
Yeah,
But they're making
thought
it seem,
perpendicular.
I'm almost thinking that he's at this angle though, right here. Like
Yeah.
that. But still, either way, she backs up into him. She backs up into him. How does he fly that way? How does he fly this way, sideways, and not fly backwards?
Into
it is
the road.
almost like, yeah, like impact, but is it because it's at an angle? And then so she hits him with the corner, and he flies off in this direction. So he's actually like hit somewhere over here and goes this way and lands parallel / perpendicular. You know what I mean? I don't even know. I don't understand the trajectory, I guess. I'm thinking more of a stumble or a crawl happened. Sleuthy's killer spreadsheet. There you go. There it is. Why would she drop him off at that spot? Well, she was over here and then pulled forward. But then she's still close enough where they can see her out the windows and the door, and they see her drive away.
And can you go down some? Like go towards the flagpole. So like see that where I think your mouse is on it right now. Let me zoom in.
Here?
Yeah, your mouse. Yeah. So like that right there, he calls. I don't know if he calls that the bush or the fire hydrant. Like
He does. He says he thinks the fire hydrant is right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
no,
like it's not.
No, it's way over there.
It's way down there. And see that electrical box? Apparently Nicole said that it was always like that.
Open?
Yeah, and like jacked up. Like you can, if you zoom in, it's like dead. It's like sideways. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
but like
disaster.
So, but he was way over here, like closer to the flagpole, and
Right,
he was
he's a flagpole, bushes, fire hydrant. Like there's a fire hydrant up in the middle of these people's lawns.
Yeah,
That's just
he's yeah, but
yeah, the injuries just don't match. I can't wrap my brain around how she hit him with the car. So okay, so
she didn't hit the fire hydrant.
Doesn't hit the fire hydrant. Has to go up here, backs up into him, right about here, and he flies that direction. So what the hell causes all the abrasions on his arm? One of the people testifying said that. I don't remember who was it. Who was it that said that?
Saraf.
Was it Saraf?
Yeah.
Yeah. Said that he thought the fire hydrant was over here when he testified. We were like, what are you talking about?
Lally was like pointing at the landmarks, and so he goes, this is the flagpole, this is the bush, and this is the fire hydrant, and they were like all right there in a triangle. The fire hydrant wasn't even in the pic, neither was the electrical box.
So this is supposedly, she hits him, breaks the glass, and the glass ends up landing on top of him and cuts him in all these different places. Like where did all the scratches on the arm come from?
I don't know.
Who doesn't get the German Shepherd tooth option when they can use a Lexus 570? Well, I'm just trying to understand the state's theory in general. I don't necessarily believe the state's theory. I just want to. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. The glass hits him. She sideswiped him, and the glass hits the tail light. Okay, so he's like standing here holding the glass like in his hand. And she like backs up and gets the glass.
Hit his arm? Like hit his arm, and then he like spun and fell. You should go in the overhead view and go to the tape measure and see how far 60 feet is in all directions.
You want me to do all kinds of fancy stuff now.
And then I just want to see I just want to see what like 5 to 20 feet is from the curb. Like for instance,
Oh,
if
I see what you're saying.
if the flagpole is 10 feet from the curb, then obviously he wasn't 20 feet from the curb because he wasn't past the flagpole. He was in front of it.
Okay, hold on.
I could probably do it. I know they updated Google Earth for iPads.
I used to do everything on Google Earth, and now I switched to Google Pro because of Delphi, and so Google Earth and I are not friends anymore.
Oh, what's Google Pro? I haven't been in Google Pro, I don't think.
Google Pro is the one that you can go back in time. That's what I used for Delphi because I needed it to be, I needed to get as close to the date of the crime as possible. And you can't do that in Google Earth. So I did it in Google Pro. And Google Pro is more like when you save everything, it kind of lists it all out for you. You could do, I don't know. It's just Pro. So like I used to do everything in here, and now I don't.
All right, so we need to know from like the flagpole out how many 60 feet is, or how, like where it would put her when she started supposedly reversing.
Oh, you want me to go from this way on the street?
Do what?
So you want me to do it on the street? I thought I was doing from the street to the flagpole.
Yeah, I want that too. I want to see how far that is.
Okay, hold on. 60 feet is about right here. So she would have been right almost in front of the neighbor's house. Vinny measured it out, and when he starts his reenactment, he does it that way. Hold on. And then the flagpole to the street. "10 feet, 11 feet max." Did I lose you?
No, you said 11 feet?
Yeah. That's what it looks
So
like.
it probably
11 feet.
was 10 feet.
Yeah, he was probably between 5 and 10 feet from the curb.
So that was easy to figure out.
So what if she's over here and she backs?
You got to go 60 feet straight. Like, you know what I mean?
But I'm thinking, well, it's a curved road, so even going 60 feet straight, she like go back into, she go back and hit him here? Like hop the curb?
But they would have seen that.
Would they? It's snow.
Well, I don't know. Wouldn't it have done something to her vehicle? Wouldn't it have scuffed her tires? I know I've done that on accident.
Oh, and so she backed over him and his arm was trapped under her car and he was dragged, and that is what caused the arm injury.
Well, if that was true, then they better have his DNA underneath the car, which is
that's exactly what I'm thinking. How did she? There has to be something underneath the car that shows that she actually was on top of him, and then he was dragged, and that is what caused the arm injury.
Plus, I'm pretty sure I'd have to look. I think that would be very easy to prove because, again, his DNA and skin and stuff would be under her vehicle. But I thought I looked under one of them and they were like mostly that plastic. You know, I'm talking about the smooth, like winter guard, whatever. But regardless, it would be easy to then. I would also wonder if his clothes had any like oil or grease or gas or.
Yeah, what's on the clothes?
Yeah.
But then also, so let's say that is the case. If she backs into him and he flies off this way, then he can't be trapped, right? So if she backs into him and he ends up trapped, that means she's going, he's got to be over here. She's got to be like up in the yard to drag him to here and then leave.
It's also weird because, like we said, now it's disputed what time it happened, because defense say they got a voicemail from the Commonwealth, and Karen was leaving a voicemail from John's garage at 12:41.
Correct.
And 12:45 is when Jennifer McCabe sends the text message and then looks out and watches the car pull away towards Chapman. So,
right,
like, John's body would have been like, she either would have been in the yard pulling away, and Jennifer would have seen John's body roll out from underneath, but at the very least, she would have noticed that Karen was on the grass.
Like, wow, what the fuck's Karen doing in the yard?
Yeah.
What's she doing up in the yard? Patricia, I have a question. So your sister was backed into, you said, did she have any broken bones? And do you know how fast the person was going that backed into her by chance? Just because I'm trying to wrap my mind around the prosecution's or the Commonwealth's theory here, and I struggle with it.
If there was a bunch of glass around his body too, I wonder if any of like the EMTs or anybody got scratched or cut with the glass because they were in the ground with him, or did any of the girls get cut with the glass? If there was just broken glass laying everywhere, including inside his clothes, which means they lasted through with them getting cut off his body and everything else.
He has to get up at some point and vomit. The clothes should be important evidence, but now we're going to have a problem with chain of custody on the clothes, in my opinion. So I don't know. I don't know how well the clothes are preserved. Vomiting is common in head injuries, but if you're passed out, how do you vomit on your boxer briefs or your boxers? I did see that, Heels. Snappy. My mother was backed up into, she had multiple broken bones and major damage to the back of the van. Interesting. Where are the tire marks? But I don't know how would they have even seen tire marks, because there was now 6 inches of snow on the ground. So the 6 inches of snow could have covered the tire marks.
But again, that's dependent on, and that was the conversation that we started to have regarding him being on top of that packed down snow, not the grass. So far, no one has seen grass under him. And the photos that they keep showing these people to say, is this where you saw John? Like, an easy way to spot where you saw him would be if there was a huge hole where there was grass underneath. But they're not being shown that. They're being shown packed down snow with like footprints in it and like a spot or two of blood.
Right, you're right.
And then you have the photos that we saw, which again, I still believe is that is the outcome of having leaf blown that area down to the dirt.
So speaking of tire marks, they showed on Deets that when the cop with dash cam showed up, there were extra tire marks on the road that didn't belong to him or the women. Sleuthy, you were on that panel.
I remember that. Okay, I can you if you want. I wonder if you'll see it. I definitely did. I'm gonna send it to you. Hold on.
Okay. So Patricia, 30 some miles an hour, but she did have a broken pelvis and a fracture to the back of her skull. He was vomiting while he was flying through the air with his pants down and pulled them up. So I've heard two different things, because I've heard that there was only vomit on, and this is why I'm waiting for actual testimony on the clothes, because I've heard there was only vomit on the boxers, and I've also heard that there was vomit on the clothing.
All right, I sent it, and I'm not going to tell you where I'm going to see if you see them. Deets did see, and she saw the other one that I was pointing. So there's like two different kind of set. I'm sure you will see them, because I'm not the sleuth that zooms into stuff and sees all the weird shit. Like, that's never been me. I'm never like, I'm not the one.
Oh, you didn't see any shadows? You didn't see the shadows in Watt's case?
Nope. I'm not the one that puts the sides by side. Like, if you ask me if anybody looks like anybody else, they either all look like them or nobody looks like them. I'm not good with that stuff. Information, yeah. But comparing, like, I did see Jen McCabe. I did see that. I saw walking, but he basically walked you through it like you were 5, if you could see it or not.
Correct. He did. Be a fetal position. Okay, if you're on the ground and in a defensive position, wouldn't you be in a fetal position, hands over your head, vomit on your boxers? Well, you got to imagine you're extremely intoxicated. So I don't know. I don't know how you would be. She was crossing behind the car. Okay, so here's your flagpole. It does actually look like they are on the other side of the street. Just an FYI. We were talking about that earlier, and he pulls up behind them.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this is snowfall.
Got to look past the dirty ass windshield.
Yeah, that's tough here. Okay, hold on. Let me think.
I only know I'm not crazy because Dietz saw it too, but none of you couldn't see it. But that's how we got into this whole "what is snow" discussion.
Yeah, there's the flagpole. Where's the body?
Where's the tire marks? Well, let me ask you this: do you see Carrie's tire marks?
It's so hard to tell because the snow is falling and this is a screen grab. So is this tire marks or is this the snow falling and his dirty ass windshield?
So if you want to, you can pull it up. Like, so Dietz did pull it up before I sent her the picture, and because it's Saraf's footage. And she watched it. So, like, basically how she was able to tell what was and what wasn't is certain parts moved and then, like, those didn't. Like, they stayed where they are.
Okay, hold on.
I'll give you a hint. So there's, like, a diagonal one.
Is this in day 1, right?
Yes.
Day 1.
Like, it was, like, the first time.
Lolly brings up the body cam?
Yeah, it was, like, the first time it was shown.
Okay, those are just the photos. Hold on. Here we go. Right here.
And it's 6:09 something, like, right when he's pulling up.
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an turn onto Fairview. At some point, it is that you observed in front of you.
Okay, hold on.
Did he go over a speed bump?
I have no idea. Hopefully he didn't hit anybody. Now it's like mounds of snow.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
I'm sorry, if you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you.
Right there.
So I'm going to go clip all these out of here because it's bugging me that I don't just have them handy to be able to.
Yeah, because you can see, like, the plow.
He's almost in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
Oh, you can absolutely see the plow. The plow goes here, and then you can see the plow comes back.
Yep.
Wait.
There they are. He's pulling up. Look at the ground.
Okay, no, they are on the left side of the street then. See?
Well, it's a wider road, but they are more towards the left. They're not on the right side.
They are.
But they're not, like, on the curb either.
No.
And Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
Hold on. I want to see him pull up and see what I can see. Well, what's up here?
I think that's the passenger door open.
No, that's the door, but what's up here? Right there. I'm going to throw it in an editor because I think it'll be way easier.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right there. Right here.
Yeah, I
Hold
see
on.
what you see. Like if you told me it was the pallet, I'd believe you.
Right there. I mean, it's just a reflection of the door, but
It almost kind of looked like there was another car in front of them.
it kind of does.
But maybe
I think
he's
it's just a
standing on the
reflection
other
from the
side.
door. I don't see other tire marks yet. Right here. That's her tire marks.
Saraf, this is.
But are they?
As far as the vehicle in front of you that you.
If that's her tire marks, why did she then?
Off to your left, as far as the three females
Like
waving.
he drove from right to left to
That's
get on the
correct.
proper side of the road. Why would she drive from left to right?
Direct the jury's attention to number one, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number two, where
Because she would have been driving on the right side of the road also.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the
See, and then there they are.
females are right there.
The females are right there?
Yeah, supposedly.
Wouldn't mind just running this.
This is just I've never seen such horrible photos and
There's
videos.
females right there?
Apparently.
Right here. There's females?
Apparently.
Okay, so if that's the case and those are the three females, then he is much further to the right of the flagpole over here. If this is supposed to be three females, right?
Yeah, like waving at him.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird. Are you telling me that Karen and Carrie both, like, did they stop CPR to wave at him? Because you can't, like, do that. You know what I mean?
Well, she apparently does CPR on and off for a while, according to what we know so far. Okay, hold on. A movement. I see movement.
Straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
Waving right here like a hand.
I told you I'm not this kind of sleuth.
There we go. They're dark colored clothes right here, and right here. I can see that. He is closer to the house. Okay.
Straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
See,
Okay,
she
I think
raises
I
her
see
hand
two
right there.
heads.
Yeah, she raises her hand right here. You can see her hand come up. Let me go back one more time.
I'm just running this.
You can still see the tire tracks.
You can
Oh,
see
now
them all
I see
moving.
them. Why do they look so small? Is it because they're in the ground?
Yes, I don't know. That is so weird. Fire hydrant's right over here.
Unless they're on the other side of a snowbank.
No? It almost looks like you can actually see her doing CPR. I'm going to slow it down.
The light pole is on the opposite side of the house. The light pole is on the right, is on the driveway side, not the other side.
Over here, not over
Yeah,
here.
that's the flagpole.
And I'm sorry, Chad, I have no idea what you guys are commenting. I'm staring at this video. So I apologize if I miss anything cool that you guys put in here.
Through until about 7.5.
Okay, this is slowed down. Look at the comments.
Wonder why he puts it out of view of his dash cam instead of putting the dash cam right on them.
The spotlight right on him.
I mean, he's got the spotlight pointing at them, but then
It almost looks like she's doing CPR right there.
7.5.
Hand up. So it looks like they're mother of gosh, you gotta be kidding me. Hit the wrong thing. Stupid.
Yes, Heels. I thought that was the fire hydrant, but the fire hydrant is not that close to the
On the ground, correct?
That is
um
correct.
to the flagpole. It's quite far, actually.
Using that laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to number one.
It's on slow mo, so Lolly's like blah 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 blah.
Sounds normal.
And then number two, where you observe the three females, Mr. O'Keefe on the
So here's the vehicle right there, and
And there's the girls. Okay.
the females are right there.
Nancy, exactly. His speed up to the house was 10 miles an hour and then goes down to 5 when he gets right up here. You'll see it change.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, he points it to the car that nobody's in instead of pointing it at the scene to light it up for himself, but also
For them.
right.
For anybody who's coming in.
Well, and then also you're on camera and so is everybody else in case something happens. You don't know what's happening. You just see somebody in the ground.
Right. Let me go back to normal.
Odd.
It's so weird. He has a spotlight right here, so I'm wondering how much, like, how far back that spotlight is. Normally it would just be right by their mirror. And so you'd think that it's right here, and it's now, the spotlight is now facing forward and not on them either.
Yeah, it's weird. And he can control it. I mean, could be he didn't want to blind them, but he still could have pointed it towards them and lit it up. You know what I mean? But my thinking is less about the spotlight and more about the camera, because again, you don't know what this. One of those girls could be stabbing him. You know what I mean? There's Mulaney.
And here's Mulaney coming up the other way.
I hear her screaming. What do you think about this? Like her trying to, like her putting her arm around Karen and Karen ducking out of it. And Mulaney just like meanders over to him and then goes over to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't studied any of this. That's why I was looking for somebody who'd already clipped it, but I didn't find anybody. So I'll clip it myself and put it on here because
it really, surely it could be cleaned up in some way. I don't know how, but
I did my best. And she's running back and forth again. Oh yeah, John's phone is on the move right now. Somebody here has John's phone in their hand. It's walking around.
Yeah. She's on her phone, Carrie, it looked like.
Yeah.
She's calling somebody.
Karen is running all over the place. So Jen's talking to Mulaney. And they stop it.
Just one moment, John.
Sure.
That's why I'm like, somebody's gonna have to go through and like clip it and put it all together. So Because they don't. Who plays it all the way through? They don't play it all the way through, do they?
Not really. The defense does play more, like, because they play his when they're looking at like the ambulance people coming in and walking past.
All right, I'll have to work on that. It'll be a little
Because
side
they
project.
said, here's all, and it's not interrupted. And where did you talk to her? Where did she say that to you?
Right.
That's
so,
Carrie Roberts' car.
This is Carrie Roberts' car, yeah. That makes Karen Reed look not guilty. She looks mortified and trying to deal with what is happening. Right. Well, the Commonwealth is saying that she was so drunk the night before that she doesn't necessarily know she hit him. She doesn't remember at this point that she hit him because she was so drunk. And when she was drunk, she was pissed and she hit him. I don't know. Tomorrow, we're back at it again. Back to trial. They ended without anybody having to come back to the stand. So we're going to get a brand new witness in the morning. Hold on, let me see what's being sent to me if it's something that I need to look at right now. Oh. My niece just sent me a video of my daddy. Why did Meany pull towards the bumper? Like coming forward? So he comes up this way and pulls straight in front. Who would Carrie be on the phone to, I wonder? Sleuthy, on your timeline, I don't even know where the hell tab I put that on. Do you know who she's calling around this time? Have you guys not heard the voicemail on John's phone? She was calling him as they pulled up, and she dropped her phone, and you could hear how cold Jen is. Oh, yeah, no, we've listened to it, for sure. When you get a chance, check and see what I do in the pics and maybe clean them up, too. Okay, I'll look at my email, too. Did you see the enhanced audio from Microdots saying my boyfriend? No, I have not. Is that a channel name?
I have, and they posted on their Twitter, and that is what should have been played, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if they can.
Send me that link if you can. She's acting normal for the situation. Women think Jen M is shuffling and hanging back, head down until talking with cops. I can't wait for Jen McCabe's testimony. It's going to be, oh my God, it's going to be fire. Imagine how Jackson and Yannetti have gone at just the first responders and been able to derail their entire narrative, essentially, besides, what, two of them. One because he didn't have a narrative, and the other one because he was actually just telling the truth and was the new guy who was skipping school for the day, according to Jay. Okay, let me see. I'll pull this up. My boyfriend, I left him. He never came home. I completely heard it. Is that because I know what it says now? I could not hear that in the courtroom at all. I mean, okay, that's just crazy. I did not hear that at all in court. She'll have a severe case of amnesia, or the fifth. JM and Proctor are my top two I want to hear on the stand. First, she called her sister. They haven't played any audio yet, have they? The defense plays some of the audio in the dash cams during cross. Yeah, share my dad. The plan was to blame the snowplow. Oh, I lost Sleuthy. No wonder she's not answering me. I think we have one last fast forward. Okay. Sleuthy, I don't know if you're coming back or not. I'm going to wrap it up anyway. So we'll catch up. We'll catch up this week on what happens during testimony. And then we have a Delphi Live, and I have a couple other cases I need to cover, updates on that I have covered when they happened. So this is very interesting. I absolutely can hear this. My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home. So, all right, you guys. Well, I mean, we're 6.5 hours into this. Hopefully with being able to break it down more so throughout the week. If I'm feeling great, then I should be able to do that and not have to wait until the weekend to do a 6.5 hour live. But for those of you who have been here the entire time, I thank you all very, very much and appreciate you. And those of you who have come in throughout and had to leave or have come back or came later, I appreciate all of you as well. I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time, but yet you choose to spend your time here with me. I didn't make it in time before it died this time. That's okay. Wrap it up. We'll see. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it more this week. So go enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.